Chapter 298, Deep Pockets. Previously, Feng had focused his attention purely on clearing the trials. Even when he upgraded the Abyssal Blade to level 20, he had only picked out a random level 20 dark gold weapon. The War God's Temple was one of the strongest powers in God's domain. This was a fact that remained true from ancient times up to the present. Feng had been able to fully experience this truth simply by seeing the various big shots in the Eternal Throne take action. Hence, one could just imagine how wealthy the War God's Temple's treasury would be. As for this War God's Temple exchange system, players would automatically activate it after obtaining the first clear on a 100-man team dungeon. However, one would already require large amounts of War God's Temple reputation even to exchange for a fine gold item. In God's domain, reputation with the War God's Temple was infamous for being extremely hard to obtain, not to mention meeting the required reputation for exchanging an epic item. If not for his quest, Feng would not have the chance to exchange for an epic ranked item. He would not even have the chance to lay eyes on them. He would not get the chance to see the never-before-seen divine artifacts either. I wonder what sort of divine artifacts are in the treasury of the War God's Temple. Feng's heart was filled with anticipation as he filtered the exchange window to display only divine artifacts. A total of 2 divine artifacts was shown: Luminous Starlight, divine rank, Two-handed staff. Equipment requirement: Strength 3000, Intelligence 8000. Required merit points: 200,000. Skyfrost Blizzard, divine rank, Two-handed spear. Equipment requirement: Strength 10,000, Intelligence 4000. Required merit points: 250,000. Although he could not see the exact attributes of these 2 items, just the merit points demanded and the equipment requirements of these 2 divine artifacts left Feng utterly speechless. Can a person really equip these divine artifacts? Feng had his doubts. It was simply unthinkable for a person to possess 10,000 strength. Even during his prime, Feng had not even been close to meeting such a requirement. After having his fill of looking at the divine artifacts, Feng filtered the window to display only epic ranked items. Immediately, an endless list of items appeared before him. A simple glance told Feng that there were more than 10,000 items listed, and he could not help but wish he could take them all to enrich his own guild warehouse. If Zero Wings Guild Warehouse had so many epic ranked items stored within it, then dominating the entire Starmoon Kingdom would not be a problem, let alone conquering White River City. However, this was only a passing thought. Feng currently had 6,800 merit points, and he could exchange for only a single epic ranked item at most. However, it was also not a simple task to choose a suitable item for himself out of these tens of thousands of items. For starters, let's forget about weapons. Armor should be a good place to start from, Feng thought. Presently, he already possessed a magic weapon, the Abyssal Blade. The dark gold ranked Purgatory's shadow he now wielded was also sufficient for his current self. If he wished to further increase his strength, then he needed to replace some of the mysterious iron and secret silver ranked equipment he was still using. Yet, when Feng looked at the long list of equipment, his mind was racked with indecision. However, Feng still managed to pick out a few good breastplates that caught his fancy. Not only did these breastplates offer large amounts of strength and agility, some even provided additional intelligence, an attribute that Feng was currently in need of. Meanwhile, the usage levels for these breastplates ranged between level 20 to level 80. And they all were epic equipment that could level up to level 100. One of these breastplates was called the Purple Fire Battle Armor, and it required 5,000 merit points. It was a breastplate that mainly focused on the strength attribute, in addition to providing a certain amount of intelligence. The other one was called Merciless and required 5,300 merit points. It was similarly a breastplate that mainly focused on the strength attribute, and likewise it provided a certain amount of intelligence. The final breastplate that caught Feng's fancy was a breastplate called the Carnage Chest Protector. It required 6,000 merit points to exchange for, and it provided a balanced amount of strength, agility, and intelligence. The design of the breastplate was also very good, and it was also Feng's favorite out of the 3 breastplates. However, if he were to exchange for the Carnage Chest Protector, he would not be able to do much with his remaining merit points. Let's take a look at some other items for now. After some contemplation, Feng filtered the exchange window to display ornaments that had a minimum equipment requirement of level 20. The merit points of the War God's Temple were extremely precious, so he needed to be extra careful when spending them. After browsing through the list for some time, Feng suddenly discovered an item he was extremely familiar with: Space Ring. However, instead of being of mysterious iron rank, this space ring was of epic rank. It was capable of storing up to 2,000 slots of items and cost 4,500 merit points. However, it would simply be a luxury to spend 4,500 merit points on this item, and Feng was definitely not willing to waste his precious merit points to purchase it. Isn't this the ring mentioned in the legends? Why is it categorized under epic ranked items? Feng noticed another ring he was familiar with, 7 Luminaries ring. Feng had done his fair share of research on the history of God's domain during his past life. The 7 Luminaries ring was a ring crafted by one of the ancient gods, the Twilight Goddess. 7 formidable powers were sealed inside this ring, and each one of these 7 powers could match the power of a god. Meanwhile, the 7 Luminaries ring allowed the simultaneous use of these 7 powers. Even a mere mortal would have the power to destroy heaven and earth when equipped with this ring. Rumor had it that the legendary god Slayer possessed this 7 Luminaries ring, and it was precisely because of this ring that he had the power to kill gods. Is it a replica? Feng did not believe that the war god's temple possessed the real 7 Luminaries ring, the reason being, an epic ranked item would not be powerful enough to decimate heaven and earth. Even a divine artifact did not have that strength. According to Feng's understanding, the 7 Luminaries ring was a true godly relic. However, even a replica was an extremely rare find. To put it bluntly, replicas were weaker copies of the real deal. Although the replica 7 Luminaries ring would not possess the power to decimate heaven and earth, at the very least, it could still be used to beat some tigers and kill some wolves. It should still have the original features, albeit greatly watered-down versions of them. Feng then looked at the merit points required, discovering that the ring actually cost 8,000 merit points. It was worth almost half of a fragmented legendary item. Are you kidding me? Is this the brand effect? Feng couldn't help but inwardly curse the war god's temple. It was simply a replica. The other epic ranked rings only cost 6,000 points, at most, so on what basis would a replica be worth 8,000 points? 8,000 merit points. It seems I won't be able to exchange for it, Feng sighed. Although he coveted the 7 Luminaries ring greatly, he had only 6,800 merit points, following which, after taking his time looking through the myriad items, he still did not find anything that he fancied. Ultimately, he ended up choosing the Carnage Chest Protector. As for the 7 Luminaries ring, he could only slowly accumulate merit points and exchange for it in the future system. 6,000 merit points are required to exchange for the Carnage Chest Protector. Current merit points in possession, 6,800. Do you wish to exchange? Feng immediately clicked yes. System: player's reputation with the war god's temple has reached 3,000 points. Player is allowed to pay 20% of the required merit points using gold coins. Do you wish to pay using gold coins? It can't be, right? I can also pay using gold coins? Feng grew ecstatic. He had hope of obtaining the 7 Luminaries ring. Now currently, he needed to pay 1,800 gold coins for 1,200 merit points. This meant that each merit point was equivalent to 1 gold 50 silvers. Such a price was much more expensive than just simply buying epic ranked items on the market, where one epic ranked item was worth only around 1,000 gold. If 6,000 merit points were converted to gold coins, that would be a total of 9,000 gold. This price was at least 8 to 9 times more expensive than the markets. The system was truly blackheart. However, this was a rare chance for Feng. If he could pay a portion of the merit points required using gold coins, he would be more than willing to do so, following which, Feng chose to exchange for the 7 Luminaries ring instead. 20% of 8,000 merit points would be 1,600 points, which would be 2,400 gold coins. At this stage of the game, average players would be glad just to have a few extra silver coins to spend, and spending 20 to 30 silver coins at once would be considered an extravagance. As for gold coins, average players might not even know what these things look like currently. 1 gold coin could be sold for 11,000 credits. Meanwhile, 2,400 gold coins would be worth over 25 million credits. Even a first-rate guild would not spend so much money just to obtain an epic ranked item, not to mention spending 2,400 gold coins. If Aqua Rose were to find out about this matter, she would definitely label Feng a spendthrift. However, Feng chose to pay the 2,400 gold coins without hesitation. He had 5,000 gold on his person at this time, having originally intended to use this money to purchase a stall in Starmoon City. Now, though, doing so was no longer possible after completing the exchange, a purple gold crystal ring appeared on Feng's palm. There were 7 different gems inlaid into the ring, and the entire ring itself exuded a faint purple aura. It looked absolutely luxurious and fascinating. Chapter 299, One Word. When Feng received the ring, he could not help but grow excited. In the past, a legendary item had been sold for tens of millions of credits at the world auction. At that time, the news had thoroughly shocked the entire world. Many people felt that the person who purchased the legendary item was a complete fool. After all, it was simply an item inside a virtual world. It was nothing more than a data-generated item. Only a person whose head was caught in the door would spend so much money to purchase it now. If Feng converted the War God's Temple merit points and gold coins he had spent into credits, the total amount would be even higher than the price of the auctioned legendary item. More importantly, he had spent such a large sum just to obtain an epic item, which was 2 ranks lower than a legendary item. However, even if Feng were called a fool several hundred times over, he would still be willing to do what he had done without hesitation. He was only afraid that he would not get such a chance back then. Countless people had ridiculed the person who purchased the legendary item as a big fool. Later on, however, that person became the guild leader of King's Return, Odin. King's Return was a super guild, and the territories it occupied surpassed even an empire. Meanwhile, as the guild leader of such an amazing guild, Odin was an existence that made everyone feel fear and respect. The wealth and status he possessed was simply unimaginable. Did anyone laugh at him after that? The answer was, no. Instead, the target of people's ridicule shifted to the fool who had sold the legendary item in the first place. At that time, not to mention several tens of million, even if traded using a city with a population of several millions, it would still have been a losing transaction. Meanwhile, the 7 Luminaries ring was a godly relic mentioned in legends. Although the one Feng had was only a replica, replicas could still be divided into different categories. If one took a replica of a fine gold item and a replica of an epic item and placed them side by side, without even making an in-depth comparison, one could already tell which one was the better item. After all, there was already a huge gap between the calibers of the 2 items. Moreover, the higher the quality of the target of replication, the greater the difficulty in replicating it. One could not produce a replica simply by wishing for it. The difficulty of producing an epic item that was the replica of a godly relic was much higher than simply producing a normal epic item. The difficulty of doing so might even rival the difficulty of producing a legendary item. The person who produced this ring must be a truly amazing forging sage. If the materials and energy used were of higher quality, the final product might even have become a legendary item. Feng was a forger himself, so he naturally could tell just how amazing the forger that managed to produce this 7 Luminaries ring was. The replica of a godly relic would definitely not have been easy to produce. Even a grandmaster forger would not be able to produce one. It would only be possible for a forging sage. 7 Luminaries ring, replica, ring, epic rank. Level 20, level 80, current level, 23. Equipment requirement, strength 200. Attributes will be adjusted according to user's level. Strength plus 45, agility plus 35, intelligence plus 35, endurance plus 30, vitality plus 30. Damage plus 10%. Maximum HP plus 15%. Ignore levels plus 10. All skills plus 2 levels. All items level requirement reduced by 5 levels. Additional skill dash. 7 Luminaries aura. There are 7 different auras: earth, water, wind, fire, time, illusion, and space. Only one aura can be used each time, and there will be a cooldown of 1 minute when changing between auras. Aura of earth. Level 1, requires 1 million EXP to upgrade to level 2. Defense increased by 30%. Damage taken reduced by 20%. Activatable skill dash. Absolute defense, provides immunity to 7 attacks. Cooldown, 1 minute 30 seconds. Aura of water. Level 1, requires 1 million EXP to upgrade to level 2. Received healing increased by 30%. Cast consumption reduced by 20%. Activatable skill dash. Life bloom, heal selected target for 10% HP every second for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute 30 seconds. Aura of wind. Level 1, requires 1 million EXP to upgrade to level 2. Movement speed increased by 20%, attack speed increased by 20%, agility increased by 15%, activatable skill dash. Wind Rider enables temporary flight and movement speed increase of 100% for 15 seconds cooldown, 2 minutes. Aura of Fire. Level 1 requires 1 million EXP to upgrade to level 2. Damage increased by 30%, target's defense reduced by 20%, activatable skill dash. Firestorm inflicts 500% damage within a range of 10 by 10 yards for 5 seconds cooldown, 5 minutes. Aura of Time. Level 1 requires 2 million EXP to upgrade to level 2. Cooldown of all skills reduced by 20%, enemies within a 100-yard radius will have their movement speed and attack speed reduced by 20%, and cooldown of skills increased by 20%, activatable skill dash. Absolute Time prevents enemies within a range of 50 by 50 yards from using any skills or tools for 20 seconds cooldown, 3 minutes. Aura of Illusion. Level 1 requires 2 million EXP to upgrade to level 2. All attributes increased by 20%, enemies within a 100-yard radius will have all their attributes reduced by 20%, activatable skill dash. Fantasy World. Immunity to all magic damage and 10% of magic damage received will be converted to healing to recover player's HP for 10 seconds cooldown, 3 minutes. Aura of Space. Level 1 requires 2 million EXP to upgrade to level 2. Immunity to all control and restricting effects, activatable skill dash. Space Movement. Instantly move to any location within a radius of 300,000 yards cooldown, 10 minutes. As expected of a Godly Relic's replica. Even if it is only at epic rank, apart from the basic attributes it provides being inferior to a legendary item, its other aspects are much stronger. Feng's surprise reached its limits after he read the attributes of the 7 Luminaries ring. This was the first time Feng was seeing the exact abilities of the 7 Luminaries ring at this moment. Feng finally understood why the legends had said that even an ordinary mortal would have the ability to decimate heaven and earth when in possession of the genuine 7 Luminaries ring. One could even kill gods with this ring. Meanwhile, the 7 Luminaries ring in Feng's hand was only a replica. It was also only at epic rank, and it was tens of thousands of miles away from being comparable to the genuine article. However, even if it was only an epic ranked replica, in Feng's eyes, it was already a miniature godly relic. It could easily outshine any other epic item. It would be great if I could upgrade this epic ranked 7 Luminaries ring to legendary rank. Feng could not help but start fantasizing. If he could raise the 7 Luminaries ring's rank to legendary, then its value would become immeasurable. At that time, only divine artifacts would be able to suppress it. After Feng equipped the 7 Luminaries ring, his attributes greatly increased. His intelligence reached 91 points, only a small distance short of 120 points. I can use the Aura of Earth when acting as an MT, Aura of Water when acting as a healer, Aura of Wind when hunting or escaping, Aura of Fire when battling, Aura of Time and Aura of Illusion when fighting in a team battle, and Aura of Space when I'm in a hurry. This ring covers almost every possible situation. It truly is the most powerful epic item. Feng had mostly grasped the uses of the 7 auras in the 7 Luminaries ring. It really made one wonder just how powerful the genuine godly relic was. Just as Feng was fantasizing about the genuine godly relic, he suddenly thought of another matter. If he used the Aura of Space, he could still make it if he hurried to the Silverleaf Forest right now. After all, a distance of 300,000 yards could generally cover 2 regions. Feng could first teleport to Stream Fort from White River City. Afterwards, he only needed to pass through 4 regions in order to arrive at the Silverleaf Forest. Under normal circumstances, even if Feng ran with all his might, he would still need around 5 hours to travel across these 4 regions. However, now that Feng could instantly travel across 2 regions, he might even arrive at the Silverleaf Forest before Gentle Snow's reinforcements did. Thinking so, Feng immediately departed from the War God's Temple and headed towards the teleportation hall of Starmoon City. Chapter 300, Midway Interception. The Silverleaf Forest, also called the Silver Forest by players, was a place filled with monsters ranging from level 18 to level 25. It was a rich land. As to why it was called rich, it was because the monsters here were a great source for high-quality leather. These leathers were important materials used in the production of bags and leather armor. Moreover, the monsters here also dropped high-quality meat most importantly. However, there were a total of 14 field bosses present in this silverleaf forest. Field bosses were one of the main sources of income for guilds. Also, unlike team dungeons, which would reset only once every 3 days, field bosses respawn daily. The improvement these field bosses could bring to a guild's equipment was quite significant. It was also the reason why Fire Dance had led Zero Wing's core team here to kill field bosses now. However, the Silverleaf Forest swarmed with members of Dark Star. These players were grouped into smaller teams of a dozen or so players and larger teams with as many as 100 or so players. Meanwhile, each and every one of these players was currently out searching for members of Zero Wing Master Tyrant. We need to speed up our operations. If we wait until Gentle Snow's people arrive, it will be difficult if we wish to wipe out Zero Wing's main force, South Wolf said as he looked at Lone Tyrant for her to actually willingly send out reinforcements. It seems that woman really does have a deep relationship with Zero Wing. Lone Tyrant was slightly surprised. His lips then curled into a sneer as he said, "Even so, she is too late. We've already searched through the majority of this Silverleaf Forest. We've also tightly blockaded the 3 exits for this place. In addition, we've also placed a guild war order to seal off the entire Silverleaf Forest, so the bastards won't be able to simply return to the city using a return scroll. It won't be long before we will find them and get rid of them. However, even if they did use a return scroll and return to the city, their red names would get them killed by the guards the moment they arrived. They would also get locked up and lose their freedom for a long period of time. Such a penalty would be much worse than simply getting killed by us." South Wolf nodded in agreement. In order to deal with Zero Wing's main force this time, Dark Star had spared no effort, sending out all the elite members it had. Even Underworld had sent a team of Underworld guards into the fray. There were over 10,000 players participating in the hunt this time around, and of those, 6,000 were used to hinder Zero Wing's reinforcements with its current power. Zero Wing definitely could not contend against these 6,000 players. However, South Wolf himself could not help but admit that Zero Wing indeed possessed some real ability. Even when they were ambushed, they had still reacted in an extremely calm manner. They had immediately launched a counterattack and bravely fought back. Moreover, many within their ranks possessed relatively good techniques this time. In order to kill the few hundred elite members of Zero Wing, Dark Star had lost over 1,000 members. South Wolf found this result simply unbelievable. The reason being, of the 1,000+ members that died, over 300 were elite members of Dark Star. Their fighting techniques could definitely be considered first-rate. The most unbelievable part was that even a few members of the Underworld Guards had been killed by Zero Wing. However, that was it. So what if Zero Wing was top-notch when it came to dungeon raiding? In a field battle, numbers triumphed over everything else. This was an unchangeable fact for all games. It's a pity that we didn't manage to locate Black Flame or Feng. If we could deal with them as well, we can thoroughly remove Zero Wing's name from White River City. We'll see if they dare act presumptuously in front of young Master Feng again. South Wolf's hatred of Feng had never dissipated in the slightest, and he had always intended to fulfill the words he had spoken before. However, now that they were about to get rid of Zero Wing's main force, the anger in his heart had lessened slightly. Relax, those two will soon be finished as well. In White River City, nobody can protect them. Even the elites led by Gentle Snow won't be able to do so, Lone Tyrant said proudly. How so? Asked South Wolf, somewhat surprised. If Zero Wing can make allies, why can't Dark Star do so as well? Lone Tyrant softly chuckled. Allies? This was the first time South Wolf was hearing about this. Of course you wouldn't know about this matter. This is a heavily guarded secret of Dark Star. I made this alliance precisely to forestall Gentle Snow's intervention, and also to prevent them from joining together with Zero Wing to deal with us, Lone Tyrant said pridefully, as if he had full control over everything. If Gentle Snow wishes to bring reinforcements over, she'll have to first see if she can arrive at the Silverleaf Forest's entrance. Regarding the matter of exterminating Zero Wing, this time, you can rest assured. You just need to remind Vice Leader Feng of the agreement we made. Guild Leader Tyrant can rest assured on this matter. As long as you complete the task this time, we will definitely deliver the 100 million credits and weekly funding of 150 gold that we promised. South Wolf laughed. Fine, as long as you guys don't forget your promise. Lone Tyrant nodded in satisfaction. In truth, he did not place much importance on Zero Wing. When Feng Xianyang had asked him to deal with Black Flame and Zero Wing, Lone Tyrant had simply agreed, not giving the request much thought. After all, Lone Tyrant had never acknowledged Zero Wing as Dark Star's opponent. His true enemy was only one person, Gentle Snow. However, the capital injection offered by Feng Xianyang this time around was quite attractive, so Lone Tyrant naturally yielded to his request. With this capital injection, he would be able to contend against Gentle Snow for White River City on an equal footing. As an added bonus, he could also gain plenty of good equipment from Zero Wing Guild leader. "We found them," an assassin suddenly said in the team chat. "Good, we'll head over there immediately." Lone Tyrant softly chuckled. He then gave a command through the guild channel, saying, "Everyone, hurry over to that location. We mustn't let them escape this time. The precious equipment on their bodies are waving their hands at us." Immediately, all the members of Dark Star that had come to the Silverleaf Forest cheered loudly. They had long since been drooling over Zero Wing's precious equipment. What secret silver equipment? Many members of Zero Wing's main force possessed fine gold equipment, and some even dark gold equipment. Meanwhile, at one of the dense thickets of the Silverleaf Forest, space suddenly ruptured. One man walked out from this rupture in space, and this person was none other than Feng, who had arrived using space movement. Space movement sure is convenient. Too bad it has a slightly long cooldown. Feng was liking the 7 luminaries ring more and more now. Feng had taken less than an hour to get here from Starmoon City, even arriving ahead of Gentle Snow. Just as Feng was about to contact Fire Dance, a call came from Gentle Snow. "We got ambushed by 500 or so elite players, so it may be a little later before we can reach the Silverleaf Forest." Gentle Snow apologized. "Ambushed?" Feng was surprised. To actually muster so much manpower, that Lone Tyrant sure came prepared. "We weren't ambushed by players from Dark Star." Gentle Snow shook her head. "No? Is it Underworld, then?" Feng couldn't help but feel amazed by Underworld's strength. It definitely should not be easy to field so many players for this hunt. Yet, they were actually able to deploy another 500 plus elites to hinder Gentle Snow. The organization known as Underworld really possessed a powerful framework. No. They're elites from world dominators. My guess is that Dark Star has already joined hands with world dominators. Gentle Snow then suggested, "It won't be possible for my side to break through anytime soon. If your reinforcements really can't break through, you all should just give up. If we wait until world dominators' troops head over there and carry out a pincer attack against you, then Zero Wing will truly be finished." "I know." Feng fully understood the situation now. Dark Star wasn't planning on just giving a huge blow to Zero Wing this time. Instead, they intended to wipe out Zero Wing, removing it as a threat completely. Chapter 301, Fangs. The reinforcements from Ouroboros definitely won't make it now. Zero Wing's forces had also been blocked at the outer perimeter of the Silverleaf Forest. According to Feng's understanding, Dark Star currently had over 3,000 members searching inside the Silverleaf Forest, including practically all of Dark Star's elites. The 6,000 or so players blockading the outer perimeter were merely cannon fodder. If this stalemate continued, world dominators might succeed in carrying out a pincer attack with Dark Star, annihilating Zero Wing's forces. "Aqua, would it be possible to break through on your side?" Feng contacted Aqua Rose and asked, "With the current numbers we have at hand, definitely not. However, I've already mentioned this matter in the guild channel and have sent for more members to hurry over. We should be able to gather another 3,000 members in half an hour. The level and quality of equipment of our guild members are much higher than Dark Star's, so as long as we can join with these 3,000 members, we can break through their blockade," Aqua Rose said confidently. She had faith in their guild's combat prowess. Although Zero Wing had far fewer members than Dark Star, with Dark Star having well over 30,000 members, there wasn't much of a difference in the number of elite players each guild possessed. Of Dark Star's 30,000 members, more than 10,000 were newbies around level 10. Meanwhile, the elites that managed to reach level 16 only numbered around 6,000. On the other hand, despite recruiting only a small amount of players, their member count only hovering slightly above 5,000, there were actually over 4,000 elites in Zero Wing who were over level 16. If other guilds discovered this fact, they would be shocked. This was also why Aqua Rose had maintained an optimistic view of Zero Wing's future. As long as Zero Wing could assemble these remaining 3,000 members, They could easily deal with Dark Star's 6,000 extras. However, it would be impossible for them to engage in an all-out war against Dark Star. After all, there was still a big gap in the total number of elites each guild possessed. On top of that, Dark Star still had over 10,000 extras. Even if their combat prowess was weak, they could still overwhelm and kill Zero Wing's elites using the advantage of numbers. I understand. World Dominators is currently hindering Gentle Snow's group. You should stop trying to break through into the Silverleaf Forest from your side. Instead, turn around and begin a pincer attack on World Dominators. Let's take this chance to kick them out of White River City. Feng issued his commands after some thought. However, Feng's words had shocked Aqua Rose into a dazed. Guild leader, we're here to save people. Wouldn't it be a bad idea to start a war with World Dominators right now? Aqua Rose asked worriedly. World Dominators was a first-rate guild. Although the main force of World Dominators was not based in White River City, they still should not be taken lightly. Just like Ouroboros, even though their main force was based outside of White River City, they were still the top guild in White River City. Moreover, wasn't World Dominators similarly one of the top 6 guilds in White River City? If Zero Wing headed over and attacked the members of World Dominators right now, it would be a declaration of war. Dealing with Dark Star was already a huge headache. If they had to face another one of the top 6 guilds in White River City, how could Zero Wing continue mingling in White River City? It'll be alright, just go. Remember, the moment you arrive, immediately use a guild war order to seal the location. Don't allow anyone from World Dominators to use a return scroll to leave that area, and make sure you kill every single one of those bastards. Teach them that there is a price to pay if they wish to take advantage of Zero Wing. Feng growled murderously. Although Feng advocated a low-profile and secretive development, that did not mean that he would receive enemies with a smile, even when said enemy banged on their front door, whether it was Dark Star or World Dominators. If they really thought Zero Wing was a sickly animal that they could easily bully, they should get ready to pay a heavy price. But what do we do about Fire Dance? And the others? There are still more than 50 players with them, and they are all the cream of the crop of our guild. Now that they are all red names, if they die, our guild will suffer tremendous losses. Although Aqua Rose could discern Feng's rage and killing intent from the tone of his voice, she still tried to dissuade him. I'll save Fire Dance and the others. Feng answered with absolute confidence. Aqua Rose sighed at Feng's answer. However, she no longer chose to pursue the matter, and instead, she said, fine, but as the guild leader of Zero Wing, don't you think you should say a few words to your fellow guild members as well? You haven't expressed your intentions since Dark Star declared war against us. Although nobody in the guild has said anything about it, considering the weight of this incident and the declaration of war against World Dominators, how can you stay silent? After the war with Dark Star began, both murderous intentions and excitement swept through everyone in Zero Wing. Many in the guild had expressed their eagerness for vengeance, speaking in the guild channel about how they were going to teach the bastards from Dark Star a lesson and show Dark Star know how amazing Zero Wing was. However, as the intensity of the battle between both guilds grew, and the number of deaths increased, the atmosphere in Zero Wing became heavy. Even though they had fought for so long, they still hadn't managed to break past Dark Star's blockade around the Silverleaf Forest. The number of dead Zero Wing elites inside the Silverleaf Forest also grew as time passed. Hence, it was inevitable that Zero Wing's momentum would falter at this point. Most of the Zero Wing members had already lost their motivation to continue fighting, not to mention carrying out a pincer attack on World Dominator. Feng, of course, was aware of Aqua Rose's concerns. However, compared to just speaking through the guild channel, Feng had taken more decisive action and directly uploaded a post to the official forums. Dark Star, today you've dared to send tens of thousands of players to hunt the hundreds of players of Zero Wing. My Zero Wing guild will return this slight 100-fold. Even if we're down to our very last breath, we will massacre your 30,000 members as payback. The name of Black Flame, the chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom, had long since spread throughout the Star Moon Kingdom. Moreover, Zero Wing was also the first guild to own a guild residence. The moment this post uploaded, it immediately garnered the attention of the residents of Star Moon Kingdom. Crap. Are they starting an all-out war? I show my support for Zero Wing. Zero Wing is as amazing as expected. Even though there are only several hundred, Dark Star actually had to send tens of thousands of players to hunt them. Does anybody know the final result? I heard that Zero Wing had lost over 300 members to Dark Star already, and there are still a few dozen being hunted down. On the other hand, Dark Star has already lost over 1,000 members. Right now, every player in White River City is discussing this matter. Amazing. With just several hundred players on their side, even when faced with more than 10,000 players, they can still kill over 1,000 players. Dozens are still alive, too. I also want to join Zero Wing and become an expert. I despise Dark Star. If they can, they should duel Zero Wing fairly. What's so great about using numbers to bully someone? I am one of the members of Zero Wing that had been surrounded and killed. You guys should have seen how amazing our guild Sister Dance and Brother Black fought. Sister Dance weaved across thousands of players, killing over 100 Dark Star members in a row. Brother Black's spells instantly vaporized hundreds of Dark Star members the moment it landed. I have a video recording of the battle, so come to Zero Wing's forum section if you want to have a look at it. After Feng uploaded his post, the entire forum exploded in a storm of comments. The players that had only recently started playing God's Domain also started paying attention to Zero Wing as a result of this commotion, especially after seeing the battlefield containing thousands of players. In comparison, the battle scenes they usually saw in movies were boring. The scene where countless stars crashed onto the battlefield, destroying the land and instantly turning hundreds of players into ash, especially stunned them. They couldn't help their boiling blood after watching this scene. After watching this video, many players started considering joining Zero Wing. Chapter 302, Strong Capital. Feng had used the name of Black Flame when he uploaded his post. Hence, just a few minutes after the post went live, it had already received a massive amount of visitors. The number of replies easily passed 10,000. Shortly after, the post had been automatically pinned at the top of the forums by the game officials, and there was also an additional bright red war tag on the post. This single word was eye-catching. Meanwhile, due to Feng's post, the originally crestfallen guild members' fighting spirits immediately reignited, and they hungered for Dark Star's death. Moreover, the video of Dark Star's ambush of Zero Wing had also shocked its viewers. The video allowed everyone to understand that even players could become so powerful. When the stars of light descended, the scene seemed as if the world was coming to an end, and within an instant, hundreds of players had been vaporized. Even players outside of the spell's damage range were not spared, as the wind generated by the spell's impact sent them flying. Seeing the power of this skill, everyone finally understood why Blackie had such a high level while everyone else struggled to kill a single monster. Blackie could simply lure several hundred monsters and kill all of them with a single move. How could anybody hope to compare to such a leveling speed? After watching this video, countless players started dreaming of the day that they, too, could possess such power. Such a skill was far more useful than any piece of quality equipment. Dark Star, just you wait. I will kill everyone who tries to block our way. That's right. Brother Black and Sister Dance are waiting for us right now. How can we be so shameful? Aren't they just 6,000 monkeys? Even if I have to die 10 times over, I will extinguish Dark Star. The members of Zero Wing all released spirited battle cries as they glared at the members of Dark Star blocking their path. As long as Aqua Rose gave the command, they would charge and take action. However, just as they turned their gazes to Aqua Rose, Zero Wing's vice leader, Feng's voice suddenly dominated the guild channel. I am sure everyone is clear about what has happened today. Dark Star has declared all-out war against us, and they wish to wipe our names from White River City. Although we, Zero Wing, have just started our journey and the member count of our guild cannot compare to the other guilds in White River City, Dark Star has actually started a war with us, thinking that we are easy to bully. What do you all think we should do about this? Kill them all. That's right. Why should we fear fighting back? Now, let's show those bastards that, if they wish to swallow us whole, they should prepare to lose a few teeth. Since everyone is going to try their best, as the guild leader, I cannot be stingy. Before the battle, I sent for someone to retrieve some battle tools stored inside the guild warehouse. Everyone should now look for Vice Leader Aqua Rose for your share. Also, for those who participate in today's battle, you will gain 10 guild points for each enemy you kill. Those who manage to accumulate 10 kills will be rewarded 1 piece of secret silver equipment, while those who kill 50 will get a piece of fine gold equipment. If you manage to kill 100, you will even receive a private room in the guild residence. Even if you die in battle, you will still receive 10 guild points as compensation. The moment Feng finished his monologue, everyone's hearts beat fervently, and their eyes glowed with excitement. Zero Wing's administration was very thorough, and one could only use guild points to exchange for items from the guild warehouse. However, it was extremely difficult for members to earn guild points. If converted to coins, each guild point was worth around 30 copper. Meanwhile, trading them for a level 10 bronze equipment required 30 guild points, which would be 9 silver coins. Currently, level 10 bronze equipment only sold for around 7 to 8 silver coins on the market. To put it simply, it was not a worthwhile exchange. It was also for this reason that another batch of players had withdrawn from the guild. In fact, this was something Feng and Aqua Rose had already taken into consideration. If the guild sold equipment cheaper than market price, then many members would try to take advantage of this fact to trade for guild equipment to resell elsewhere. They could then use the money to buy guild points again. Hence, the high prices were set to prevent an outflow of guild equipment and items. However, after the emergence of the guild residence and the additional benefit of renting private rooms, everyone in the guild no longer had a disfavorable opinion of the guild's administration. On the contrary, they all felt that the administration was extremely fair. Private rooms were something ordinary players dared not even dream of obtaining in other guilds. After all, the land in White River City and each guild residence could only contain a limited number of private rooms. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the guild would surely occupy these rooms. Ordinary members would never be able to enjoy this benefit. Yet, Zero Wing had defied all expectations and actually opened up a few private rooms for ordinary members. Ordinary members of Zero Wing could actually rent these private rooms for a low cost of only 2 guild points per day. Although the price was slightly higher than staying a night at a hotel, unlike hotels, one could accumulate double EXP buffs from private rooms. With this feature, it was definitely worth spending a few extra copper coins. The members present in this battle also heard of the benefits provided by other guilds. Although other guilds also provided rewards and compensation to its members for killing and dying in battle, the amount offered was far worse than Feng's 10 guild points equaled 3 silver coins. There were 3,000 members participating in this battle. If each one of them managed to kill one enemy, the total guild points awarded would be the equivalent of 9,000 silver coins or 90 gold. This was a massive sum of money. Moreover, Feng also promised to compensate for each guild member's death. At the very least, he would have to spend over 100 gold. If converted to credits, 100 gold would be worth over 1 million. This situation reaffirmed everyone's confidence in Zero Wing's financial resources and background. With such great benefits, powerful financial resources, and most importantly, such an amazing guild leader, was it possible for such a guild not to grow powerful? Even if I have to die, I'll still drag at least 10 guys with me. Humph. Don't you have any ambition? Didn't you hear the guild leader say that he would reward those who managed to get 100 kills with their own private room? You have to be capable of actually doing that first. Have you not seen how easily Brother Black and Sister Dance managed it? The momentum pushing the guild members to kill their enemies was stronger than ever now. Although the guild would only rent out, not sell, any of the private rooms, one could imagine how much a private room would cost. It was definitely not something worth a measly 1,000 guild points. Although their chances of actually killing 100 people were slim, there was still a small possibility. Naturally, they would fight for that glimmer of hope. Everyone, come to me to receive the frost grenades. Each person will only get 2. Party leaders will get 3 frost grenades and 1 tier 0 attack or defense magic scroll. Team leaders and vice team leaders will receive 5 frost grenades and 1 tier 1 magic scroll. After Feng finished his speech, Aqua Rose started distributing the supportive tools to every guild member in order to display Zero Wing's might to everyone in Star Moon Kingdom. Feng bled his pockets dry this time. He retrieved all the supportive tools from inside the guild warehouse for this battle. The moment everyone received the supportive tools, everyone felt even more certain of their victory over Dark Star. Just by arming all of them with a single frost grenade, they could easily force Dark Star's 6,000 members to eat a huge loss. Adding in the control effect of the frost grenades, their chances of defeating these 6,000 players increased by at least 30%. Vice Leader Aqua, how should we fight? We'll all listen to your commands. That's right. With these tools of war, I can easily kill over 10 people and earn a ton. 100 people, here I come. Let's hope that those bastards don't run away. Everyone started joking around as they felt confident in defeating Dark Star now. Since everyone is ready, follow me. Aqua Rose nodded. The next moment, however, she turned around and ran in the opposite direction of the Silverleaf Forest. Chapter 303, Hold Nothing Back. Deep inside the Silverleaf Forest. Boss, I don't know what's going on with Zero Wing, but they've retreated from Silverleaf Forest's entrance. An assassin who used stealth to stalk Zero Wing's troops reported in the team chat. It seems that they're giving up on trying to get in. Ha ha ha. That black flame made such a bold statement, yet, now, he's fleeing with his tail between his legs? If we upload this news to the forums, he will definitely become a laughing stock. South Wolf laughed loudly when he received this report. Lone Tyrant's lips curled into a sneer as well, saying contemptuously, Zero Wing is just a gathering of nobodies. Since the very beginning, they have never stood a chance at victory. They should consider themselves lucky. If they waited until we finished wiping out Zero Wing's core team, we would have turned around and begun a pincer attack on them with world dominators. At that time, even their remaining 3,000 to 4,000 members would have no hope, and Zero Wing would utterly disappear from White River City. Guild Leader Tyrant is as amazing as expected. It turns out that you had such a plan readied as well. No wonder you are an expert capable of competing with Gentle Snow over White River City. Not only do you possess extraordinary strength, but your intellect is also at the top of White River City. South Wolf flattered as he came to a realization. As long as you can remove Zero Wing's name from White River City, the only obstacle in your way will be Ouroboros. However, with Dark Star and World Dominators working together, even the team led by Gentle Snow would no longer pose a threat. At that time, Guild Leader Tyrant would become the true overlord of White River City. It's still too early to make such claims. Lone Tyrant chuckled as pleasure filled his heart. He then continued, saying, ultimately, Gentle Snow is a well-known expert and leader in the virtual gaming world. I'm afraid that I'll need more strength before I can chase her out of White River City. When the time comes, it will also depend on whether or not Underworld plays its part. Ha ha ha. Guild Leader Tyrant can rest assured. As long as Dark Star possesses a high chance of becoming the overlord of White River City, Underworld will invest greatly in it. When the time comes, Underworld will send even more experts to help Dark Star solidify its position as overlord. South Wolf laughed, answering with certainty. With your word, South Wolf, I can rest assured. Lone Tyrant laughed with South Wolf currently. Confidence regarding Dark Star's future filled Lone Tyrant now that Zero Wing has given up on saving Fire Dance and the core members. Although I pity them slightly, we should still quickly end their lives. When South Wolf thought of Fire Dance's sexy body, a lecherous smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Elsewhere, Fire Dance and her group were currently in a very precarious situation. Players from Dark Star had them surrounded, and although they had constantly carved out a path of bodies, they could not use return scrolls to escape. Dark Star had the Silverleaf Forest under siege, and all exits were blocked. If this situation continued, they would, sooner or later, lose their lives. However, they could not afford to die. At this moment, there were only 30+ players remaining in their team, and they were red names. As for herself and Blackie, their names were already close to turning black now. If they died, losing 3 or 4 levels would only be a small matter. The most crucial point was that they could not afford the loss of their equipment. Sister Fire Dance, what are we going to do now? The bastards from Dark Star have discovered our location again, Lonely Snow asked. At this moment, he appeared to be in quite a sorry state. After being surrounded and attacked over a dozen times, his willpower had started to falter as well. Unfortunately, no matter what they did, they could not find a way to escape from Dark Starlet's retreat first, then talk. Aqua Rose and the others are currently breaking through the entrance now. Moreover, they also have a large stock of supportive tools, so they can definitely break past Dark Star's blockade. We just need to hold on for a little while longer before we're rescued. Fire Dance had also racked her mind, trying to think of a way to escape. However, Dark Star simply had too many players. No matter how they tried to run, another group of players always waited for them. If not for the fact that their equipment and techniques were so impressive, they would have long since died just as everyone was desperately running for their lives. Feng contacted Fire Dance and suddenly joined the team guild leader. Guild leader. You're finally here. A glimmer of hope immediately flared in Blackie's heart when he noticed Feng join the team. Blackie's opinion of Feng had reached blind worship long ago, and he believed that there was nothing that Feng could not accomplish. In fact, Blackie wasn't alone in having such an opinion. Everyone in the core team thought so as well. Meanwhile, the originally gloomy atmosphere instantly dispersed upon Feng's arrival. Guild leader, you're even more amazing than the Fountain of Life. By simply joining the team, you have caused everyone's spirits to recover instantly. Their fighting powers have doubled. Fire Dance joked, ha ha ha. I never knew I had such an effect. Feng laughed. They all could not help but laugh with him instantly. The atmosphere relaxed. How are things on your side? Feng asked. Dark Star has us forced into a corner, and it's practically impossible for barge through any of the exits. At most, I think we have another half an hour before we'll have to make a final stand against them. Fire Dance gave Feng a brief explanation of their current position. Meanwhile, as a veteran of the battlefield, Feng quickly grasped the general situation. If Fire Dance and her group faced Dark Star's 3,000 players in direct combat, the conclusion would be obvious. Even if they had Feng with them, the result would be the same. After a long moment of silence. I understand. Head to these coordinates. I'll meet you guys there, Feng said. Now that Fire Dance's group had been forced to such a corner, even Feng could not turn the tides. Dark Star had 3,000 players fighting for them, not just 100 or 200. At this stage of the game, most players should have already learned quite a few skills, and of them, there would definitely be a few life-saving skills. Furthermore, their fighting techniques would have improved greatly. It was no longer possible for Feng to slaughter them by the hundreds as he had with Martial Union. Fortunately, Feng was very familiar with the Silverleaf Forest. After giving it some thought, he concluded that there was only one location Fire Dance and the others could head to survive. The chances for survival was less than 30%. However, a 30% chance of survival was far better than none at all. After all, if they faced Dark Star's 3,000-strong army, they would die 10 out of 10 times. Hopefully, Aqua Rose can take action quickly. Otherwise, we really will suffer a total defeat. Following which, Feng disconnected his call with Fire Dance. He then activated the 7 Luminaries Ring space movement once more, teleporting to the meeting location that he gave Fire Dance's group. Although Guild War orders could seal off the usage of teleportation scrolls, they were completely useless against the power of the 7 Luminaries Ring. On the gravel road leading to the Silverleaf Forest, the players from World Dominators had already started battling the players from Ouroboros. Throughout their battle, both sides had constantly sent for more reinforcements, involving more and more players in the fray. Both sides were first-rate guilds with extraordinary backgrounds. To hinder Gentle Snow's advance, World Dominators had sent over 10,000 players to this fight. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow had even more players on her side. Currently, her army had increased to over 14,000 players. The intensity of the battle between these two guilds far outstripped the battle between Dark Star and Zero Wing. This massive encounter had shocked many players in White River City. Just what was happening in White River City? Why were 4 of the top 6 guilds in White River City battling it out against each other? Moreover, it wasn't just a minor skirmish between guilds. These 4 guilds had actually started a full-fledged war against each other, where only one side would rest when the other was obliterated. Such a situation was simply unimaginable in other cities. Players were still in the initial stages of God's Domain, and currently, every guild in God's Domain fully occupied themselves with raiding dungeons and development. Yet, these 4 guilds in White River City actually dared to start a full-fledged war. Regardless of which side won or lost, they would all be losers in God's Domain. Snow, this war is getting out of hand. Both sides have already incurred over 1,000 fatalities. If this situation continues, Emperor's Light and the Assassins' Alliance might be tempted to take advantage of the situation. I think we should retreat for now. After fighting for so long, we have fulfilled our duty to Zero Wing, Zhao Yueru urged as she looked at Gentle Snow, who currently issued commands. Chapter 304, ferocious beasts released. In reply to Zhao Yueru's suggestion, Gentle Snow merely shook her head and revealed a smile, not bothering to give any additional explanations. Are we just going to continue fighting like this? Although we have the advantage right now, if we wish to repel world dominators, our losses will be immense. We might very well ruin the great advantage we have in White River City. Snow, you should know that the people of Star Moon City have long since had an opinion of you. If we lose the advantage we have in White River City, they will take advantage of the situation and cause you trouble. Zhao Yueru could not make sense of Gentle Snow's thoughts. Although they were good friends with Black Flame, it wasn't enough of a reason to destroy the influence they had obtained through painstaking efforts. The fight between their two guilds was no longer a simple skirmish, but a war that involved over 10,000 people without sufficient benefits. One should never start a war. War was not a child's game. Not only were they required to give out rewards and compensation to the participants, but they also needed to pay for many other expenditures. To put it plainly, war was just a way for players to waste money. Though, it would not have mattered as much if they could pay these expenses using credits. After all, their families in the real world were both wealthy and influential. They could easily ignore such insignificant expenses. However, what they were not spending credits, but coins, a commodity that could not be easily obtained if they continued fighting this war. The advantage they previously held over the other guilds in White River City would fall behind significantly. Zhao Yueru knew that Gentle Snow was a person who spoke of righteousness and possessed high morals. If it were for a personal matter, she would never allow her companions to fight in such a desperate war. It was also the reason many experts willingly followed and respected her. Even if it were for personal reasons, Gentle Snow absolutely would not drag in the entirety of Ouroboros in White River City. Is Zero Wing truly worth the effort to attempt to win this battle and protect them? Zhao Yueru asked in confusion. Yes. I believe my own foresight. Gentle Snow's crystal-clear eyes glowed with firm confidence. In truth, Gentle Snow wanted to say that she believed in Black Flame and Yifeng's potential. In addition, there was also a great power hidden behind Black Flame. Even to this moment, Gentle Snow had yet to glean any important information about Black Flame. Not only could he form a connection with the Starstreak trading firm, but he was also allowed to sell his products there. This was definitely not a feat that any ordinary power could help achieve. At the very least, to this day, Gentle Snow had yet to find any other guild successfully forming a relationship with the NPCs of a trading firm. Moreover, the experts in Zero Wing had practically appeared from thin air. If one claimed that no power supported Zero Wing from behind, then how was it even possible for a recently established guild like Zero Wing to draw in so many experts? Hence, Gentle Snow felt confident that she had made the right decision. However, if Gentle Snow discovered that Feng had simply recruited people in Jianghu City who had been experts in the past, just what would her expression be? As the desperate battle between Ouroboros and World Dominators continued, the vice leader of World Dominators, Blood Halberd, experienced a slight headache. Has that Gentle Snow gone insane? Isn't she just helping out some foreign guild? Is there a need to try so desperately? Blood Halberd appeared disappointed and confused as he looked at the casualty report he had received. As of this moment, they had lost over 1,500 players. Just the compensation they had to pay out had already reached astronomical amounts. The more Blood Halberd read the death toll written in the report, the darker his expression became. No matter how he considered things, World Dominators would undertake a huge loss this time. Guild leader Tyrant, World Dominators has incurred an immense loss due to your great plan. If you don't compensate us appropriately, don't blame me if the relationship between our guilds turns sour. Blood Halberd was furious now. He felt that Lone Tyrant had used him as cannon fodder. Vice Leader Blood, please calm your anger. This entire incident was purely an accident. I did not expect Gentle Snow to be a madman. Rest assured, I will definitely compensate you for your losses. Lone Tyrant agreed to Blood Halberd's demands without hesitation. Or to put it in another way, he did not dare hesitate. Although Dark Star was powerful in White River City, it was still weaker than Ouroboros. If a misunderstanding occurred with World Dominators, it would be a disaster if they joined hands with Ouroboros to deal with Dark Star. Hence, Lone Tyrant had no choice but to compensate them. After all, he was the one who had requested World Dominators to hinder Ouroboros. However, Lone Tyrant's heart ached when he thought about how he needed to compensate for over 1,500 deaths fine. Since Guild Leader Tyrant has made such a promise, I won't say anything more. While Blood Halberd and Lone Tyrant conversed, Aqua Rose and the members of Zero Wing finally arrived at the battlefield between Ouroboros and World Dominator. It's up to all of you now, Feng spoke in the guild channel. Guild leader, leave it to us. At worst, we will just have to die once. No matter what, we are going to teach World Dominators that, if they wish to join hands with Dark Star to face us, they better not think of leaving unscathed. Right. Since they wish to start a war, we will show them that anybody who dares provoke Zero Wing will suffer the consequences. Energy filled the 3,000+ members of Zero Wing that had hurried to the battlefield. The moment Feng gave the order, they would instantly transform into ferocious beasts and tear apart their enemies. Good, listen to my command. Assassins, your job is to use stealth and sneak over to World Dominator's healers. Shield warriors, guardian knights, berserkers, and swordsmen, all of you are to charge into the heart of World Dominators and break their formation. Healers, follow the group closely and keep everyone in the unit alive. As for ranged attackers, block their path of retreat. We will not let a single one of them leave here alive. Aqua Rose will be in charge of commanding the ranged classes. Under Feng's commands, everyone from Zero Wing took organized action. Very quickly, more than 300 assassins snuck to World Dominator's rear lines. Meanwhile, as all of the players from World Dominators were occupied with their battle against Ouroboros, none of them managed to discover the forces of Zero Wing arriving behind them, let alone the assassins sneaking up on them. Assassins, confirm your targets. Have 2 people deal with each target and kill the healers with certainty. Do not give World Dominators a chance to react, Feng said in the guild channel. Guild leader, we're in position, the assassin party leader reported. Good. On the count of 5, take action together. After the assassins make their move, shield warriors and guardian knights, remember to activate your life-saving skills immediately as you start your charge. You all are to become a wall for everyone else and block of every bit of damage sent at you. As you move closer to World Dominators, everyone is to attack using the frost grenades that you receive to break their first line of defense. Afterward, shatter their formation. Does everyone understand? Feng said, following which, as Feng started his countdown, everyone began to grow nervous. It was especially true for the assassins tasked with launching the first attacks. Meanwhile, the healers of World Dominators stood comfortably in their positions as they carried out their duties. None of them had any sense of danger instilled in them at all. However, they could not be blamed for this. After all, they had an army of over 10,000 strong between the perceived enemy and themselves. No enemy should be able to touch them unless they broke through the defensive lines. Also, even if 1 or 2 players managed to sneak past the front lines, what could they possibly do to several hundred healers? The moment they revealed themselves, they would die instantly. Good. On my command. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 kill. Let not a single one of them go. After Feng's shout, all 300+ assassins took action simultaneously, with every 2 assassins launching attacks on a single healer. When ambushed by an assassin, any ordinary healer would lose more than half of their HP, let alone an ambush by 2 elite assassins. Momentarily, many of World Dominator's healers felt a sting at the back of their heads. After they were forced into a fainted state, 2 piercing cold daggers slashed across their necks, followed by 2 frightening damages appearing above their heads. In the next moment, their bodies were no longer under their control. In the blink of an eye, World Dominators lost close to 200 healers. Immediately, Zero Wing's melee players began their charge. A moment later, Aqua Rose used a guild war order to lock down the entire region, preventing any from using a return scroll to leave the battlefield. Chapter 305, Zero Wing's Might. The sudden loss of almost 200 healers stunned everyone from World Dominators. It's an ambush. Run. Faced with several hundred assassins so close without any protectors by their side, the only way the healers of World Dominators could escape death was to run towards the main army of World Dominators. However, healers were inherently slow. The assassins from Zero Wing quickly caught up to them. Originally, if these healers had worked together to retaliate against the assassins from Zero Wing, they could have at least offered some semblance of resistance. It would not have been so easy to kill them. However, their decision to run immediately created chaos, and those who could have originally survived died as well without any healing or resistance, these healers were lambs to the slaughter. Zero Wing's assassins killed them arbitrarily. By the time the rear guards of world dominators came to the rescue, a majority of their healers were already dead. Just as the surviving healers thought they were safe, they quickly discovered several thousand players charging in their direction. Every one of these players was like a ferocious tiger as they crashed into their enemies' ranks, and the several hundred players who served as world dominators' rear guards were instantly dispersed. This situation allowed the assassins to continue their slaughter of the healers' guild leader. Not good. Our rear line has been ambushed, and we've lost over half of our healers already. These newcomers are fierce, and the rear line needs help to hold them off. One of the team leaders defending against Zero Wing's ambush hurriedly reported. What? Who are these people? Blood Halberd had been busy issuing commands from the front lines all this time. The moment he received the report, he immediately turned to look. He discovered that there were actually several thousand players charging and killing into their ranks, and anyone from world dominators who tried to block their charge instantly died. These newcomers were like a sharp blade, instantly splitting world dominators' forces in half with their precision charge. World dominators currently fought a desperate battle against Ouroboros, and the damage they received from such an ambush was self-evident. Without the healer support, the shield warriors and guardian knights who stood on the front lines rapidly fell, one after another. The front line was also continuously forced into a retreat, and within moments, over 100 players from world dominators had died. Damn. Just who are they? To actually dare start a war against world dominators, do they not want to live anymore? Blood Halberd's eyes had already become blood red from anger. He wished he could immediately chop their ambushers into a million pieces. Guild leader, they're wearing a six-winged emblem on their chests. They should be players from Zero Wing, a ranger reported. Zero Wing? Weren't they fighting Dark Star? Why have they suddenly appeared here? Questions filled Blood Halberd's mind. However, he halted his thoughts as he spoke through the guild's war channel. These losers have actually dared ambush us. They're simply overestimating themselves. Everyone, turn around and focus all your attacks on Zero Wing. Wipe these fools from Zero Wing out first. Blood Halberd was one of the upper echelons of world dominators, and he had experienced many battles that involved tens of thousands of players in the past. Thus, he was very clear on what actions he needed to take right now. World dominators was no longer a match for Ouroboros in this battle. Now that Zero Wing had ambushed them from behind, launching a pincer attack with Ouroboros, world dominators was in a fatal situation. If they continued this battle, they would suffer total annihilation. The only options they had was to either break through from one side, or defend their positions and wait for help. Since the second option was clearly not viable, the only option they had left was to break through and escape this battlefield. However, it was clearly impossible for them to break through from Ouroboros' side. That left them with annihilating Zero Wing. Regarding numbers and total combat power, World Dominators was above Zero Wing by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, on Ouroboros' side, General Snow very quickly noticed that someone had ambushed World Dominators. Moreover, the ambush came from directly behind World Dominators. Although Gentle Snow did not know who launched the attack, this was a great chance that she could not miss. They might even be able to give World Dominators a huge blow in this situation. Everyone, charge forward. Don't let World Dominators reorganize their formation. Gentle Snow commanded her forces, wearing a faint smile on her face to readjust their formation. World Dominators turned around to attack Zero Wing. Unfortunately, that decision came at a high price. Unwittingly, World Dominators lost thousands of their members. Blood Halberd's heart bled at this sight. Although they had fought Ouroboros for a long time, they had only lost around 1,000 or so players. Now, in just a few short minutes, they lost several times that amount. Kill. Annihilate Zero Wing. Blood Halberd bellowed through the guild channel as he pointed his sword at Zero Wing's 3,000 members. Currently, World Dominators still had close to 10,000 players alive. It would be an easy task for them to deal with just 3,000 players. Both sides immediately entered a desperate struggle, flames and arrows filling the skies. A few independent players that stood a distance away were thoroughly shocked when they witnessed this scene. This battle was far more realistic and shocking than any movie they had watched before. Sounds of smashing and swords clashing filled the surroundings. There was also the constant stream of spells bombarding the land, sending debris and dust flying into the air. This was truly a bloody battlefield. In this battlefield, personal strength was insignificant. When struck by hundreds of fireballs and frost arrows, even the most powerful MTs would die instantly. Very good. It should be about time to use them now. Feng closely observed the battle through the live stream from Aqua Rose. After watching both sides clash for some time and seeing how closely packed the players on the enemy's side were, Feng commanded in the guild channel, "Use all your frost grenades and magic scrolls now. Hold nothing back and use all of them at once." The members of Zero Wing who had long since hungered for this moment immediately tossed the frost grenades in their hands. This time around, the members of Zero Wing only used basic frost grenades. Moreover, frost grenades were only half as effective when used against players, so each basic frost grenade only dealt 100 damage to players. However, with several thousand players using them simultaneously, the accumulated damage could easily exceed 10,000 points. Currently, a majority of the players in God's domain were around level 15, and even top-tier experts would be level 20 at best. Meanwhile, a level 20 shield warrior or guardian knight would only have around 3,000 HP. In the face of so many basic frost grenades, these players were cannon fodder. They could die at any given moment. Shortly after the basic frost grenades were thrown, a large swath of players from World Dominators died. As for those lucky enough to survive, they transformed into pure white ice sculptures immediately. The reinforcements from World Dominators who were just about to charge over were stunned stiff on the spot, intense fear permeating their hearts. As for Gentle Snow, who stood at a far distance, she had only noticed the center of the battlefield suddenly transforming into a snowy field in this lush green land surrounded by blistering hot temperatures. This white contrast made for relatively beautiful scenery. However, Blood Halberd was not in the mood to appreciate this pleasing sight. Zero Wing's combined frost grenade attack had instantly killed over 1,000 players. Adding in the follow-up control effect of the frost grenades and Ouroboros' continuous assault from behind, the death toll in this brief moment was at least 3,000. Moreover, even without this wave of frost grenades, Blood Halberd had discovered something very important. Although Zero Wing only had around 3,000 members, a large majority of them were elite players. Not only did they possess high levels, but their equipment was also of good quality. With these two advantages, these players could easily take on 2 to 3 average players. If the 10,000 or so players of World Dominators faced off against 3,000 average players, it would not take them very long to annihilate the latter and break out of this pincer attack. However, it was a completely different story if they faced 3,000 elite players. There was absolutely no way to break through this hurdle in a short time. Not to mention, they also had to pay a huge price to do so. It was the same situation when World Dominators had initially hindered Ouroboros' advance towards the Silverleaf Forest. At that time, they had only used several hundred elite players to block Ouroboros' army of 2,000 players. Now that World Dominators faced 3,000 elite players, in addition to the previous frost grenade attack, Blood Halberd began to consider suicide. If he had known about this earlier, he would have chosen to break through the pincer attack through Ouroboros' side. It would have been much easier that way. How did Zero Wing come into possession so many elite players? Blood Halberd could neither understand why nor did he try to understand it, as there was only one thing he could do right now. Everyone, listen to my command. All of you use return scrolls and leave this place immediately. Blood Halberd shouted reluctantly in the guild channel. This could not be helped. If they received several more waves of frost grenade attacks from Zero Wing, in addition to Ouroboros' assault, World Dominators would be annihilated. There was only one thing they could do now: escape. Although it would be both costly and time-consuming to use return scrolls, and even more people would die, it was a much better alternative than suffering total annihilation. Guild leader, this is not good. This area has been sealed. We can't use return scrolls. Chapter 306, The Price of Being a Passerby. His subordinates' report stunned Blood Halberd. Do they really intend to fight to the bitter end? Blood Halberd's eyes turned crimson, his current mood similar to an imminent volcanic eruption. With the entire area sealed off, preventing the use of return scrolls, World Dominators had no way to escape the steep slopes on both sides of this area. Left only one line of movement available. One could only advance forward or retreat backward. There was no third option available. Right now, however, Ouroboros blocked the road back to the city, while Zero Wing blocked the road to the Silverleaf Forest. Originally, Blood Halberd felt only contempt for Zero Wing's attempt to launch a pincer attack on World Dominators. Now that he had personally witnessed Zero Wing's strength, however, Blood Halberd no longer dared underestimate Zero Wing. Whether it was Ouroboros or Zero Wing, neither of them was easy to deal with. Blood Halberd's current situation could be perfectly described as being stuck between a rock and a hard place. However, inaction would similarly result in World Dominator's complete annihilation. Originally, World Dominators had come to this place simply to aid Dark Star in delaying Ouroboros' advance. Now, however, they had become the center of the war. Everyone, defensive formation. Blood Halberd commanded after a bit of thought. Not daring to delay any longer, the members of World Dominators immediately formed a circle to repel attacks from both sides and reduce their losses. Meanwhile, Blood Halberd sent out a communication request to Lone Tyrant. Originally, Lone Tyrant was still joyous over locating Fire Dance's group. However, he suddenly received an urgent call from Blood Halberd Vice Leader Blood. I will definitely send over the compensation after this entire matter is dealt with. Please stop rushing me, Lone Tyrant said, slightly annoyed. Compensation? Blood Halberd's anger boiled over when he heard this word. Originally, Dark Star was the one responsible for dealing with Zero Wing. However, World Dominators now had to handle both Zero Wing and Ouroboros, placing Blood Halberd's guild in such a dangerous situation. Was this something mere compensation could make up for? Guild Leader Tyrant, I promise to help you delay Ouroboros, not to start an all-out war with them. Now, not only have you let Zero Wing's forces run away, you're even making World Dominators face two guilds at once. Meanwhile, you, Guild Leader Tyrant, only know how to utter the word compensation? Guild Leader Tyrant, you're good. You're very good. The more Blood Halberd spoke, the angrier he got. He felt that Lone Tyrant had plotted against World Dominators all this time. First, Lone Tyrant had let them fight it out with Ouroboros. Then, he had allowed Zero Wing's forces to escape. In order to escape, Zero Wing could only pass through the area where World Dominators and Ouroboros were fighting. In the end, Zero Wing had no choice but to start a fight with World Dominators. With this plan, Lone Tyrant could kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Success meant that 3 of the top 6 guilds in White River City would receive a huge blow. With Dark Star the only beneficiary of this chaos, Lone Tyrant was certain that there was a misunderstanding the moment he heard Blood Halberd's words. After all, he had not intentionally allowed Zero Wing to escape. Instead, the players from Zero Wing had left on their own, and they just happened to encounter World Dominators on their way back, which resulted in World Dominators suffering a pincer attack. Everything was simply a coincidence. As for Zero Wing's decision to directly oppose World Dominators, any normal person would not do that. Currently, Dark Star was in an all-out war with Zero Wing, a war that would end only when one side was completely annihilated. Just before, Black Flame had even publicly declared that he would make Dark Star pay the price of 30,000 people. So, why would they suddenly go and provoke a first-rate guild like World Dominators? Only a person who wished to die a quicker death or a person with brain damage would declare war simultaneously on 2 of the top 6 guilds in White River City. However, no matter what Lone Tyrant said now, Blood Halberd definitely would not believe him. Hence, Lone Tyrant hurriedly said, Vice Leader Blood, I truly know nothing about this matter. I'll send my army over there right away. If we execute a pincer attack, I'm sure we can wipe out Zero Wing. Well, come quickly, then. Blood Halberd shouted in rage. The more he listened to Lone Tyrant speak, the more disgusted he was with this person. Lone Tyrant had actually used World Dominators as bait. However, the priority right now was for the guild to escape this predicament. Everything else was secondary. Okay, I'll have them head over immediately. Lone Tyrant ended the call and promptly contacted his troops stationed outside the Silverleaf Forest. Of the 6,000 players there, Lone Tyrant sent 5,000 over to deal with Zero Wing, while the remaining 1,000 stayed behind to continue blocking the exits of the Silverleaf Forest. However, as time slowly passed, World Dominator's situation turned grimmer and grimmer. Zero Wing's 3,000 elites were incredibly zealous. After several consecutive charges, although Zero Wing lost several hundred of their members, World Dominators lost at least 3 to 4 times that number. Not to mention, Ouroboros was also madly assaulting them on the other side. After gathering up his courage, one of the team leaders of the elite teams, Lonely, walked up to Blood Halberd and asked in a soft tone, Guild Leader. If this situation continues, we'll definitely be finished. Are the reinforcements from Dark Star not here yet? If the elite members of World Dominators were to lose 2 or 3 levels, in addition to most of the weapons and equipment on their bodies, World Dominators would definitely not be able to compete for White River City any longer, I know that. But they still need around 10 minutes before they can arrive. At this moment, Blood Halberd's heart was bleeding in pain. However, he was helpless in this situation, unless of course Zero Wing or Ouroboros showed mercy and let them go. Blood Halberd's eyes shone when this thought occurred to him. He was not out of options yet. World Dominators and Ouroboros were bitter enemies, so it was obviously impossible to ask Ouroboros to show mercy. However, there was a slight possibility of success with Zero Wing. After all, World Dominators had never come into direct conflict with Zero Wing before. Also, Zero Wing's main enemy was Dark Star, while World Dominators was simply a passerby in this matter. Hence, Blood Halberd immediately tried to contact Feng Vice Leader Halberd. To what do I owe this pleasure? Feng asked, a smile on his face. When he received Blood Halberd's call, he had chosen to accept it right away. Guild Leader Black Flame, the war between our guilds is just a misunderstanding. World Dominators has a feud only with Ouroboros. We came here simply to fight Ouroboros, and we truly never intended to fight your guild. In regard to the losses and inconvenience caused to your guild, I can compensate you on behalf of World Dominators. As long as Zero Wing stops attacking us right now, I will immediately have our guild's finance department send over 1 million credits to serve as compensation. What do you think, Guild Leader Black Flame? Although Blood Halberd had tried to speak casually, he could not completely hide the panic in his tone. After all, at least one elite member of World Dominators was dying with each passing second. 1 million credits in past virtual reality games. Even well-known gaming workshops needed a month's time to earn such a sum. Hence, Blood Halberd's offer of 1 million clearly showed his sincerity, so it was all a misunderstanding. Feng acted as if he had come to a sudden realization, letting Blood Halberd feel a hint of hope. However, before Blood Halberd could even feel joy, Feng's tone changed abruptly as he said, I am moved by Vice Leader Halberd's generosity. Sadly, one of my shortcomings as a person is that I am extremely headstrong. Since it is a misunderstanding, let us just continue this misunderstanding, then. You're making an enemy out of World Dominators. Aren't you afraid of our retaliation? Blood Halberd screamed in anger. Vice Leader Halberd, what's there to get angry about? The moment we started playing this game, we were bound to meet with some trouble. If you aren't even prepared to suffer such a small setback, I think it is better for you to retire sooner rather than later. Although World Dominators is only playing the role of a passerby in Dark Star's plan this time, by provoking Zero Wing, you also have to pay a terrible price. Feng chuckled. However, don't you worry. Dark Star will soon be joining you all. After Feng disconnected the call, he then contacted Aqua Rose, saying, no need to be polite. Leave none of them alive. Show everyone the consequences for those who dare to be a passerby and have thoughts about Zero Wing. Chapter 307, Famous in a Single War. Damn! This Black Flame is practically a mad dog that bites anyone it sees. Blood Halberd cursed. I'll definitely remember this matter. If there is a chance in the future, I'll definitely not let him off. Vice Leader, we've lost too many healers. This long battle is also taking a heavy toll on the remaining healers' mana. They can't leave their combat status to use the magic spring, so they can only rely on mana recovery potions to replenish their mana. However, most of them have already consumed all the potions they have. If the reinforcements from Dark Star still don't arrive, we will definitely be finished, Lonely reported hurriedly. Naturally, Blood Halberd was aware of this matter. Before Zero Wing's intervention, World Dominators had been able to split its healers into 2 teams, with one team healing the players at the front and the other falling back to replenish their mana, and rotate them accordingly. However, Zero Wing's ambush had taken out over half of World Dominators' healers. If World Dominators were to insist on maintaining the rotation system, its death toll would at least double. Damn that lone tyrant. If he had not goaded me into hindering Ouroboros, we would not have fallen into this situation. Blood Halberd also hated Lone Tyrant greatly at this moment, regretting his decision to listen to him. If he had known that Zero Wing was so powerful, and also how insane Black Flame was, he definitely would have chosen to watch this entire affair play out from a safe distance. In the end, he now suffered from his own decision originally. There had already been a gap between World Dominators and Zero Wing in overall combat power. Now that World Dominators had lost the support of its healers, that gap had widened further following the crippling of World Dominators' healers. Its players were like wheat being reaped, their lives effortlessly harvested by the members of Zero Wing. In contrast, Zero Wing's healers carried out their task with great zeal. The frontline players of Zero Wing found it hard to die even if they wanted to within moments. The mortality ratio of the two guilds soared to frightening heights when Zero Wing initiated their ambush. The mortality ratio had only been 1 to 3, with World Dominators having the higher number of deaths. Now, however, that ratio had risen to 1 to 8 and would soon approach 1 to 9. In other words, for every player Zero Wing lost, World Dominators would lose 8 or 9 players on the other front. The players from Ouroboros were fighting valiantly as well, and they had succeeded in pushing the original mortality ratio of 1 to 1. 2 up to the current ratio of 1 to 3. No, we can't wait any longer. At this rate, we'll be completely annihilated by the time the reinforcements from Dark Star arrive. Both anger and grief filled Blood Halberd at this moment. World Dominators had started this war with over 10,000 members. Yet, now, only 5,000 or so members remained alive. Immediately, Blood Halberd shouted in the guild channel, "All of you, charge together with me. We're leaving with as many lives as we can." At Blood Halberd's command, everyone from World Dominators commenced a desperate charge while ignoring even the magical bombardments from enemy mages naturally. Such an exodus only made it much easier for Zero Wing and Ouroboros to kill them. The price these two guilds had to pay also lessened greatly. However, with 5,000 plus players desperately trying to escape en masse, it was also impossible for the two guilds to kill every single one of them in the end. Less than 500 of the 10,000 plus members World Dominators had started this war with made it out alive. Everyone else died after suffering such a massive loss. World Dominators no longer had any chance of competing for dominance in White River City. Zero Wing really is amazing. Although they only number around 3,000 or so, a large majority of them are actually elite players. After obtaining victory in this battle, Zhao Yueru had a renewed opinion of the guild called Zero Wing. With only around 5,000 members in Zero Wing, its total member count was not even comparable to a third-rate guild's. However, after Zhao Yueru witnessed the combat power its 3,000 plus members displayed in this battle, she no longer found it strange for Zero Wing to be considered one of the top 6 guilds in White River City. Zero Wing was indeed worthy of its fame. Second-rate and third-rate guilds would be no match for Zero Wing at all. Moreover, the destructive force displayed by the frost grenades that Zero Wing had used was simply too shocking. If not for those tools of mass destruction, this war might still be ongoing right now, while the price Ouroboros had to pay would also be greater. Snow, your foresight is as diabolical as always. Zero Wing is indeed not a simple existence, Zhao Yueru giggled. Although World Dominators managed to escape with a few hundred of its members, its heavy losses this time means it no longer has any chance of fighting over White River City. Without this old nemesis of ours, Ouroboros has a greater chance of becoming the overlord of White River City. Gentle Snow rolled her eyes at the giggling Zhao Yueru. The girl actually dared describe her in such a way. However, Zero Wing's performance had truly surpassed her expectations. Although Zero Wing had a mere 3,000 or so members on their side, in the face of World Dominators' overwhelming numbers, Zero Wing had lost only a paltry 1,000 or so members. This was definitely a brilliant battle record. If the beginning of this battle had not been so intense, the peak of mortality occurring during this period of time, Zero Wing would have lost at most 500 or 600 members in this entire battle. Meanwhile, World Dominators had lost over 10,000 players. One could just see how powerful Zero Wing was after the end of the battle. Both sides started distributing the spoils of war, even leaving aside the equipment that was originally dropped by both sides. The number of weapons and equipment dropped by the 10,000 plus players from World Dominators remained quite considerable very quickly. Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow agreed to split the loot in a 2-to-8 ratio based on the total value of all the equipment dropped. Zero Wing would receive 20% of the total loot, while Ouroboros would receive 80%. However, Zero Wing would mainly receive equipment of bronze rank or higher. Aqua Rose settled for such an unbalanced ratio due to Feng's arrangements. As to why Feng would propose such a division, firstly, it was his form of gratitude for Ouroboros' aid. Secondly, they had no use for that many pieces of equipment, the reason being, most of the equipment left behind by world dominators were not even bronze rank. As for mysterious iron equipment, there were only a pitiful amount of them dropped in this battle. Arming the guild's normal members with such poor quality equipment might be fine, but for the elite members, Feng had yet to fall to such a low standard. Hence, he was satisfied as long as he could obtain some bronze-ranked weapons and equipment to arm the newcomers of the guild. Meanwhile, after the battle involving tens of thousands of players ended, the independent players who had been observing it uploaded recordings of the entire battle to the forums. The battle instantly became a sensation in White River City. Nobody could have ever imagined that Zero Wing was actually so fierce. Its battle record was also brilliantly amazing. However, Zero Wing's decision to fight world dominators confused many. Instead of killing the members of Dark Star, they had chosen to annihilate world dominators, which had played the role of a passerby. Many people posted about Zero Wing's ruthlessness for such a decision. In regard to this, Feng did not offer any explanation. Even when Aqua Rose raised this matter to Feng, he only laughed it off without saying anything. In truth, Feng really did have his own motives for making such a decision. On one side, there was Dark Star, a guild supported by a gigantic existence like Underworld. On the other, there was World Dominators, a first-rate guild with an extraordinary background. If these two guilds cooperated to suppress Zero Wing, such an alliance would be detrimental to Zero Wing's development in White River City. Even with the help of Ouroboros, after Feng found out that these two guilds had joined hands, the first thing he thought to do was to annihilate world dominators in White River City. Although World Dominators was a first-rate guild, their main force was not based in Star Moon Kingdom. There were countless cities in God's domain. After World Dominators spread its forces widely, it had only a few experts in each city. The guild would only make a small investment in a small city like White River City. However, everything would change if World Dominators truly had a good chance of becoming the overlord of White River City. At such a time, the guild would definitely increase its investments greatly, and then, World Dominators' power in White River City would grow several-fold, making it even harder to deal with. In the past, Blood Halberd had achieved amazing feats in White River City. He also had the help of a first-rate expert like Lonely, so he had managed to develop the guild to the point where it had the possibility of becoming the overlord of White River City. As a result, World Dominators had boosted the number of experts and funding it sent over, in order to solidify its influence over White River City. Thus, the guild's power in White River City greatly increased, and it became even more powerful than the current Ouroboros. Now that World Dominators had decided to oppose Zero Wing, Feng definitely could not allow it to develop in White River City. Otherwise, they would have to face a powerful foe in the future. This was also the reason why Feng Xianyang decided to annihilate Zero Wing without hesitation, after Feng rejected Feng Xuanyang's proposal. Although Feng Xuanyang's decision was due in part to his vicious personality, the more important reason was how very great a potential a guild that possessed a guild residence had. If he did not destroy Zero Wing while the guild was still in its infancy, he would be raising a tiger to serve as his future enemy. Feng's actions were exactly the same as Feng Xuanyang's. He was killing a powerful opponent that was still in its cradle. Meanwhile, World Dominators starting a fight with Ouroboros at a place with only one escape route was the perfect chance for Feng to do so. Naturally, Feng would not let such a rare chance get away. Shortly after the battle with World Dominators ended, Fire Dance and the others also arrived at the location Feng had appointed guild leader. We've already arrived at the location you specified. What are we supposed to do next? Fire Dance said in the team chat after confirming her group's location. Chapter 308, Black Flame and Yifeng. Good, I'll head over there now, Feng said. Standing atop a tree, he inspected his surroundings before jumping off the tree and proceeding towards the meeting point. Now that Fire Dance and the others had accomplished the difficult first step, what remained depended solely on luck. If his plan worked, then Fire Dance's group would succeed in escaping. As for directly confronting Dark Star, choosing to face over 3,000 elites from Dark Star was simply suicidal. Someone's coming over. While Feng was traversing the forest, his keen five senses suddenly picked up on movement a short distance away. He promptly jumped up onto a tree towards the west side of the forest. A team of over 100 elite players was currently searching the vicinity as they moved. The majority of these players were red names, creating a very eye-catching sight. Moreover, none of them tried to hide their presence, which made it very easy for Feng to discover them. Uncle South Wolf, Zero Wing has played a significant role in the war between Ouroboros and world dominators this time. We also can't overlook the combat power Zero Wing displayed. It is definitely not as simple as it appears in the video recordings of their battle. If Zero Wing had not suddenly ambushed world dominators from behind, world dominators would not have lost so overwhelmingly now. World dominators in White River City is only an empty shell of its past self. Blood Halberd is also continuously lambasting Lone Tyrant with a barrage of curses. However, since Lone Tyrant does not dare to become hostile with Blood Halberd, he has no choice but to suffer in silence. Black Flame is truly decisive with his actions. Not only did he eliminate world dominators from White River City, he has also severed a large portion of Darkstar's support. In addition, the post he made before declaring war on Darkstar has led to the war between Zero Wing and world dominators receiving widespread attention. Using only 3,000 players to defeat a first-rate guild like world dominators, with such a brilliant battle record, Zero Wing has instantly risen to fame from this single battle, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Even I am starting to admire this person named Black Flame. The commentary of the female summoner walking beside South Wolf on Zero Wing's battle was eloquent. She spoke as if she knew every little detail of Feng's plan. This girl was around 20 years old. She had a pair of beautiful eyes that was both bright and dazzling, making it difficult to discern the girl's thoughts. Her cherry lips were currently tilted up slightly, while her eyelids were curved into small crescents. The girl exuded a calm and mysterious aura. During the few occasions when she giggled, she would also reveal a noble and elegant temperament that drew the attention of others despite themselves. Yulan, you are Underworld's female Zhuge. How can you uplift others' prestige while downplaying your own worth? That Black Flame simply got lucky. He definitely isn't as smart as you make him out to be. South Wolf felt that Yulan overestimated Black Flame, who South Wolf believed was simply an arrogant and despotic person. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's victory in the war this time and the subsequent trouble that visited Darkstar were simply coincidences. There was nothing worthy of their concern. Maybe I am overthinking things, Yulan laughed, having no intention of refuting South Wolf's words. Although Zero Wing has risen to fame with this single battle and they have also managed to cause us some trouble, their core team is still trapped in this Silverleaf forest. We have them completely surrounded now. Even if Ouroboros and the rest of Zero Wing rush over here right away, they will still be too late to change anything. As long as Zero Wing's core team is annihilated, the guild itself will receive a fatal blow. At that time, we'll see how Black Flame can continue acting rampantly. South Wolf scoffed proudly. Zero Wing had only managed to garner the reputation it had today due to their continuous monopoly of the top 10 positions on the ranking list of White River City. The 8 experts of Zero Wing were known by all, and they still occupied the top 8 positions on the ranking list until this day. Nobody had managed to threaten their positions all this time. If these 8 players died today, they would definitely fall out of the top 10. Subsequently, Zero Wing would also lose the fame and prestige it possessed. I guess this could be considered a flaw of guild leader Black Flame. Players have always worshipped the strong. Although occupying the top position on the ranking list would bring him great benefits, if he fails to maintain this position, it would instead become a sword that will stab him in the heart. Yulan nodded. In the middle of South Wolf and Yulan's conversation, an assassin suddenly spoke in the team chat. Brother South Wolf, I found them. Assassins were not only proficient in the art of assassination, they were also proficient in the art of tracking. Hence, assassins were definitely the best choice when hunting for players good. Even the heavens are aiding me. I will bring an end to Zero Wing. Blade, immediately inform guild leader Tyrant of this and have them come quickly. We'll go ahead and delay Fire Dance's group. The moment everyone arrives will be their time of death. South Wolf laughed. It is a pity Feng isn't with them. Otherwise, I will definitely make him regret making a mockery out of Underworld. Regardless, I will use the deaths of Zero Wing's core team members as a greeting gift to him. Feng? Uncle South Wolf, are you referring to the god-ranked expert of White River City, that Feng? Yulan suddenly grew interested. What dog's fart expert? If he had not hidden himself, I would have already made him kneel and beg for forgiveness by now, South Wolf said in disdain. Yulan entered a deep contemplation after hearing South Wolf's words. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face and a hint of joy glimmered in her eyes. It was as if she had found a new toy to play with. Laughing lightly, she said, "First, there is Black Flame, and now, there is Yi Feng, a god-ranked expert. Zero Wing is truly an interesting existence." Just as South Wolf's group was closing in on Fire Dance and the others, Feng hid himself within the dense treetops, waiting for South Wolf's group to approach him. "Guild leader, we're ready," Fire Dance said through the team chat. "Good. Fire Dance, you and the other assassins sneak over to their healers and prepare an ambush. Make sure to maintain a certain distance from their group and be careful of detection. Although it is unlikely that any of them have learned a stealth erasing skill, we cannot rule out even the slightest possibility. Wait until they have entered Blackie's attack range, then make your move. No matter what, do not let them discover our tracks," Feng said quietly. After Feng had discovered South Wolf's group, he had immediately contacted Fire Dance and ordered them to ready themselves to get rid of these players. Feng had chosen to do so mainly because it was of utmost importance that Dark Star not find out where they were going. South Wolf's elite team consisted of over 100 players. All of them possessed relatively good quality equipment. Although there were a few bronze equipment mixed in, most of them were using mysterious iron equipment. This team was definitely one of Dark Star's core teams. Conversely, although Feng had only around 30 players on his side, every one of them was an expert. It was not exactly impossible for them to eliminate these 100-plus elite players in a short amount of time. Not to mention, Feng still had plenty of basic frost grenades and Tier 1 magic scrolls on him. Naturally, he had distributed quite a lot of them to Fire Dance and the others. In addition, if they could kill all these elite players, the deaths would cause significant damage to Dark Star, so why not? Leave it to me. Saying so, Fire Dance immediately led 5 assassins and snuck over. Although South Wolf's group consisted of 100-plus elite players, their levels were only around level 17, with level 19 being the highest. Meanwhile, Fire Dance was currently level 21. Fire Dance's techniques and equipment also surpassed these elite players by leaps and bounds. All these factors combined allowed Fire Dance to effortlessly sneak up on the enemy's healers. The 5 other assassins accompanying Fire Dance were not weaklings either. They were all core members of Zero Wing, sporting equipment of mysterious iron rank or above, and were also at level 20 right now. When they snuck up on the healers of Dark Star, none of them were detected, so when South Wolf and his group walked into Blackie's attack range, they all remained unaware of the looming danger. "Kill!" Feng commanded through the team chat, and immediately, everyone sprang into action. Chapter 309, Boss Ranked MT. The 10 healers from Dark Star did not detect the presence of the 6 figures swiftly closing in on them at all. Fire Dance was extremely quick. She crossed the distance of 8 yards within an instant. The level 19 cleric that Fire Dance approached had no clue whatsoever. The cleric did not sense even a threat of danger as a snowy cold dagger stabbed into the back of his head. Before the cleric could even feel pain, another dagger, this one scorching hot, slashed his neck. After placing the level 19 cleric in a fainted state, Fire Dance immediately followed up with a flurry of attacks. Backstab. Shadow Strike. Quadruple Assassinate. A series of frightening damages appeared above the cleric's head. Fire Dance was currently using the pair of fine gold-ranked daggers she had received from Feng. In addition, the equipment she wore consisted of fine gold and even dark gold items. For her, dealing with a cloth armor class like a cleric was a piece of cake. She instantly killed the level 19 cleric, who did not possess even 1,800 HP. The other 5 assassins that moved with Fire Dance performed similarly well, killing their targets almost as quickly as Fire Dance had hers. They actually dared to lay an ambush on us. What a bunch of suicidal fools. Everyone, do not panic. Guardian Knights, cast Protection Blessing on the healers. Rangers, mark those fools immediately, absolutely do not let them disappear again. Elementalists, use Ice-type magic to restrict their movements. Everyone else, charge at them. South Wolf quickly issued commands after discovering the deaths of 6 of their healers, a cold sneer on his face. The shield warriors and berserkers closest to the healers reacted quickly. They used charge on the 6 enemy assassins in an attempt to save the remaining healers in their team simultaneously. The Guardian Knights of Dark Star cast Protection Blessing on the 4 remaining healers, reducing the physical damage they received by 50%. One could not help but admit that the Dark Star elites were truly skilled players. Their response made it practically impossible for Fire Dance's group to kill the remaining 4 healers now in the face of the Shield Warriors and Berserkers' charge and also the barrage of frost arrows sent by the Elementalists. Fire Dance and her fellow assassins promptly used Wind Steps, gaining more than a second's worth of invincibility, thanks to the skill's effect. All 6 of them then turned around and ran, leaving behind only the corpses of the 6 healers they killed as they plunged into the forest. Despicable assassins, chase after them. Make sure you don't lose track of them. South Wolf bellowed, anger filling his heart. Their team consisted of 100+ elite players. Yet, not only had they lost 6 of their healers in an ambush by 6 assassins, they had even allowed these ambushers to escape. Wouldn't they become laughingstocks if others were to find out about this matter? Before the elites of Dark Star could set off in pursuit of Fire Dance's group, the female summoner, Yulan, suddenly shouted loudly, "Do not chase after them. Everyone, scatter immediately." The moment Yulan finished speaking, she promptly sprinted away from this part of the forest. South Wolf was confused by Yulan's actions, failing to understand why she would do such a thing. However, he still chose to listen to her advice and started running at the same time. In the distance, Blackie finished chanting the final verse of his spell's incantation. In the next moment, an enormous, golden magic array appeared in the sky, covering a large part of the forest. Shortly after, a dazzlingly brilliant star appeared from the magic array and plummeted towards the forest. One after another, the Dark Star Elementalists with quick reactions responded by immediately activating instantaneous movement. Meanwhile, the other classes also activated their own life-saving skills while doing their best to escape the effective range of the attack. However, there were a few players from Dark Star that failed to respond appropriately. Moreover, Blackie's stars of light possessed a very large effective range. Hence, when the first star impacted the ground, the blast caught over a dozen Dark Star players. The continuous bombardment of the stars of light easily wiped out even shield warriors that possessed more than 3,000 HP. To put it simply, all those within the stars of light's effective range died. What an amazing skill. Now that I'm seeing it in person, this skill is extraordinary as expected. Aside from Black Flame and Yi Feng, the top ranker of White River City cannot be taken lightly either. Although Yulan had managed to avoid the bombardment of the stars of light, she still could not help but marvel at the terrifying destructive power of the skill. Yulan, if not for your reminder, we would have lost more than just a dozen or so members. At this moment, South Wolf had yet to recover from his shock. After all, he had originally been standing at ground zero of the attack. If he had not escaped as quickly as he had, he might have been among the dozen or so players who had died. Uncle South Wolf, please contact Guild Leader Tyrant immediately and have them on the lookout in their vicinity. Make sure they don't split up, as the ambushers from Zero Wing are definitely not limited to just those 6, Yulan said in the team chat after surveying her surroundings. Yulan, you worry too much. Although we have lost some of our people, this team of ours consists entirely of Dark Star's elite. Fire Dance's group has only around 30 or so members remaining. In a direct confrontation, they stand no chance against us at all. The most they can achieve right now is an ambush on us. Now that they have revealed themselves, it is the perfect chance for us to pursue them. So, how can we choose to wait for our deaths in this place? South Wolf felt that Yulan was panicking slightly after seeing the stars of light. Originally, Yulan had wanted to dissuade South Wolf. However, the latter was simply too impatient. He also did not wish to miss this great chance to get rid of Fire Dance and her group. Hence, before Yulan could say anything more, South Wolf had already led the team off, charging in the direction where Fire Dance and the others had disappeared just in time. Seeing South Wolf and his team running over, Feng revealed a smile as he waved his hand. At Feng's gesture, Kola and the other plate armor classes immediately charged forward to meet with the Dark Star members. The moment South Wolf's group noticed the dozen or so Zero Wing members charging at them, they, too, did not hesitate to hasten their steps, their eagerness to get rid of Kola and the others showing clearly in their eyes. Kola was the chief MT of Zero Wing, and his current level was at level 21. In addition, Kola was mostly geared with fine gold equipment, secret silver being the poorest quality for the items he had on him. The Arclight Guard in his hand was also a dark gold ranked shield. With such good items, Kola's HP exceeded the 3,900 threshold, and his defense was likewise frightening. When a flame explosion sent by one of Dark Star's elementalists landed on him, the spell barely managed to deal slightly over -300 damage. The caster of the spell goggled from shock when he saw such a low damage, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Meanwhile, an arrow shot by a ranger from Dark Star dealt only around -100 damage. The attack could barely be considered a scratch on Colado. Make matters worse, Cola also excelled at dodging. In the face of a sky filled with spells and arrows, Cola actually managed to dodge over half of these attacks. Meanwhile, standing at the rear, Violet Cloud merely had to gesture with her delicate hand, casting a basic recover on Cola instantly. The spell fully restored the 400+ HP Cola lost, returning the Guardian Knight to full health. Moreover, recover was a skill that restored the target's HP once every 3 seconds for a duration of 15 seconds. Seeing this scene, everyone from Dark Star was immediately dumbfounded. What kind of healer is she? I am a cleric as well, yet my recover can restore only around 200 HP each time. She's already comparable to the top 5 healers of Dark Star. A cleric for Dark Star commented in shock. Originally, they were already having a hard time trying to kill Cola. Now that there was also an amazing healer supporting him from behind, it was simply impossible for them to kill him. Shortly after both sides started confronting each other, the players from Dark Star suddenly discovered a shocking matter: Cola's HP had actually risen past 5,000. Moreover, the heals he was receiving had also increased from the original 400+ to 500+, making him even more impossible to kill. Unknown to the members of Dark Star, Cola's sudden upgrade was all due to the Arclight Guard's passive skill, Sound of Life. Every time Cola received an attack, he would receive a stack of Power of Life. Each stack of Power of Life increased Cola's maximum HP by 3% and the healing he received by 2% for 1 minute, and Cola could accumulate a maximum of 10 stacks of Power of Life. Hence, Cola suddenly became much more powerful. Kill him. All ranged classes, focus fire on him. South Wolf knew that if Cola did not die, it would be a huge blow to the team's morale. Therefore, killing Cola had priority immediately. Half a dozen berserkers surrounded Cola, while the ranged damage dealer sent a continuous stream of attacks at him. They no longer treated Cola like a player but a boss monster. In response to their actions, Cola simply smiled in disdain. He then activated Protection Blessing, reducing the damage he received by 50%. Now, the highest damage the players from Dark Star managed to inflict on Cola did not exceed -200 points. A majority of the attacks were even below -100 damage. In the face of Cola's 5,000+ HP, such damages were simply insignificant. However, due to the large number of attacks, Cola's HP quickly fell below the 50% threshold. Right then, Violet Cloud took action again. She casually cast Guardian Shield and Recover on Cola. At Violet Cloud's current level, her Guardian Shield would provide her target with a buff that could absorb over -700 damage. She followed up with Healing Light in the next moment. A healing value of +1,600 appeared above Cola's head, in addition to the 500+ HP regenerated with Recover. Cola's HP instantly went back up to full again. Chapter 310, Reversal. Originally, the Guardian Knight Cola was already a huge headache due to his high HP and defense, and Dark Star's players exerted quite a lot of effort in order to reduce his HP by over half. Yet, in the next moment, he was now back to full health. South Wolf nearly popped a vein when he witnessed this scene. Although Cola was an MT, the damage he dealt was not one bit low. A casual slash from his sword could deal around -300 to -400 damage to Dark Star's shield warriors. If Cola used a skill, he could even deal -500 to -600 damage, which was even higher than that of the berserkers of Dark Star. Moreover, Cola could tank 4 berserkers simultaneously, all by himself, and he even managed to send them flying back. Meanwhile, such a boss-ranked MT was now immortal due to a single cleric from Zero Wing. However, this still was not the end of South Wolf's headache. The MTs in his team were relatively high-ranking MTs in White River City, but the 2 berserkers named Lonely Snow and Water Buffalo still sliced them up in no time. For example, one of the Guardian Knights of Dark Star had come under the combined assault of the 2 berserkers. At first, the Guardian Knight had received 2 normal attacks from the berserkers. Unfortunately, both attacks had achieved a critical hit, with Lonely Snow dealing over -1,400 damage and Water Buffalo dealing over -1,300 damage. Without leaving any gaps, the two then followed up with Beheaded, both of their skills dealing over -1000 damage each. As a result, even though the Guardian Knight had 2 healers focusing on him, his 3000 HP was still reaped away within an instant. Meanwhile, Fire Dance was even more amazing than the 2 berserkers. After dishing out a flurry of attacks, she followed up with a 7-star Eviscerate that achieved a critical hit, dealing over -2300 damage. Within moments, one more Guardian Knight of Dark Star died. South Wolf had even begun to suspect that the members of Zero Wing were no longer playing the same game Dark Star's players were. After all, whether it was Zero Wing's MT, healer, or DPS, all of them were so powerful. On the other hand, the players of Dark Star were like paper, dying from just a touch. With merely a brief exchange, South Wolf's team had already lost 9 members. It should be known that all these players were core members of Dark Star. They were not random noobs that could be found anywhere on the streets of White River City. Each and every one of them was a skilled player, and they all had a good sense for battle. Although they were not comparable to experts, neither were they far from one. Yet, even so, these elite players still died with barely any resistance. As the battle continued, the players from Dark Star grew more and more frightened. They had yet to kill a single player of Zero Wing, even until now. This was definitely a huge psychological blow to the elites of Dark Star. Don't panic. We outnumber them thrice over. Assassins and Rangers, take out their healers first. As long as the healers are dead, the others will soon follow, even if their combat power is superior. South Wolf was no idiot, and he immediately sought to utilize Dark Star's advantage Zerg tactics. It was the easiest tactic for obtaining victory in any virtual reality game. As South Wolf had the numerical advantage, he could afford to divide his troops into 2 groups, one to pin down the enemy forces, and another to circle around and strike at the enemy's weak point very quickly. Over 20 assassins and rangers from Dark Star flanked Zero Wing's forces and immediately charged towards Violet Cloud's group of 5 healers. Contrary to expectations, however, even when Violet Cloud's group noticed Dark Star's players charging towards them, none of them chose to run away. Instead, they continued healing their allies at the front, paying no attention to their attackers at all. In regard to the healers' lack of reaction, Dark Star's players did not give it too much thought. They simply continued charging forward, having concluded that Zero Wing's healers had already given up on escaping. When there was only a short distance of 8 yards between the assassins and Violet Cloud's group, an intermediate frost grenade suddenly landed, exploding in the midst of the assassins. Dark Star's rangers, who stood 30 yards away, also received an intermediate frost grenade of their own in the blink of an eye. Both groups were frozen solid. A damage of -400 also appeared above each of their heads. Although the 8 assassins immediately used Vanish to escape the freezing effect, they were still unable to advance as an ice wall appeared, blocking the path between them and Violet Cloud's group. Meanwhile, the person responsible for casting this ice wall was one of the 5 demon generals that Feng had recruited. Ice Queen Su Qianliu. Ice Wall was the perfect skill for this scenario. Without magic immunity, if the assassins were to charge into the ice wall, their movement speeds would slow to a crawl. At that time, their fates would be as good as sealed. Although Ice Wall had a short duration of only 2 to 3 seconds, it still provided the healers with a brief, but important, moment of respite. As for the Rangers of Dark Star, none of them had any skills that could be used to dispel the effects of control skills, and neither did any of them possess any life-saving skills. Hence, they could do nothing but stand there and watch. At this moment, Feng used silent steps and suddenly appeared behind these frozen rangers. To Feng, a group of immobile players was entirely negligible. Feng was currently at level 23. He was also equipped with the newly acquired 7 Luminaries ring, and had recently received the Golden Stigmata. His overall attributes surpassed these elite players manyfold. Moreover, Feng currently had the Aura of Fire activated, the aura effect increasing his damage by 30% while also reducing his target's defense by 30% immediately. Feng sent a level 8 thundering flash at the group of rangers. Green arcs of lightning crackled as they instantly pierced the bodies of these rangers. Damages of -1102, -1528, and -2140 appeared above each of the 12 rangers' heads. Although none of Feng's attacks had achieved a critical hit, these rangers had only around 2000 HP. Meanwhile, Feng's thundering flash had dealt more than -4700 damage in total, far surpassing the Rangers' maximum HP. The members of Dark Star saw Feng killing all those Rangers with a single strike each, and every one of the witnesses was completely dumbfounded, their jaw hanging wide open. South Wolf nearly had his eyes pop out of their own sockets. The 12 Rangers simultaneously collapsed to the ground, their actions in complete unison. In the next moment, piles of weapons and equipment were scattered around their bodies. In this chaotic battlefield, this scene was both striking and shocking. The 12 Rangers were all either level 18 or level 19 players. Most of the equipment they used was also level 15 mysterious iron equipment, and every one of them had more than 2000 HP yet. They were killed off so easily. Moreover, it wasn't just one person that got killed but an entire group. For a moment, South Wolf believed that he was dreaming. He even considered giving one of his subordinates a slap and then asking said subordinate if it hurt, to confirm whether or not this was a dream. As for the assassins of Dark Star who had been waiting for the ice wall to disappear, after witnessing this unforgettable scene, they had completely forgotten their original task of dealing with Violet Cloud's group of healers. They idly stood there as they watched their ranger companions die, their minds empty of all thought. They then swallowed a big gulp of saliva as they suddenly recalled an important matter. With the number of murders they had committed so far, if they died as well, not only would they lose 2 to 3 levels, they would even lose all the equipment on their bodies. Watching from a distance, Blackie was similarly astonished by the instant deaths of the 12 elite players. However, he had long since grown inured to Feng's horror-inducing feats, so he quickly regained his composure and threw a basic frost grenade at the still-dazed assassins of Dark Star, freezing them once more. This time, none of the assassins could use Vanish to remove the freezing effect on them. Hence, they could only obediently stay frozen, following which, Blackie chanted an incantation and used Hell Flame. One could easily imagine the might of a Hell Flame that was powered by the epic ranked staff Mavis's Guard. Damages of over -1000 points immediately appeared above these assassins' heads, and within 3 seconds, all of these assassins turned into ashes, leaving behind a pile of shining weapons and equipment. However, this was still not the end. After Feng had dealt with Dark Star's Rangers, he then cast Firestorm, the activatable skill of the Aura of Fire, at the heart of the battlefield. Firestorm inflicts 500% damage within a range of 10 by 10 yards for 5 seconds cooldown, 5 minutes. In terms of damage, Firestorm did not lose out to Stars of Light by much. However, it had a much smaller effective range. Currently, Cola was surrounded by plenty of Dark Star's elite players. Before anyone could react, a storm of flames suddenly emerged above them, and the HP of all of Dark Star's players within 10 yards of Cola fell at a crazy rate. Although Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights were classes with high HP and defense, Feng's equipment was simply too amazing, which resulted in his current attack power being well over 800 points. With such a high base value, even though the Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights of Dark Star possessed plenty of damage reduction items, they still received more than -2000 DPS. As for the other classes, they received more than -3000 DPS even when the Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights activated their life-saving skills, which allowed them to have the damage they received. They still could not avoid death. After Firestorm ended, all of Dark Star's players caught within its effective range were reduced to cinders. Only Cola and the other frontline members of Zero Wing remained alive. Dark Star's 40 or so frontline players had died all of a sudden. Zero Wing's side outnumbered Dark Star's Black Flame. "Why are you here?" South Wolf instantly recognized the person responsible for killing the majority of Dark Star's players. At this moment, South Wolf's eyes were filled with incomparable shock as his trembling finger pointed at Feng's crimson-red name. South Wolf failed to understand why Black Flame would appear at this place. He also could not understand why Black Flame was so powerful. Wasn't Black Flame just a forger? Originally, there had been a huge numerical difference between the two sides. However, in the blink of an eye, a strategic change occurred, all because of Black Flame's fleeting blow. Dark Star was no match for Zero Wing even when Dark Star had the advantage of numbers. Now that the situation was reversed, the end result was obvious. Chapter 311, Absolute Control. Watching up to this point, South Wolf knew that defeat was inevitable, though he was loath to admit it, and his heart was filled with indignation. Currently, his team had fewer than 30 players, and practically all of them were mages and healers. He alone was the only melee class alive. With such a team composition, Dark Star stood absolutely no chance against Zero Wing's core team, which currently consisted of over 30 players. The single sword strike Black Flame had displayed far exceeded South Wolf's imagination. Not only was Black Flame inconceivably fast, his grasp of his skills had also reached perfection, as shown by his single attack's impeccable coverage of all 12 rangers. Such a feat required one to possess excellent control over the skill itself and the angle of attack as well. South Wolf was no fool, and neither was he a greenhorn that had been playing virtual reality games for only 1 or 2 years. As a representative of Underworld, he had met with and recruited lots of gaming experts before. He had also participated in a considerable number of team battles, so his experience in the virtual gaming world was quite plentiful. Naturally, he understood the strategy Black Flame had used since the start of the battle. Black Flame made the Guardian Knights, Shield Warriors, and other plate armor classes charge forward to lure the members of Dark Star into gathering around them. The female cleric, Violet Cloud, was pivotal to this strategy. Although on the surface her healing ability was only double that of the healers of Dark Star, the effectiveness she displayed during the team battle far surpassed that of 3 or 4 healers combined. Violet Cloud had an excellent grasp of the battle situation. Not only could she keep Kola alive and well, she could also simultaneously stabilize several other players' HP. Throughout the battle, she performed smoothly and calmly. She was definitely not in existence to be trifled with. Originally, Zero Wing already had powerful experts like Fire Dance, the team leader of Zero Wing's core team, and Blackie, the #1 player on White River City's ranking list. Now, South Wolf suddenly discovered that Zero Wing possessed not only Fire Dance and Blackie, Kola and Violet Cloud were definitely first-rate experts as well. Everyone else in Zero Wing's core team were also all experts. Meanwhile, Black Flame, who had suddenly appeared, was even more terrifying. The strength he displayed far surpassed that of all those previously mentioned. The scene South Wolf witnessed was like a replay of the god-ranked expert Feng slaying the hundreds of players of Martial Union. South Wolf could not figure out why there were so many experts gathering at a newly established guild like Zero Wing. Even a guild that was newly established by a major corporation could not achieve what Zero Wing had managed in such a short amount of time. South Wolf truly wondered how Black Flame had accomplished such a feat. Although South Wolf was shocked by Black Flame's personal strength and by Blackie, who possessed a strategic-level skill that could affect the entire battlefield. Black Flame, you are indeed amazing. However, the entire Silverleaf Forest is already under Dark Star's control. Although your team of 30 or so players can easily defeat an elite team with more than 100 players, do you think you can do the same against 3,000 players? You have simply delayed the time of your demise. South Wolf laughed coldly as he looked at Feng, his current appearance making it seem as if he no longer cared about the many elite players that had died. Let's go. It will be their time of death when Guild Leader Tyrant arrives. Since his team was no match for Zero Wing, South Wolf naturally would not remain in this place and increase his losses. The fact that he had discovered Black Flame, Zero Wing's guild leader, here easily made up for the elite players he lost. After all, Black Flame's death would become a huge blow to Zero Wing's reputation and prestige in White River City. Coming and going as you wish. Do you think the Silverleaf Forest is your house? Feng smiled calmly, his eyes revealing a cold killing intent. Since you've already pursued us to this place, I insist that you stay. Do you think you can keep me here? South Wolf laughed in disdain. He was an assassin, the class that boasted the greatest survivability in the wild. If he hid himself in the dense forest, nobody would be able to find him. You can try. If any single one of you manages to escape today, then I will let you go. Feng waved, and all 30-plus members of Zero Wing immediately charged forward, starting their hunt of South Wolf and the surviving players of Dark Star. The reason why South Wolf had never participated in the battle before was to leave a path of retreat for himself. This was a habit of his. After all, once he entered combat status, he could no longer use stealth. At that time, he would only be left with Vanish to enter stealth mode. However, Vanish was a life-saving skill, so it should only be used at the most crucial of moments. Looking at the enemy players charging at him, South Wolf revealed a disdainful expression. Just as he was about to use stealth and hide himself in the dense forest. What's going on? South Wolf suddenly discovered that he could not use the skill. Like a prisoner deprived of his freedom, South Wolf frantically called out his skill bar to look for the cause of this situation. Boss South Wolf, we can't use our skills. What are we supposed to do now? The elementalists of Dark Star asked, frightened. Originally, they had intended to cast Ice Wall to delay Zero Wing's charge. Now, however, none of them could use any of their skills, and an elementalist that could not use skills was like a lamb to the slaughter. Aside from sacrificing their lives to earn a few extra seconds for their allies, they were helpless. Run first, talk later. South Wolf was confused about this situation as well, and he suspected that something must have gone wrong with the system. Since none of them could use skills, they could only rely on their 2 feet to escape as an assassin. South Wolf had great confidence in his own speed. However, just as he was turning to escape, he suddenly discovered that his movement speed had been greatly reduced. Everyone else from Dark Star faced a similar situation as well. Just what is going on? South Wolf started panicking as the players of Zero Wing raced closer and closer to them. However, he was simply helpless in the situation. In the next moment, South Wolf noticed a black figure dashing past Cola and the others. Like a mad gale, the figure instantly caught up with the escaping players of Dark Star. This person was none other than Feng himself. At present, Feng's agility exceeded 240 points, and there were also the bonuses provided by the equipment he wore. In terms of movement speed, Feng was definitely ranked at the apex of Star Moon Kingdom. Feng used silent steps and appeared behind South Wolf like a ghost. He then said softly, "I've already said that you can't escape." Previously, while Feng was conversing with South Wolf, he had secretly switched the aura of fire on the 7 luminaries ring to the aura of time. Meanwhile, the aura of time reduced the movement speed and attack speed of enemies within a 100-yard radius by 20%, and increased the cooldown of their skills by 20%. When its activatable skill, Absolute Time, was used, it would even prevent enemies within a range of 50 by 50 yards from using any skills or tools for 20 seconds. After Feng used Absolute Time to envelope this entire area, everybody from Dark Star could not use any skills or tools for 20 seconds. Dark Star's current surviving members mostly consisted of mages and healers, so this restriction had truly rendered them completely helpless. One could say that the moment South Wolf's team stepped into this region of the Silverleaf Forest, their lives passed into Feng's hands. Just what did he do? South Wolf's heart was filled with shock when he noticed Feng appearing behind him. Before South Wolf could even ponder on the subject, Feng's abyssal blade had already left its scabbard. Countless silver lights pierced the numerous vital points on South Wolf's body. South Wolf had only leather armor, so every one of Feng's attacks managed to cause over -500 damage, while critical hits dealt over -1000 damage. On the other hand, the mysterious iron-ranked chest piece South Wolf wore was like a piece of tofu. Not only was it easily pierced by Feng's abyssal blade, each attack it received greatly diminished the armor's durability. Just 3 strikes had nearly reduced it to scrap. Already Feng's attacks were lightning fast, and he had brandished his sword 8 times in a single series. By the time South Wolf had recovered from shock, his 2000+ HP was completely gone. Suddenly, South Wolf's field of vision turned gray, while his body fell to the ground involuntarily. Even as he died, shock and confusion still filled his face. As South Wolf had not participated in any of the battles so far, his name remained white all this time. After he died, only 1 piece of equipment dropped by his body. He also lost only a single level. However, were Feng's attacks as simple as they looked? The reason why Feng had chosen not to use any skills, and had instead carried out only normal attacks, was to destroy the equipment on South Wolf's body. When South Wolf died, nearly half of the equipment on his body had already turned to scrap. Now that he had dropped yet another piece of equipment, he had definitely suffered heavy losses. Chapter 312, Diving into Danger Alone. After South Wolf died, the members of Dark Star were like headless flies. Frightened and scared, they fled in all directions. Zero Wing's berserker Lonely Snow swiftly closed the gap between him and an elementalist of Dark Star to 20 yards before using charge to instantly catch up to and incapacitate the elementalist. After that, Lonely Snow used Thunderclap, Violent Strike, Suppression, and Whirlwind Slash in rapid succession, making quick work of the elementalist. Following closely, everyone else from Zero Wing took action as well against a group of mages and healers that could use neither skills nor tools. In addition to the fact that these classes were innately slow runners, the members of Zero Wing required no time at all to finish off the surviving Dark Star members. As these players died, they left behind piles of weapons and equipment. Ha. What a fun battle. Those bastards from Dark Star think that they are so amazing, but now, all of them are dead. Kola laughed loudly as he looked at the weapons and equipment scattered all over the ground. The frustration he had accumulated from continuously running away was completely swept away now. Fire Dance nodded her head in agreement, a faint smile appearing on her face. She then said with a light chuckle, "This battle was indeed a good stress reliever. None of us died this time, while Dark Star lost over 100 players. After this battle, Dark Star will have to reorganize their plans to pursue us. If they could deal with a team of over 100 elite players in such a short time, it also signified that Dark Star would be simply sending its members to their deaths if a team had fewer than 200 or 300 players. In order to reduce its losses, Dark Star would definitely consolidate its teams and at least double or triple the member count of each team at this moment." Blackie and the others were laughing without restraint as well. After all, they were able to kill over 100 elite members of Dark Star. This would, without a doubt, be a huge blow to Dark Star. Collect the loot. Dark Star will be arriving here soon. Feng commanded. The loot they obtained from killing the 100+ elite members of Dark Star was extremely bountiful. They had collected close to 1,000 weapons and equipment, and a majority of them were even mysterious iron rank. The harvest they got from this single battle far exceeded even the harvest Aqua Rose obtained from the battle that involved tens of thousands of players. Even Feng was somewhat moved by this harvest kill and plunder. Just from this battle, they had obtained the resources required to arm an elite team of 100 players. This was precisely the reason why, in the past, many large guilds preferred to kill and plunder the core teams of smaller guilds. Not only could they increase their guild's fame and prestige by doing so, they could also make a huge profit. They could upgrade their weapons and equipment much faster this way, compared to raiding dungeons and killing bosses. However, the harvest from this battle was still insufficient to offset the losses Zero Wing had suffered. After all, the weapons and equipment of Dark Star's elites were inferior to those of Zero Wing's elite members, not to mention those of Zero Wing's core members. Every core member of Zero Wing possessed quite a few pieces of secret silver ranked weapons and equipment, and some even possessed fine gold and dark gold ranked weapons and equipment. Guild leader, why aren't you leaving? Fire Dance looked curiously at Feng, who had jumped onto a large tree. You guys go first. I'll hold down the fort. Feng was not a lord who would sit comfortably in his throne while his subordinates fought. Since he was already here, naturally, he needed to take something away from Dark Star. But, guild leader, this place is too dangerous. You're also not an assassin, Fire Dance said worriedly. You guys have done enough. Let your guild leader handle the rest. Feng waved them off, hurrying Fire Dance and the others to the designated location. Upon hearing Feng's words, everyone from Zero Wing was immediately moved. In God's domain, guild leaders who were willing to brave danger for his fellow guild members were definitely as rare as a phoenix's feather. Not to mention, Feng was currently a famous existence in God's domain. If he were to die, his reputation would be greatly affected. Then, I'll stay behind as well. Blackie said. How could I be left out from such an important matter? Kola stepped forward. Suddenly, everyone else started voicing intentions to remain. All of you, stop making a fuss and leave with me. You all will only be a hindrance to guild leader if you stay behind. Fire Dance could feel the cold killing intent radiating from Feng at this moment. She knew that he could no longer hold himself back. She then raised her head and looked at Feng, saying, Guild leader, you have to be careful. Rest assured, I know my own limits. Feng laughed. He then retrieved a basic stealth scroll from his bag. This scroll allowed players to enter stealth mode. The stealth scroll's effect had a duration of 1 hour, and as long as players did not carry out any attacks during this period of time, the scroll would remain in effect. Shortly after Fire Dance and the others departed, Yulan came hurrying over to this place with a huge team of more than 300 players. Sure enough, all of them died. Yulan sighed softly when she saw the ground littered with corpses. However, she was not surprised by this outcome. Obviously, the ambush before was meant to lure them into a trap. However, South Wolf had been too eager for success, which resulted in a team wipe. As she had expected revive them, Yulan said to the healers in her team immediately. The 30+ healers in the team started using resurrection skills. If players died outside of a dungeon, there were 2 methods for them to revive. The first method was to revive back at the cemetery. However, players were required to wait for half an hour before they could do so. The other method was to have one of the healer classes use a resurrection skill, players could be revived immediately using this method. However, upon resurrection, players would have to wait another 10 minutes before resurrection skills could be used on them again. A short while later, all 100+ elite players had been revived. Meanwhile, after being resurrected, South Wolf felt fortunate over the fact that he was not a red name. He had only lost one piece of equipment and fallen by one level after he died. Yet, when he discovered that most of the equipment he wore had been turned to scrap, he nearly went insane. South Wolf had been using level 15 mysterious iron set equipment, which could be obtained only from a level 15 team dungeon. In order to obtain the complete set, South Wolf had expended a huge amount of time and effort. Now, however, all of them were destroyed. Unlike field bosses, team dungeons reset only once every 3 days, and there were only a limited number of level 15 team dungeons within the region of White River City. Gathering the complete set had taken South Wolf 2 cycles. If he wished to obtain the set once again, he would have to wait through another 2 cycles. At this moment, Lone Tyrant arrived at the scene. He then asked, "South Wolf, what happened here? How did all of you die?" South Wolf was someone from Underworld, so he did not particularly care how many players from Dark Star had died. He cared more about himself instead. However, the same could not be said for Lone Tyrant. The strength of Dark Star determined his future as its guild leader. Now, more than 100 elites from his guild had died for no reason. The worst part was that these elites had lost most, if not all, of their weapons and equipment. The levels they lost could be recovered, but it would not be as easy to recover the equipment. We were lured into an ambush unprepared, and all of us got killed. However, I discovered something even more important. I don't know how he managed it, but Black Flame is now with the core team of Zero Wing. He has also become a red name at this point, so this is the perfect chance for us to destroy Zero Wing. Although Black Flame is very powerful, we should have no problems dealing with all of them if we send in a team of 300 to 400 players. We can still catch up if we chase after them right away. South Wolf's words immediately allowed Lone Tyrant and Yulan to come to a realization. Truly an interesting person, Yulan muttered softly, her interest towards the player named Black Flame growing. As for Lone Tyrant, his expression turned grim upon receiving this piece of information. Obviously, with Black Flame commanding Zero Wing's core team, their combat power had increased to frightening heights. Also, from South Wolf's description of the one-sided battle that took place before, Lone Tyrant also learned that Black Flame was a great expert. Not only did Black Flame possess extraordinary combat power, he also possessed a strategic level skill. A team of 100 elite players would definitely be insufficient to deal with him. Hence, they needed to rearrange their team compositions. Each team now had to have 200 players at the very least. Otherwise, they would only suffice as cannon fodder. Black Flame, you've actually dared show yourself here. Since you've come seeking your own death, don't even think about leaving this place alive today. Lone Tyrant revealed a sinister expression. He inwardly mocked Feng for his foolish actions. In order to save Zero Wing's core team, Feng had actually disregarded the dangers and barged into Lone Tyrant's domain. Feng must not know how to write the word death. Chapter 313, Killing the Commander. Gather everyone immediately and surround this area. I don't believe that they can grow wings and fly away, Lone Tyrant sternly issued his command. The news of World Dominator's defeat had already spread, and very few in White River City did not know about the battle that took place. This result had greatly boosted Zero Wing's prestige. If Dark Star could get rid of not only Zero Wing's core team, but Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, also, then they could destroy the fame that Zero Wing had accumulated up until this point. At that time, Dark Star would also garner fame themselves, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Naturally, Lone Tyrant would not let go of such a valuable opportunity immediately. Everyone from Dark Star started moving. Previously, they had tried to cover too large an area in their search. Now that Feng and the core team of Zero Wing had exposed themselves, Lone Tyrant quickly concentrated their hunt. Soon, more and more Dark Star members gathered at the stated location in the dense forest. Feng, who remained hidden in a tree, did not panic at this situation. Instead, he continued to wait for all the members of Dark Star to arrive. Come. The more, the merrier. Feng inwardly chuckled as he saw that the number of players gathered had already exceeded 1,000 before the battle even started. Feng had already considered the consequences if he had not come fully prepared. He would not have allowed Fire Dance and the others to obliterate South Wolf's team of elite skilled leader. Our members have surrounded this part of the forest. As long as any Zero Wings members show themselves, it will be their death, a ranger reported as he walked up to Lone Tyrant. Good. Start shrinking the encirclement. Lone Tyrant laughed satisfyingly. He then looked towards Ming Sha, the team leader of the Underworld Guards, and respectfully said, "In a moment, we will have to rely on Brother Ming Sha and your men to take care of the experts from Zero Wing. Rest assured, young Master Feng sent us to deal with Fire Dance and her team of experts." Although there is now an additional black flame added to the equation, the Underworld Guards can resolve this solution all the same. "We won't let any of them escape," Ming Sha replied and nodded his head. In order to extinguish Zero Wing's core team, Feng Xianyang had specifically sent a team of Underworld Guards to assist Dark Star. Feng Xianyang had gone all out on this hunt. Every Underworld Guard was an expert that Underworld had spent many years searching for to recruit. Underworld had also spent massive amounts of resources on nurturing these experts further. Compared to Absolute Heaven, the top-tier assassin that Feng faced before, these Underworld Guards were stronger, not weaker. Meanwhile, Feng Xianyang had sent a team of 20 of such guards. One could just imagine the frightening might this team possessed. Even a 100-man elite team from Dark Star was no match for this team. Also, the leader, Ming Sha, was an expert among experts. In the virtual gaming world, he ranked near the top. Regarding pure combat techniques, he was on the same level as the Snow Goddess, Gentle Snow. However, as Gentle Snow was in possession of a huge amount of resources, in terms of equipment, Ming Sha was definitely no match for her. Originally, Feng Xianyang had arranged for Ming Sha to go to White River City to deal with Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng was simply too elusive, as if he had completely vanished from White River City. Hence, Feng Xianyang sent Ming Sha to deal with the top experts of Zero Wing, such as Fire Dance and Blackie. In regards to Ming Sha's strength, Lone Tyrant had personally experienced its power. Even though he was clearly above Ming Sha in terms of levels, and his equipment was of higher quality, he still suffered defeat at Ming Sha's hands in less than 20 exchanges. On the other hand, he had only managed to reduce Ming Sha's HP by 1/10. Meanwhile, after taking some time to focus on upgrades, Ming Sha's equipment could now compare to Lone Tyrant's. Now, Ming Sha was mostly geared with several pieces of level 15 secret silver set equipment and fine gold equipment. He also wielded a level 15 fine gold greatsword, the Bone Shatterer. His equipment certainly ranked at the very top of White River City. Lone Tyrant had estimated that, if he fought Ming Sha now, he would last 10 exchanges at most before his defeat. Now that he had so many players surrounding this area and a powerful team of experts like the Underworld Guard supporting him, even a top-tier assassin like Fire Dance could not escape. Just as Lone Tyrant felt confident and was about to declare that he would annihilate everyone from Zero Wing, a figure suddenly appeared in the top of a nearby tree. Someone's there. Ming Sha, who possessed acute senses, immediately discovered the figure. As Ming Sha turned his sights to the intruder, everyone similarly followed his line of sight. Indeed, in the top of the tree, they discovered a person quietly watching them. Black Flame. South Wolf immediately recognized the figure, his eyes burning with rage as he revealed this person's identity. At South Wolf's reminder, everyone finally realized Feng's identity. After all, Black Flame had always been a mysterious existence, and most players had never actually seen Black Flame before. Now that this intruder had revealed himself, everyone from Dark Star discovered that Black Flame was just an ordinary-looking, middle-aged man. He did not even possess the type of aura that a guild leader should have. No matter how they looked at him, he was only an ordinary man. So, it is guild leader Black Flame. I didn't expect you to show yourself here. Since you have refused to walk the path towards heaven and have instead barged your way down to hell, today will be the day that you die. Lone Tyrant laughed coldly. He then commanded, "Everyone, kill him." Immediately, over 1,000 players from Dark Star surrounded and charged at Feng. Their encirclement was tightly packed, and not even a fly could get past them. Faced with over 1,000 players charging at him, Feng did not panic in the slightest. Instead, his eyes emanated a chilling glow as he glared down at Lone Tyrant, smiling faintly. It was as if these 1,000+ players meant nothing to him. Meanwhile, as the recipient of this gaze, Lone Tyrant's heart inadvertently quivered. However, Lone Tyrant quickly dispelled this feeling because he did not believe Feng could do anything to him while so many players surrounded him in the next moment. However, Feng vanished from the treetop and everyone sight this is not good. He's trying to escape. Quickly, use flare. Lone Tyrant hurriedly shouted. The Rangers quickly used flare upon receiving Lone Tyrant's command, brightly illuminating the surrounding area. Within the effective range of flare, all stealth-type skills would lose their effects. Yet, even after tens of flares had been launched, Feng's figure still could not be found. What the players of Dark Star did not know was that, after Feng had activated the Ring of Nothingness, his first task was not to escape, but to leap forward and charge towards the tree closest to Lone Tyrant. Hence, the flares used to seal his path of escape served no purpose whatsoever. Damn it. He plans to kill his way over. Use flare and shine Guild Leader Tyrant's surroundings. When Yulan recalled the faint smile on Black Flame's face as he pinned Lone Tyrant with a glare, she instinctively felt that Feng aimed to kill the commander. Only by doing could Feng possibly redeem Zero Wing's fame and prestige. At that time, even if Dark Star managed to annihilate Zero Wing's core team, it would not damage Zero Wing's reputation if Lone Tyrant, Dark Star's guild leader, died at Black Flame's hands. After all, even though Zero Wing only had tens of players on their side, they would still have managed to kill Dark Star's guild leader while under the protection of over 1,000 players at that time. Dark Star would be the one suffering humiliation. Why are you all still daydreaming? Move! Yulan angrily shouted when she noticed that none of Dark Star's rangers had reacted. However, Yulan suddenly felt that something was amiss. Instead of looking towards the outskirts of the encirclement, all of these rangers stared at the space above her. Immediately, Yulan raised her head, discovering a figure falling towards her, and this figure was none other than Feng himself. Panic surfaced on Lone Tyrant's face. He never imagined that Feng would be so suicidal as to come for his life. Black Flame, if you wish to die, then I'll grant your wish. The corners of Lone Tyrant's mouth raised slightly. He then picked up his shield and sword, fully prepared to guard against Feng's attack. What amazing courage! Ming Sha, who stood by Lone Tyrant's side, brimmed with fighting spirit right now, his eyes glowing as he watched Feng fall. He then retrieved the bone shatterer from his back and stood in front of Lone Tyrant, acting like a highly defensive wall. Ming Sha secretly admired Feng's performance, and he deeply wished he that could properly exchange blows with this man. However, responsibilities came first, so he had no choice but to get rid of Feng. Even with Ming Sha protecting Lone Tyrant, Yulan still felt that something was off. After all, why would an intelligent and resourceful man like Black Flame carry out such a reckless action? As insurance, Yulan hurriedly commanded, Guardian Knights, use Protection Blessing on Guild Leader Tyrant. All healers focus on healing Guild Leader Tyrant as well. Do not let Black Flame succeed. Chapter 314, True Expert. When Feng landed soundlessly on the ground, he was only 20 yards away from Lone Tyrant. In the next moment, sacred heals graced Lone Tyrant. One after another. Lone Tyrant was one of the top 10 players on the ranking list of White River City. He was one of the apex MTs throughout White River City as well. Although he was only level 21 at the moment, he had over 3,700 HP, and he was not much weaker than Cola. With high HP and defense, physical damage classes such as assassins, berserkers, swordsmen, and rangers would find it extremely difficult to kill Lone Tyrant. Not to mention, Lone Tyrant now had a large team of healers keeping him alive. Moreover, there was also the great expert, Ming Sha, currently guarding him. Hence, Yulan was greatly confused as she watched Feng's foolish actions. Let me see what you are made of. Ming Sha smiled at the oncoming Feng, and at the same time, he lifted the bone shatterer and slashed it down at his enemy. The bone shatterer was a massive great sword, yet, Ming Sha wielded it nimbly and accurately. In a single strike, he had completely sealed off Feng's path of advance. At this moment, the surrounding melee players of Dark Star charged at Feng, intending to make mincemeat of him. Meanwhile, the mages standing a short distance away also started casting their spells. As long as Ming Sha managed to delay Feng for a few more seconds, Feng would receive the bombardment of hundreds of spells. Even Zero Wing's chief MT, the Guardian Knight Cola, would lose his life if he received so many spells, not to mention a swordsman like Feng. Yet, as if he did not see these mages readying their attacks, Feng continued to charge forward, showing no intentions of slowing just as Ming Sha's second strike was about to land on Feng's body. However, Feng's entire person disappeared. Subsequently, Ming Sha's bone shatterer struck only air, generating a powerful gust of wind. The elementalists, cursemoncers, summoners, and all other ranged classes that were about to launch their attacks also interrupted their chanting after they lost sight of their target. Where is he? When Ming Sha failed to find Feng in front of him, he could not help but examine his surroundings. Suddenly, Ming Sha felt a chilling intent coming from behind him. Spinning around, he discovered that, just like a ghost, Feng had soundlessly appeared behind Lone Tyrant. If not for his acute senses, he would not have detected Feng's presence at all. After Feng used silent steps to appear behind Lone Tyrant, he immediately activated absolute time. With himself as the center point, all enemies within a 50-yard radius were now unable to use any skills or tools. Feng then brandished the abyssal blade, casting abyssal bind on Lone Tyrant. Meanwhile, Lone Tyrant only felt a cold wind blowing on his back. Only after Feng started brandishing the abyssal blade did Lone Tyrant notice that someone stood behind him. Horrified, Lone Tyrant hurriedly leaped forward, hoping to dodge the attack aimed at his back. As insurance, Lone Tyrant even intended to cast Protection Blessing on himself. However, Feng was simply too fast. He had activated Absolute Time and Abyssal Bind almost simultaneously. Discovering that he could not activate Protection Blessing, Lone Tyrant's heart grew extremely anxious. In the next instant, 9 pitch-black chains bound his body, preventing him from moving even an inch. Meanwhile, the healers standing in the distance could only watch this scene play out. With their skills locked, the most they could do was provide moral support. Seeing that Feng was the only person standing close to Lone Tyrant, Ming Sha realized that he had been tricked. Feng had deceived him into leaving Lone Tyrant's side. Suddenly, a feeling that he had just been played for a fool grew in Ming Sha's mind. This was the first time he had felt such a feeling. Lone Tyrant was bound and completely unguarded right now. He was unable to resist in the slightest. If he, Ming Sha, had stayed by Lone Tyrant's side, even if Lone Tyrant were bound, he could have still helped defend against attacks. Now, however, he was almost a full 10 yards away from Lone Tyrant. If this were any other day, he could have closed the distance between them using the charge he had specifically reserved. Now, however, none of his skills would work. Even if he wanted to save Lone Tyrant, he was powerless to do so. However, he only needed around 2 seconds to close a distance of 10 yards. As long as Lone Tyrant could survive that long, Ming Sha was confident in stopping Feng, preventing Feng from dealing any more damage to Lone Tyrant. Naturally, Lone Tyrant had considered this as well. Hence, even when faced with Feng's abyssal blade and Purgatory's shadow, he still revealed his confidence as if saying, "What can you do to me?" He was a guardian knight who possessed 3,700 HP. It was simply impossible for Feng to kill him in 2 short seconds. Unfortunately, reality had cruelly slapped Lone Tyrant in the face when Feng's chop landed on Lone Tyrant, who now had his defense reduced by 100% due to the effects of the abyssal bind. A frightening damage of -1,500 appeared above Lone Tyrant's head. This single slash had erased Lone Tyrant's confidence. Now, an expression of fear decorated Lone Tyrant's face instead. Immediately, Lone Tyrant struggled to escape abyssal bind. However, no matter how much energy he expended, the bone-chilling chains remained unperturbed. This was the first time Lone Tyrant had felt so powerless. He had over 1,000 subordinates and a team of experts protecting him. Yet, Feng regarded them all as nothing. Now, he could not even resist while Feng arbitrarily slaughtered him. Feng lifted the abyssal blade high. In the next moment, the abyssal blade, which was covered in green arcs of lightning, descended, and 3 arcs of lightning penetrated Lone Tyrant's body. 984, -1370-1892. After thundering flash ended, Lone Tyrant's body fell to the ground from beginning to end. Feng had only used 2 moves to finish off Lone Tyrant, and the time he spent doing so had not exceeded 1 second. Feng's attack power thoroughly shocked everyone from Dark Star. Feng's performance was simply stunning. Even when faced with over 1,000 elites from Dark Star, he managed to kill Dark Star's guild leader. Lone Tyrant Ming Sha was also stunned by this scene. He had never imagined that Lone Tyrant would die so quickly under Feng's assault. Everybody, get him. No matter what, do not let him escape. Ming Sha bellowed as he felt unprecedented humiliation after finishing off Lone Tyrant. Feng sent a chilling gaze to his surroundings. Those who received his gaze inadvertently halted their steps, and none dared to look Feng in the eyes. Feng was like a king that had descended from heaven. Nobody dared compete with him over dominance. Faced with Ming Sha's glare, Feng simply raised his index finger at Ming Sha. He then made a hooking motion with his finger and softly chuckled. Ming Sha's rage burned even brighter after receiving such a blatant provocation. Immediately, he lifted his great sword and charged at his opponent. In reply to Ming Sha's actions, Feng gently waved the abyssal blade as he walked forward. Feng had the presence of a king facing an ant's challenge, his mind appearing completely at ease when the two swords collided. Sparks flew. The impact of the attack forced Ming Sha to retreat multiple steps before he could stabilize himself. Feng, however, had not moved an inch. The gap in strength between the two was clear at a glance, giving Ming Sha no time. Feng instantly charged forward and brandished his sword. 1 slash. 2 slashes. 3 slashes. Feng's attacks were like a violent gale. Ming Sha desperately dodged and blocked the onslaught. However, each time Ming Sha was knocked back, it was very difficult for him to stabilize his form. After receiving over a dozen attacks, Ming Sha finally failed to block an attack. He received a hit to his abdomen, and the blow sent him flying. However, Feng was not done. Feng's feet suddenly exerted an explosive force, creating a deep pit in the ground as his body shot towards Ming Sha like an artillery shell. While his body remained in mid-air, Ming Sha was unable to exert any force to retaliate or dodge. The moment Feng shot past Ming Sha, he brandished his swords multiple times. Each and every attack struck Ming Sha's vital points, all of them causing over -600 damage. In the blink of an eye, Ming Sha's life was no more. The scene dumbfounded the audience from Dark Star. What they had witnessed was simply Feng flying past Ming Sha, followed by silvery sword streaks wrapping around Ming Sha's body. By the time Feng passed Ming Sha's body, Ming Sha was already dead. Meanwhile, after Feng dove into the dense forest, with a few leaps, his figure completely vanished. At this time, some of Dark Star's members finally responded and rushed in the direction Feng had disappeared. Yulan, do we chase after him? South Wolf worriedly asked as he looked to Yulan. South Wolf was very clear about just how powerful Ming Sha was. Yet, such a powerful expert still died at Feng's hands. Moreover, from beginning to end, Feng had not used any skills in the exchange with Ming Sha. He relied purely on techniques to kill his opponent. This was something that South Wolf had never dared to imagine possible in the past. Now, however, South Wolf finally realized what a true expert was. Yulan shook her head and released a soft sigh, saying, "No. If Black Flame possesses such strength, even if we chase after him, what can we actually do to him? Not to mention, our speed can't compare to his at all. We should save our energy and give up." First, he had killed Lone Tyrant, Dark Star's guild leader, amidst an army of thousands. Next, while he was escaping, he managed to kill an expert like Ming Sha. This time, Dark Star had truly lost all dignity. Even if Dark Star managed to exterminate Zero Wing's core team at a later date, it would only add on to the gossip about Dark Star. This time, Dark Star had truly suffered a defeat. Chapter 315, Breaking Past the Encirclement. Are we giving up, just like that? South Wolf still held some resentment in his heart. After all, Feng had killed him once before. Then what do you propose? Yulan revealed a calm smile. She then pointed towards the direction of the Silverleaf Forest in which Feng had disappeared, saying, "If you aren't satisfied, be my guest. However, you have already fully experienced Black Flame's horrifying might. Under that complete silencing skill, he can easily kill whoever he wants. As long as the cooldown for that skill refreshes, he might turn around and start another massacre. At that time, the first target he'll go after will be you." When South Wolf heard her reasoning, cold sweat permeated his forehead as he recalled the scene of Feng killing Ming Sha before escaping. Even until now, fear lingered within him. But how should we explain things to young Master Feng? Although South Wolf feared Feng Xianxia was not someone he could afford to provoke. I'll deal with young Master Feng. Today, we experienced Black Flame's true strength, so consider it a great harvest. As for the other matters, let's leave those to guild leader Tyrant to deal with. Yulan said as she revealed a mysterious smile. She then turned around and left feeling helpless. South Wolf sighed and departed with Yulan. Now that both Lone Tyrant and Ming Sha had died, what could he, South Wolf, possibly do? Moreover, his main task for today was to show Yulan around the guild and allow her to assess the situation at Dark Star. Hunting Zero Wing was a side task. At a lake nestled in the Silverleaf Forest, Fire Dance and the other core members of Zero Wing had been waiting for a long time now. However, even after so much time had passed, Feng had yet to show up, causing them all to grow slightly anxious. Sister Fire Dance, guild leader still hasn't shown up yet. Why don't we check on him? One of the 5 demon generals, the assassin, Flying Shadow, asked. In the past, Flying Shadow had been a solitary person. However, his strength could rank at the very top of Shadow. Although he had not performed any outstanding feats during the early stages of the game, he had not performed badly either. In general, he had been an average player in this life. However, after Feng recruited him into the Zero Wing workshop, he immediately assigned him to Zero Wing's core team. Many in the guild had initially voiced their opinions against this matter. However, as time slowly passed, everyone finally realized that Feng's decision was still as impeccable as always. It was not something the likes of them could hope to compare to within the Zero Wing's core team. Fire Dance had always been the publicly acknowledged #1 assassin of Zero Wing. Meanwhile, the position of #2 assassin had been undetermined. However, after Flying Shadow joined the guild, his techniques rose rapidly with each passing battle and friendly competition. Very quickly, everyone began to acknowledge him, and now, he was considered the most powerful assassin in Zero Wing after Fire Dance. No. Since guild leader has chosen to stay behind, he obviously is confident of obtaining victory. We will only be a hindrance if we try to help. Fire Dance shook her head and rejected Flying Shadow's proposal. In reality, however, she was also worried about Feng at this moment. A black figure pierced through the brush, landing by the lakeside soundlessly before anyone noticed. This black figure had arrived before them. Fire Dance and Violet Cloud were the first to detect this figure's presence instinctively. Fire Dance retrieved the daggers from her waist, preparing to meet with a great enemy soon after. Everyone else discovered the presence of this newcomer as well, and they too promptly readied their weapons. Although they could not see this black figure's appearance clearly, the pressure the figure emitted was no less than a Lord-ranked boss guild leader. Fire Dance quickly recognized Feng's appearance, and she was greatly shocked when she felt his aura previously. As they had been in a hurry to escape, she had not noticed Feng's change. Now that she confronted Feng face to face, she suddenly realized that Feng's strength had greatly improved. Right now, even she could not determine exactly how powerful Feng was. It was especially true for the sharp and frightening aura he emanated. It seems that all of you have improved greatly recently. You actually managed to discover me so quickly. Feng examined his guild members and revealed a satisfied smile. Battles in God's domain were unlike any other virtual reality game. The improvement of a person's strength was not limited to techniques and equipment. One must also possess a bestial intuition. After all, the penalty for death was not low, so such an intuition was essential when engaged in combat in the fields. In reality, if players did not suffer death when grinding out in the fields, they could easily reach level 200 within 2 years. Yet, Feng had taken a decade to reach level 200 in the past. Death was inevitable when battling in God's domain. In the past, Feng had died countless times while participating in all sorts of combat in God's domain. Danger always lurked around the corner. Guild wars were only a small part of the dangers in God's domain. Thus, it was of utmost importance for a player to nurture a bestial intuition to avoid unnecessary deaths. It was also a key to leveling up quickly. People's lives in reality were simply too peaceful, so this bestial intuition had been completely buried deep in their bodies. However, as players experienced more battles in God's domain, this intuition would slowly rise to the surface. Meanwhile, the rate at which players improved also correlated to how strong their intuition became, and this was one of the main factors differentiating average players from experts. Feng chose to appear so stealthily to test everyone's intuition, and the result had not disappointed him. Compared to several days ago, everyone present had improved greatly. Though, when compared to Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, everyone else's improvement paled slightly. Nevertheless, they were still much stronger than the average elite player. After Feng finished evaluating everyone's strengths, he then said with a smile, "All right, let's leave this place. Follow me." Leave? This was exactly what everyone had constantly tried to do. However, it was simply too difficult to accomplish. Currently, Dark Star's forces locked down the Silverleaf Forest. With their team of slightly more than 30, it was impossible to fight their way out of the forest in the next moment. However, Feng gave everyone an underwater breathing potion. This potion allowed players to breathe underwater for half an hour. Following which, Feng gulped down the breathing potion and jumped into the lake. He then dove into the depths of the lake. The team copied Feng's actions, drinking the breathing potion and jumping into the lake as well. This lake was not just a pool of stagnant water. Instead, it connected to the other lakes found in the Silverleaf Forest. A player in the past had accidentally stumbled on this particular secret. This player had only managed to discover this secret as he tried to catch the silver carp found in the Silverleaf Forest. The silver carp was a precious cooking ingredient, and its flavor far surpassed the carp found in the real world. Moreover, after eating the dishes made using the silver carp, there was a very small chance for players to receive a permanent increase of 1 point to a basic attribute. Players could receive up to a total of 20 attribute points through consuming these delicacies. Unfortunately, the attribute rewarded was always random. Even so, players still valued the silver carp. Many players who were gourmands and wished to increase their strength would willingly spend a massive sum of money to purchase silver carp. So, silver carp had always been short in supply, and their prices had steadily increased over time. Back in the day, plenty of players would come to the Silverleaf Forest to fish for the silver carp. There was also no lack of bloodbaths due to competition over these silver carp as well. Feng led everyone through one underwater tunnel after another, gradually distancing themselves from Dark Star's encirclement. However, Dark Star still held Silverleaf Forest's exits. So, it was impossible for them to depart from the forest safely. A Guild War order could seal an area for 24 hours. During this period, no one could use return scrolls in this area. In addition, if enemy guild members logged out of the game while in this area, they would receive very harsh punishment. This punishment was far more severe than even the penalty for death, as it was meant to prevent players from abusing this method to avoid the war. However, Guild War orders had a cooldown time of 2 natural days. In God's domain, that would be 96 hours. Hence, after players managed to endure and survive through the Guild War order's effective period of 24 hours, they could return directly to the city using a return scroll. Feng intended to take advantage of these underwater tunnels before anyone discovered their existence. By doing so, they could escape Dark Star's surveillance and wait out the seal of the Guild War order. Dark Star had a lot of members inside the Silverleaf Forest. However, due to Feng's group killing one of their teams, which had consisted of over 100 elite players, in addition to Feng's impossible feat of killing both Lone Tyrant and Ming Sha amidst the encirclement of over 1,000 players, Dark Star no longer dared spread their forces too thin. They even called for more reinforcements to the Silverleaf Forest. Yet, even after thoroughly searching the area where the previous battle took place, they still could not manage to locate any traces of Feng and the others. Time passed. Little by little after his resurrection, Lone Tyrant was like a madman as he sent out all members of Dark Star to hunt Feng's team in the Silverleaf Forest. His insanity also attracted the attention of the players in White River City. Why was Dark Star sending even more players to the Silverleaf Forest? Were the thousands of players they had sent there before not enough to deal with the core members of Zero Wing? At this time, a new post from Black Flame appeared on the forums, and within the post, there was a video. This video bore the title, Dark Star's Guild Leader, Lone Tyrant's Death. Chapter 316, Shocking Star Moon. The confrontation between Dark Star and Zero Wing had already become explosively popular on the forums previously. Using the name Black Flame, Feng had declared that he would exact vengeance against Dark Star. In response, those who knew of Dark Star's strength were not optimistic about Zero Wing's chances of success. After all, everyone knew that Zero Wing had only recently established. It did not possess a significant background. However, Zero Wing was still the first guild in Star Moon Kingdom to possess a guild residence, so most considered it to have great potential. If it spent a few more months developing, it might become an existence that surpassed even Dark Star. At the moment, though, it was simply too early for Zero Wing to go against Dark Star yet. Sometime later, such remarks about Zero Wing completely disappeared. World dominators, veteran first-rate guild, had actually suffered defeat. Moreover, the guild had been eliminated from the competition for dominance over White River City. Zero Wing had played a significant role in achieving this feat, so it was apparent that Zero Wing was not as weak as everyone had imagined. Hence, the moment the video of Feng killing Dark Star's guild leader, Lone Tyrant, uploaded, its popularity instantly grew. In particular, the scene where Feng indifferently faced off against an army of over 1,000 elites and managed to kill Lone Tyrant by himself garnered huge amounts of attention. Feng's actions made it seem as if killing the enemy commander while surrounded by an army as simple as taking something out of his pockets. A scene that was only possible in storybooks had actually occurred in reality. In the face of Feng, the guild leader of Dark Star was like a little kid. Even as Lone Tyrant died, he had not offered the least bit of resistance. On the other hand, just a glance from Feng caused the thousands of players of Dark Star to freeze in fright. At that time, Feng was like a king. Before him, everybody else could only submit. Also, the scene in which Feng killed Ming Sha as he departed was even more amazing. Anybody could tell at a glance that the berserker, Ming Sha, was not just an ordinary expert. Yet, even so, Feng killed him effortlessly. However, this did not mean that Ming Sha was weak. Instead, Feng was simply too strong. This black flame is too powerful. With his skills, he can rank on the God's Domain experts list. Not likely. That's the God's Domain experts list you're talking about. The Secret Pavilion has collected information on all experts in God's Domain to compile that list, and the God's Domain experts that rank on it are all monsters. Previously, even though the God-ranked expert, Feng, had killed over 100 players all by himself, he still failed to earn a spot on that list. The Secret Pavilion was famous in the virtual gaming world, and one could find the Secret Pavilion's presence in practically every virtual reality game available. The experts list compiled by the Secret Pavilion was also well received by many players. After all, by browsing through the experts list, one could easily find information such as the major events that had occurred in God's Domain, what kind of experts were present in the game, who the number one player was, and more. Players had no need to go through the trouble of searching for such information through the official forums. Any player who managed to earn a place on the experts list was a target for recruitment of all of the major workshops in the gaming industry. Although nobody knew whether Black Flame was capable of ranking on the experts list, undoubtedly, he had already earned his fame in Star Moon Kingdom. In the future, whenever people talked about Zero Wing, the first thing that would come to their minds would be Black Flame. Damn it. Damn that Black Flame. Lone Tyrant burst into an uncontrollable rage when he discovered the video Feng had uploaded. His original plan to destroy Zero Wing had completely backfired, and instead, he became the laughingstock throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Have we not found them yet? Lone Tyrant bellowed. Dark Star had suffered a tremendous loss this time. Not only had it lost more than 1,000 players to Zero Wing, but Dark Star's fame and prestige had also been destroyed. Lone Tyrant's reputation had gone up in flames. To make things worse, he still had to compensate world dominators for its losses. The amount they had to pay would definitely put a dent in Dark Star's funds, damaging the guild's development. In this war, Dark Star had suffered a double loss. However, Lone Tyrant was completely helpless about this situation. Guild leader, we've already increased the number of people searching for them to 15,000. However, it's as if they grew wings and flew away. Even after rummaging through the entire Silverleaf forest, we still can't find any traces of Zero Wing. I suspect that they have long since left the forest. Otherwise, if Black Flame and the core members of Zero Wing were still here, Zero Wing's and Ouroboros's forces would have carved a path of blood into this forest by now. They wouldn't have dispersed and went on to do their own things. Lone Tyrant's confidant explained slowly. Before, Lone Tyrant's anger had blinded him, so he had not considered this. However, now that he thought it through, it was as his confidant said. If Black Flame, Zero Wing's guild leader, were still trapped deep in his enemy's territory, how could the other members of his guild possibly sit and do nothing? They would have charged forward in desperation. If Zero Wing had joined hands with Ouroboros, based on Dark Star's strength, Dark Star would have no choice but to back off. Yet, Zero Wing had not done so. Even the reinforcements Lone Tyrant had called in from White River City received no obstruction whatsoever from the other guild. Based on Zero Wing's inaction, one could conclude that Black Flame had indeed already left the Silverleaf Forest. Damn that Black Flame. We've wasted so much time and manpower. Lone Tyrant's eyes burned with anger. However, he was simply helpless against Zero Wing. It was no longer possible to deal with their enemy now. Previously, he had the help of world dominators to hinder Ouroboros. Now that world dominators was out of the competition, if Darkstar wished to deal with Zero Wing, it would have to fight both Zero Wing and Ouroboros simultaneously. Even with underworld support, it was still not an opponent for these two guilds. Suddenly, Lone Tyrant seemed to age by several years. Pass on my command, everybody is dismissed. Those who should rest, rest. Those who wish to level up, go level up. As for the rewards and compensations, I will issue those later. After Lone Tyrant finished speaking, as if all the strength in his body drained away, his entire person became powerless. Soon after, everyone from Darkstar departed from the Silverleaf Forest, one after another. As for the seal of Guild War Order, that, too, had dissipated. When the thousands of players from Darkstar hunted Feng's group, having nothing better to do, Feng and the others had spent their time searching for silver carp at a lake. Currently, nobody that knew how precious silver carp were. Moreover, now that the underwater areas of the Silverleaf Forest had yet to develop, one could find a large number of silver carp in the lakes in the area. Even in the very beginning, each silver carp sold for 20 silver coins. Presently, 20 silver was worth 3,000 credits. It could compare to the monthly salaries of white-collared workers. By the time everybody discovered the silver carp's value, its price had soared from the initial 20 silver coins to 2 gold coins. To an average player, such an amount was a fortune. During the several hours Darkstar had hunted them, Feng and the others had managed to catch over 20 silver carp. They even discovered multiple treasure chests. Although they were only bronze and mysterious iron rank, it was still a considerable harvest. Guild leader, as you predicted, Darkstar has released the seal on the Silverleaf Forest, Fire Dance reported excitedly. Although everything had gone according to Feng's plan, when everyone witnessed the area seal lifting so quickly, they could not help their astonishment. It was as if everything was within Feng's grasp. That's that. However, we are now red players. If we aren't nobles of White River City, we won't have any way to enter the city safely. Most of us are already level 20, so if we wish to upgrade ourselves further, we need to complete our class change. Let's first wash away our red names. Otherwise, we can't enter White River City to accept our class change quest. Feng was not particularly surprised about the seal on the Silverleaf Forest releasing. After spending so much time and manpower, Darkstar had still failed to locate any of them. As long as Lone Tyrant was not an idiot, he would definitely stop searching for them like a fool. Chapter 317, Town Capture. Guild leader, our names are as red as blood right now. Most of us have killed more than 10 people, while Blackie and I have killed more than 100 each. We'll need to waste a lot of time to cleanse our red names completely. By the time we do, most of the players from the other guilds will have already reached level 20, Fire Dance said as she smiled bitterly. If a player wished to remove their status as a red name, they needed to remove the crime value they had accumulated. One of the most common ways to get rid of crime value was to wait, as a player's crime value decreased over time. However, if one's crime value was excessively high, they needed to punish evil and promote righteousness. However, although killing NPCs such as villains, criminals, and bandits would significantly reduce a player's crime value, there was no other benefit for doing so. Killing these NPCs would not provide players with any additional rewards or EXP. Moreover, these NPCs were very few and usually scattered all over God's domain. It would be fine if players hunted for these NPCs by themselves, but hunting as a group would be time-consuming and inefficient indeed. Let's forget about cleansing your red names for now. We'll raise our White River City reputation. As long as you become nobles, entering the city as red names will not have significant consequences. We should have no problems taking on the class change quest. Feng made his decision after some thought. Otherwise, it would take around 2 to 3 days' effort to cleanse such a high crime value. Everyone fell speechless when they heard Feng's decision to raise their reputation in White River City to the degree of becoming a noble. Feng made it sound as if becoming a noble of White River City was as easy as buying cabbage from the market. It was extremely difficult for players to raise their White River City reputation, and one needed to invest a lot of time to accumulate sufficient reputation points to become a noble. In this case, it would be much easier to hunt for NPC Bandits Guild leader. Do you have a method to increase our White River City reputation quickly? Blackie knew that Feng would not speak without reason. Suddenly, his eyes shone with a hint of excitement as he looked to his guild leader for answers. A noble of White River City. Currently, one could count the number of players that had become nobles of White River City on one's fingers. After becoming a noble, not only could one purchase a business stall in White River City, but one could also receive high-level quests in the city. The rewards were enough to drool over. Although the EXP rewarded was low, the monetary rewards consisted of silver coins, not copper coins. Most importantly, nobles could receive a 10% discount when purchasing items in White River City. They could also receive a 30% discount when repairing weapons and equipment. Currently, every time they went to repair items, they would always leave with a stomach ache due to the quality of their items. The repair fees were at least 6 times higher than the average player. As if they could become nobles of White River City, in the future, they would not become poor bastards whenever they needed to repair their equipment. They might even get the chance to enter the nobles' district. Feng rolled his eyes at Blackie, saying, "Do you really think it is so easy to become a noble?" The team could not help their laughter at Blackie as he nearly choked from Feng's reply. Although it is not easy to raise one's reputation in White River City, if one wishes to increase it quickly, there is indeed a method to do so. Guild leader, is there really such a method? Kola asked excitedly. It was an absolute nightmare for him whenever he had to repair his equipment out of cloth armor, leather armor, and plate armor. The repair fees for cloth armor were the cheapest. On the other hand, plate armor cost the most to repair, and normally, the fees were at least double that of cloth armor. There is one method, town capture. Feng nodded, revealing a mysterious smile. Feng's announcement stunned his guildmates. What kind of trouble was Feng trying to stir? They had just escaped from Darkstar's pursuit, yet, now, they were going to capture a town? Town capture? Kola was confused. Although he did not know why Feng suggested they capture a town, such a thing was not easy. Level 50 elite NPCs guarded every town. There were even Tier 2 NPCs protecting them. Even with their strength combined, they wouldn't be a match for even a single level 50 elite NPC, not to mention a Tier 2. That's right. However, we're not going to capture just any town. Instead, our aim is Creek Town, one of the towns within the White River City region that's occupied by evil-aligned NPCs. As long as we capture this town, we can obtain a lot of White River City reputation points. If we're lucky, there might even be unexpected rewards, Feng explained. However, it won't be easy. I'll need to make some preparations before we set off. Just stay here and catch some fish for now. I'll head back and make the necessary arrangements. I'll notify you guys once I'm done. After Feng said so, he used a return scroll town capture. During the middle stages of God's Domain, this was a commonplace activity for players. There were plenty of small towns in God's Domain, and a majority of these towns were not under the management of any kingdoms or empires. Instead, other forces occupied these towns. So long as players wished to establish their own empire in God's Domain, it was a must for them to occupy towns. Meanwhile, if players wished to occupy a town, they needed to chase away the forces that occupied said town first. Only by doing so could they turn the town into their own guild town. They could then slowly develop and upgrade the town's rank. It was also not impossible for players to develop a town to surpass even Starmoon City. However, the conditions for doing so were extremely demanding, so it was very difficult for players to succeed. Moreover, capturing a town was easier said than done. Even if the current number 1 guild in White River City, Ouroboros, went all out, they should not have any clue of how to capture a town. It should be impossible for Ouroboros to capture even the most bordered and resource-poor town. On top of that, now that Feng had unsealed the Endless Abyss, towns had upgraded their overall strength in preparation for the assault from demonic beasts, making it even more challenging for players to capture a town. However, Creek Town, the town Feng had chosen as his target, was slightly special. There was a hidden quest in White River City that would greatly reduce the overall strength of Creek Town. If the town were weakened, capture would become far easier. However, in order to accept this hidden quest, at the very minimum, one must first become a Viscount of White River City. Fortunately, Feng just happened to be just that. After Feng returned to White River City, he suddenly became the focus of the entire city. Any players who saw him immediately began whispering to companions or strangers by their sides. Feng was a celebrity right now, and everyone in White River City knew about him. Although part of the reason why Feng attracted so much attention was due to his blood-red name, the actual cause for his fame was due to the name Black Flame. The video of the battle in the Silverleaf Forest was extremely exciting. The scene where Feng had leaped high into the air to finish off Ming Sha was particularly unforgettable. Countless players had tried to mimic Feng's actions. Unfortunately, average players could, at most, jump 2 to 3 meters high. Compared to Feng, who had managed to reach a height of 8 meters, the gap between them was simply too massive. Moreover, Feng had brandished his sword 6 times while in mid-air, and every strike accurately landed on Ming Sha's vital points. Through their attempts to mimic Feng's actions, everyone's admiration for him grew. Everyone knew that a player's basic attributes determined the gap between them and others. Only after making a comparison did they know just how wide the gap was between them and Feng guild leader Black Flame. When will Zero Wing hold another mass recruitment? I've been waiting to join Zero Wing for a long time now. A level 17 male swordsman asked loudly. That's right. This little girl wishes to join Zero Wing as well. Big brother Black Flame, please tell this little sister when you'll recruit again. It can be our little secret. I promise not to tell anyone, a beautiful female summoner asked sweetly. Everyone's eagerness to join Zero Wing grew greater and greater. If Zero Wing had not announced to the public that it had temporarily halted recruitment in order to fine-tune the management of the guild, the stampede of players might have trampled Zero Wing's recruitment area. By now the crowd's enthusiasm started to make even Feng grow afraid. Without a better choice, he said, everyone can rest assured that Zero Wing will definitely recruit for more members. Moreover, we will have even more slots available during the next recruitment. As for the time and venue, the recruitment will be held in 3 days at Zero Wing's guild residence. I hope that everyone will show up for the registration when the time comes. Finished speaking, Feng hurriedly escaped. If he remained any longer, he might not be able to get away in 3 days. Great. I can use that time to improve my techniques and strength. I will definitely pass the test and become a member of Zero Wing. After receiving a specific time, everyone grew even more enthusiastic. They all swore to join Zero Wing no matter what. In their minds, Zero Wing stood out like a sacred temple of experts: Assassin Fire Dance, Guardian Knight Cola, Elementalist Aqua Rose, Berserker Lonely Snow, Cursemancer Black Cloud, Cleric Violet Cloud, Swordsman Black Flame, Swordsman Yi Feng, and many other experts all belonged to Zero Wing. These experts possessed brilliant battle records in God's domain, and they were far stronger than other guilds' experts. Chapter 318, Blood Hand. Feng's return immediately attracted the attention of the various powers in White River City. When these powers learned about Feng's return, in addition, his blood-red colored name, they knew that Dark Star's Encirclement had failed. Dark Star had dispatched over 10,000 members during this encounter. Yet, they still failed to annihilate Zero Wing's core members. This conclusion had greatly boosted Zero Wing's fame. Moreover, Lone Tyrant's death at Feng's hands had also been a huge blow to Dark Star's reputation, excluding World Dominators, which had already been eliminated from the competition for the dominance over White River City. Dark Star's current reputation ranked at the very bottom of the top 6 guilds of White River City. As a result, many players who had originally intended to join Dark Star now had their sights on Zero Wing instead. As things stood, it was only a matter of time before Zero Wing surpassed Dark Star. After escaping the attention of the passionate players surrounding him, Feng immediately draped a black cloak over his shoulders, covering his face and hiding his name. He then hurried towards the Adventurers Association of White River City. On the way, Feng contacted Aqua Rose and had her bring around 60 core members to the Adventurers Association to meet up with him. 20 minutes later, Aqua Rose showed up at the entrance of the Adventurers Association with the requested guildmates. Every one of these core members wore equipment that was mysterious iron rank and above. Among them, many possessed secret silver equipment. The group looked dazzling when they stood in front of the entrance, invoking the envy and admiration of many passing players. Although Dark Star's ambush and the battle with world dominators had significantly damaged Zero Wing, fortunately, the guild possessed a relatively large stock of bronze and mysterious iron equipment to compensate for the loss. Only, some time was required to regain the lost levels. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose's group consisted of players that had been busy raiding dungeons while the guild war had taken place. They had not been able to make it in time to help Big Sis Aqua. Why do you think the guild leader called us here? A female cleric called Snow Goose asked curiously. I ascended obvious. Dark Star caused us trouble, picking a fight. Our guild leader obviously wants us here to plan our payback, a berserker said, laughing. That's great. The dungeon we raided before was too far away, so we couldn't join in the guild war. Now, I'll get to teach those bastards from Dark Star a lesson. Snow Goose giggled as she waved her delicate fist around. Watching this scene, Aqua Rose could not help but laugh, saying, Snow Goose, aren't you a little too aggressive? Although the guild leader hasn't expressed his plans for us yet, I feel that he called us here for something else. Otherwise, if we start a war against Dark Star with the few numbers we have here, we won't even fill in the gaps between their teeth. Stop guessing blindly. In any case, we'll know what he wants us to do soon enough. Hearing that their guild leader had called them here for something else, Snow Goose's mood dampened slightly. The others also revealed disappointed expressions. Feng finally arrived after Aqua Rose and the others had waited at the Adventurers Association's entrance for a short while. Guild leader, why are you still wearing a cloak? Are we not allowed to expose ourselves in this operation? Should we leave and sneak back over here? Aqua Rose could not help her confusion when she saw Feng hiding his face. At this moment, Feng looked like a wanted criminal who was afraid of being discovered. I hadn't intended to use it. However, being too famous doesn't help me either. If I remove my cloak, I don't think I will get further than the front door of the Adventurers Association, Feng said, laughing bitterly. Forget about it. Invite me to the team and let's get down to business. From Feng's brief explanation, Aqua Rose imagined the comical scene of a horde of players mobbing Feng. Involuntarily, Aqua Rose's lips hooked up into a bright smile. The dignified guild leader of Zero Wing had been fearless even against an army of thousands. Yet, now, he was actually afraid of his fans' enthusiasm. After Aqua Rose invited Feng to the team, she passed the team leader position to Feng. After becoming the leader of the team, Feng immediately examined everyone's level, and he could not help but feel proud at what he saw. A majority of the team was level 19, while a small portion had already reached level 20. This was unimaginable in any other guild. As the various large guilds competed over the first clear of the 3 great dungeons, naturally, they would not hurry to level up. In truth, the guild's actions were similar to putting the cart before the horse. Although obtaining the first clear of the 3 great dungeons was important, God's Domain worked differently from other MMOs. If players paid too much attention to their gains and losses during the early stages of the game, they could easily miss other opportunities. Take the promotion to become a Tier 1 class for example. Level 20 dungeons specifically catered to Tier 1 classes. The only reason Fire Dance and the others had managed to clear level 20 dungeons was mainly due to the excellent equipment they possessed. Otherwise, it would have been extremely difficult to achieve such a feat. Not to mention, there were still the 50-man and 100-man level 20 large-scale team dungeons. Hence, the earlier they completed their Tier 1 promotion, the better their chances were of obtaining the first clear of the 100-man team dungeon. The only benefit of obtaining the first clear of the level 10 3 great dungeons was fame among players. By obtaining the first clear of a level 20, 100-man team dungeon, however, not only could they increase their fame, but they could also encounter a great opportunity. Let's head to the second floor, Feng said in the team chat. Normally, nobody visited the second floor of the Adventurers Association. This place did not receive individual guild players. Instead, this place was exclusive to guild team sister Aqua. Why do you think the guild leader has led us here? Snow Goose asked curiously. I don't know. Aqua Rose shook her head. She, too, could not see through their guild leader, Feng. However, it was precisely because of this that she had chosen to join Zero Wing. She then continued, however, this is where guilds come to take on large-scale quests. I wonder what kind of great quest the guild leader plans to accept. At this time, Feng sat in front of the VIP counter. With a smile, the beautiful receptionist behind the counter asked, "Lord Viscount, how may I be of service today?" "I wish to take on a guild crusade quest," Feng requested. "Okay. However, as the Zero Wing Guild is only a 3-star guild, there are only 4 locations available for a crusade. May I know which location Lord Viscount desires?" The receptionist listed the 4 locations. They were rather remote towns, barren wastelands. However, dark forces occupied each location. Without 2,000 to 3,000 level 30 tier 1 players, one should not even consider capturing it. Of course, this was only in the case for attacking normally. If it were a crusade, however, the difficulty of capturing the town would significantly decrease. Even so, it was still extremely difficult. If one attempted to capture these towns with only 100 players around level 20, it would be Suicide Creek Town, then. Feng was very familiar with the crusade quests available in White River City. He chose Creek Town, which was occupied by the Blood Hand Association. Without hesitation, among the many dark forces in the White River City region, the Blood Hand Association was one of the weakest and smallest powers. It ranked at the very bottom. Taking on any of the other 3 locations, each of which was controlled by lower middle class dark forces, would be nothing more than suicide for Feng and his team. They would have no chances of successfully capturing the town at all. Okay. A 1-star crusade quest will require a deposit of 30 gold coins. If the quest is not completed within 5 days, then the deposit will not be refunded. Snow Goose, who currently stood behind Feng, widened her delicate mouth in shock when she heard the requirement of a 30 gold deposit. Just what kind of quest was this? To think that they actually needed to pay a deposit before accepting the quest. Moreover, the deposit was even 30 gold coins. Big Sis Aqua, what kind of quest is that? It actually needs 30 gold coins. Even if I sold myself, I still wouldn't earn so much money. Snow Goose said. Stunned Snow Goose's words left everyone speechless. Feng, on the other hand, merely revealed a calm smile as he paid the 30 gold coins deposit gladly. He then said in the team chat, "This is a guild crusade quest. Unless one becomes a true noble of White River City, they can't even accept such a quest. Moreover, 30 gold coins is actually very cheap." Cheap. Everyone was truly speechless this time. At this stage of the game, 30 gold coins was practically the maximum a third-rate guild would possess. If they could not complete this crusade quest, those 30 gold coins would be gone forever. Chapter 319, Windbreaker. After Feng accepted the 1-star guild crusade quest, he led everyone to the Twilight Temple. The Twilight Temple was a main hub for healer classes. Here clerics, oracles, and druids could take on quests that rewarded high-level skills related to their class's guild leader. "What are we doing here?" Aqua Rose asked, confused, weary, looking for assistance. Feng smiled faintly, not bothering to explain further. After entering the main hall of the Twilight Temple, they saw level 180 elite guards crowding the temple. This hall also contained the statue of the Twilight Goddess, below which stood a level 200 priest dressed in Redan. Oracle advanced to priest after reaching tier 2. To Feng and the others, a level 200 priest was an existence that they could only revere. At this moment, however, this priest dressed in red took the initiative to walk up to Feng and welcome him. "Greetings, Lord Viscount," the priest said, fawning. "Greetings, esteemed Lord Priest. I wish to purchase some water of life. Do you have some here?" Feng asked softly. The water of life was the spring water taken from the fountain of eternal life. It was sacred medicine in God's domain that could heal any wound in an instant. It could even regenerate a person's lost limbs, so the water of life was extremely valuable. To NPCs, the water of life held great importance. The Twilight Temple worshipped the Twilight Goddess. Meanwhile, the Fountain of Eternal Life was a godly relic that the Twilight Goddess had bestowed upon the Twilight Temple. Hence, throughout God's domain, only the Twilight Temple could possibly obtain the water of life. "Lord Viscount, water of life is precious. This is a gift of the Twilight Goddess to we humans, and every drop is a treasure. It is not something a priest like myself can give to others casually, so I beg for Lord Viscount's forgiveness," the priest said, appearing slightly angry. However, a Viscount was a person of relatively high status in White River City. Even if Feng's request angered the priest still had to endure and hold it in. If any other player stood in Feng's place right now, the priest might have thrown them out of the temple already naturally. Feng knew this, although he had guessed that his identity as a viscount would not get him the water of life. The priest's unwavering refusal still shocked him slightly. Feng then activated the golden stigmata and looked at the priest, asking, "Will this not do?" Suddenly, twinkling golden stars appeared in Feng's dark pupils. His body began to emanate a terrifying aura. In the face of this aura, the priest felt even his soul tremble. The priest was the manager of this twilight temple, so it was only natural that he would possess vast knowledge regarding God's domain. Stigmata were the war god's temple's symbol of supremacy, and they were categorized into 3 different colors: silver, gold, and purple. A person capable of controlling a golden stigmata was definitely a core character of the war god's temple. Is it really not possible? Feng asked again. In truth, he was not confident in obtaining the water of life. If players wished to purchase the water of life from the Twilight Temple, the prerequisite was sufficient status among humans. As to what degree of status, even Feng was unsure. However, characters like Weissman, the controller of a city, could definitely purchase some. Feng was not a city lord, so if he wished to purchase the water of life, he could only try his other identities. If it were not possible to obtain any, he would have to look for other assistants to help him with the Crusade quest instead. After he gained sufficient status in the future, he would return and purchase water of life. After some struggling, the priest finally opened his mouth and said, "Lord Viscount, with your esteemed status, you can purchase 1 drop. "Okay, I'll take it," Feng replied, slightly excited. However, his excitement confused the members of Zero Wing behind him. Wasn't it just a single drop of water of life? Yet, it actually caused their usually calm and indifferent guild leader to grow excited. Could this water of life possibly be an epic item? "That will be 300 gold, Lord Viscount." The priest carefully took out a small crystal vial from his pocket. Within this vial, there was a single droplet of dark blue liquid. Aqua Rose immediately revealed a shocked expression when she heard the required price of 300 gold. The others were stunned as well. However, Feng was not surprised by this price. Instead, he handed over 300 gold to the priest without hesitation. His actions even seemed a little impatient. Aqua Rose was speechless when she heard the price for a drop of water of life. There was not a single guild in God's domain that could possibly afford such an amount. Hence, when she saw Feng hand over 300 gold to the priest, her disbelief was overwhelming. Although Aqua Rose had long since known that Feng was rich, she never thought his fortune was this vast. No wonder guild leader said that 30 gold was cheap before. Snow Goose finally understood Feng's words back at the Adventurers Association. Indeed, compared to 300 gold, the 30 gold deposit for the Guild Crusade quest was nothing. With 300 gold, one could fully arm a 100-man elite team with mysterious iron equipment. In the end, just how deeply hidden is this guy? Just how much do I not know about Zero Wing? Aqua Rose shifted her gaze to Feng, a complicated feeling possessing her heart. If Lone Tyrant of Dark Star knew about this, he would definitely regret making an enemy out of Zero Wing. Wars between guilds were mainly competitions in financial power. Meanwhile, by showing off its own financial power, Dark Star had simply shown off its slight skill in front of an expert. However, what Aqua Rose did not know was that Dark Star could have caused Feng some significant problems had they really annihilated Zero Wing's core team. After all, Blackie wielded an epic ranked staff. The others also possessed excellent dark gold items. If Dark Star had managed to obtain these items, the consequences would have been unimaginably dire. After Feng obtained the water of life, he hurried over to a simple and crude-looking house located in the slums of White River City. In this house lived a middle-aged man with only a single arm. Originally, this man had been a powerful Tier 2 sword master. However, during the Great Demon War, he had lost one of his arms, and subsequently, his strength deteriorated, reverting to an ordinary citizen. This man was Kite. Even before he had lost his arm, Kite had not been very famous in Star Moon Kingdom. After all, he was simply a Tier 2 swordsman, something common. The reason Feng had come for Kite was mainly that of his potential. 5 years after God's domain had officially launched, Kite had another name: Windbreaker. Nobody would have thought that a one-armed man living in the slums of White River City would, after becoming the personal guard of a player, one day grow to become a Tier 5 titled Sword Saint. The more shocking matter was the fact that the owner of this Windbreaker was actually just an independent player with subpar techniques. and this player was simply a lifestyle player. However, due to the presence of this Tier 5 titled Sword Saint, this insignificant, independent player had actually become an existence that nobody dared to provoke casually. The same went for the first-rate guilds. At that time, many first-rate guilds and super guilds had also offered astronomical prices in order to recruit this independent player. Moreover, the prices they offered were much higher than what they would usually offer when recruiting a Tier 5 expert. The reason being, NPCs were different from players. NPCs of the same rank were much more powerful than players, not to mention a Tier 5 Sword Saint that received a title. Kite's strength far surpassed other ordinary Tier 5 Sword Saints. If ranked according to tiers, a title Sword Saint could be considered a Tier 5 class, and only Tier 6 God-ranked players could possibly suppress this Windbreaker. Esteemed Lord Viscount, how may I be of service to you? Kite asked in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing when he saw Feng entering his house. Although he had become a cripple with low status, his bearing was completely different when compared to the priest back at the Twilight Temple. Chapter 320, Personal Guard. When Feng saw Kite's depressing state, Feng wondered just how much determination that independent player, Drunk Xiao, had when he decided to recruit Kite as his personal guard and invest in grooming swordsmen. However, reality had proven that Drunk Xiao certainly had impressive foresight when choosing a personal guard. Players relied on two things, foresight and luck. If a player made the wrong choice, they could only blame themselves for being dull and impatient before placing an NPC under their command. Players had absolutely no access to said NPC's data. They would have no access even if they took in an NPC as a normal guard. In the case of Anna, Feng could only view her data because she was an assistant provided due to an epic quest. Anna belonged to Feng completely, so she fit under the category of a personal guard. After becoming a Viscount, players were given 2 slots for personal guards and 48 slots for normal guards. These slots were precious, as after signing the contract with an NPC, players were required to pay a considerable fee should they ever wish to dissolve the contract. If it were merely dissolving the contract for normal guards, most players could afford the fee. After all, normal guards were incapable of growth. As a player's strength grew, sooner or later, they would have to replace these normal guards. However, personal guards were a different story. Personal guards could grow with a player. Even if it were Feng, he would not dare dissolve contracts of personal guards casually, as the price was simply too high. Hence, after players became Viscounts, they would be very careful when selecting their personal guards. They absolutely would not waste these 2 slots. However, leaving it empty was also unwise. Even if one accepted personal guards with slightly lower potential, these personal guards could be of great help when properly developed, especially when leveling up. Moreover, the sooner one started nurturing a personal guard, the stronger they could become later on. Also, players could not simply recruit any NPC they wished. For example, players could not recruit NPCs directly affiliated to the various kingdoms, empires, or the several strongest powers of God's domain. In other words, the NPCs must not be affiliated with any powers. In addition, the stronger the NPC was, the harder it was for a player to put them under their command. Hence, thoughts such as recruiting a level 200 Tier 5 NPC should be kept to one's dreams. In the past, Drunk Xiao's decision to accept Kite as his personal guard relied on both foresight and luck. It was not a feat normal people could repeat in this life. However, Feng had decided that he needed to obtain the NPC named Kite no matter what. Mr. Kite, I have just recently become a Viscount of White River City, and currently, I am trying to recruit guards for myself. I wonder if you would be interested? Feng asked. Kite looked a little excited when he heard Feng's offer. However, when he looked at the empty space where his right arm used to be, he sighed and said, "My lord, you, too, can see for yourself. I am but a cripple now, so I have no way to serve as one of my lord's guard." I realize Mr. Kite's concerns. I had heard that Mr. Kite became a Tier 2 sword master at an early age. During the Great Demon War, you have even managed to injure a Tier 3 demon heavily, though at the cost of your sword arm. Today, I have come to recruit you as my guard, so of course, I have come prepared. Do you know what this is? Feng smiled as he retrieved a small, crystalline bottle. Within the crystalline bottle, there was a single droplet of dark blue liquid. Just by looking through the crystal wall of the bottle, one could already feel the boundless life energy coming from this droplet water of life. Kite immediately recognized this liquid, a hint of emotion appearing on his stone-cold face. After all, this liquid was something he had yearned for all this time. Now that it was in front of him, how could he not recognize it? That's right. As long as Mr. Kite agrees to become my personal guard, the water of life in this bottle is yours. Feng smiled. Esteemed Lord Viscount, are you truly willing to use this precious water of life on a mere sword master like me? Kite asked carefully. In reality, Feng's offer was touching. My lord, you should know that, with this droplet alone, even a Tier 3 powerhouse would agree to become your personal guard. Aqua Rose was greatly shocked when she heard Kite's declaration. She never realized the water of life was so precious a single droplet could actually convince a Tier 3 NPC to serve as a player's personal guard. That was a Tier 3 class. Players revered even Tier 2 classes, let alone Tier 3 classes. If their guild could have a Tier 3 NPC as a guard, they could simply annihilate anyone who provoked them. Unfortunately, Aqua Rose's thoughts were too good to be true. Although the water of life could be enough to recruit a Tier 3 powerhouse, Feng was simply too weak right now. He would not be able to recruit a Tier 3 NPC, even if he wanted to. Of course, I already know that, Mr. Kite. However, I value your potential even more. Based on your firm and unyielding will and the fact that you have not fallen to become a demon kin yet, I believe that you will one day become an apex powerhouse on the continent. Feng affirmed. Feng's words were not without justification. One should never provoke a demon. Feng had simply met with the phantom of a Tier 4 great demon, and as a result, he bore its curse. If Charlene, a Tier 3 divine official, had not dispelled the curse for him, he would have had no choice but to delete and restart a new account. Meanwhile, Kite had fought a real Tier 3 demon, so how could he have avoided receiving its curse? A demon's power was the evilest force that could corrode a human spirit. However, after suffering the demon's curse for so many years, although Kite had lost his powers, he continued to live normally. He had not turned into a demon kin. If Kite had not possessed a firm and unyielding will, the demon's power would have devoured him long ago. Mr. Kite, I wonder if you are willing to become my guard? Feng asked seriously. Since Lord Viscount is willing to accept a cripple like myself, how could I possibly reject my lord's good intentions? From today onwards, my lord will be my only master. I swear allegiance. Kite dropped to a knee in front of Feng, receiving the water of life respectfully. System, do you wish to assign Kite as your personal guard? Feng clicked agree. Following which, Kite's data appeared in Feng's NPC managing interface. Kite, Feng's personal guard. Gender, male. Age, 39. Loyalty, 90. Charm, 60. Physique, 40. Wisdom, 81. Growth potential, 26. Class, Tier 1 swordsman. Level, 30. HP, 8000/8000. Attack power, 600 to 720. Defense, 3100. Attributes, Strength 125, Agility 130, Endurance 200, Intelligence 90, Vitality 180. Although Feng had mentally prepared himself, when he looked at Kite's data, his heart could not help but twitch. Setting aside Kite's other attributes, his growth potential was only at 26 points. This number was simply maddening. Feng truly wondered how Drunk Xiao had managed to endure and nurture Kite in the past. Common ranked personal guards had 0 to 30 growth potential. Basically, no one wanted such personal guards. Bronze ranked personal guards had 31 to 50 growth potential. These were the lowest ranked personal guard. Players would usually possess mysterious iron ranked personal guards had 51 to 70 growth potential. Meeting personal guards of such rank was rare. Normally, one required honed foresight and had to carry out long-term observation to find such guards. Secret silver ranked personal guards had 71 to 80 growth potential. Such personal guards were extremely rare. Normally, players that managed to obtain these NPCs would treat them like their own babies. Fine gold ranked personal guards had 81 to 90 growth potential. These individuals were as rare as a phoenix's feather. Dark gold ranked personal guards had 91 to 100 growth potential. If a player managed to recruit such a personal guard, as long as developed properly, the player's strength no longer mattered. As for epic ranked personal guards, which were above dark gold rank, Feng had never actually seen one before. He also did not know how powerful epic-ranked personal guards were. However, it would not be unusual if such a guard transcended the realm of normal men, achieving godhood. Chapter 321, NPC Army. After Kite became Feng's personal guard, he opened the crystalline bottle and drank the water of life within. When Aqua Rose saw Kite drink the droplet of water of life, which cost 300 gold, she could not hide her pained expression. As for the other guild members, they, too, gulped at the sight. 300 gold. It was enough to outfit a 20-man team with secret silver equipment fully. Yet, their guild leaders spent that 300 gold on an ordinary-looking and crippled NPC. They could not help their envy. However, Feng paid no attention to the others' thoughts. In the past, Drunk Xiao had become a famous character throughout God's domain due to his personal guard. Even when countless first-rate guilds and super guilds had offered astronomical prices to purchase this guard, Drunk Xiao refused to sell. Meanwhile, Feng had only spent 300 gold to obtain this future tier 5 titled Sword Saint. How was this not a worthwhile trade? Shortly after Kite drank the water of life, his body suddenly emitted a bright green light. This light originated from the water of life. Not only did it possess frightening healing powers, but it could also remove all abnormal statuses. A few moments later, Kite's body expelled a cloud of dark gas, and following its removal, Kite's originally pale complexion turned rosy red. The right arm that he had lost also began to regenerate at a rate visible to the naked eye. 1 minute later, Kite had fully recovered. Guild leader, at this moment, Aqua Rose dared not believe her own eyes. She had long since developed a keen intuition, so she could immediately discover the change in the NPC named Kite. Although Kite's clothing was still worn out, the aura he gave off no longer felt depressing, rather, it was refreshing. At this moment, he seemed like a caged lion that had broken out of its confinement, releasing a heaven-shocking roar to let everyone know of its return. This is the real him. Feng laughed. In the past, Drunk Xiao had gone through great pains for Kite. He had practically bankrupted himself to obtain a droplet of water of life in this life. However, Feng had easily accomplished Drunk Xiao's feats. Moreover, Feng had managed to heal Kite while he was still level 30 inches. The past, Drunk Xiao had only managed to obtain the water of life after Kite passed level 100. Despite having the same growth potential, there would be a huge difference in strength between a personal guard nurtured from level 30 and a personal guard nurtured from level 100. His growth potential is as shocking as expected. Feng could not help but mutter happily when he examined Kite's data again. Kite, Feng's personal guard. Gender, male. Age, 39. Loyalty, 90. Charm, 75. Physique, 95. Wisdom, 88. Growth potential, 94. Class, Tier 1 Swordsman. Level, 30. HP, 15, 400/15, 400. Attack power, 830 to 960. Defense, 4,500. Attributes, Strength 384, Agility 364, Endurance 420, Intelligence 276, Vitality 280. Kite's current attributes were worlds apart from the attributes he had before he drank the water of life. It seems that taking the water of life earlier has also affected his growth potential. Feng could recall that Kite's growth potential in the past was 92 points. Now, it was 2 points higher. After 90 points, even a difference of 1 point in growth potential would create a significant difference regarding attributes, let alone 2 points. These additional points would be of immense help to Kite's growth in the future. Kite, take these and use them for now. Issuing his instructions, Feng retrieved several pieces of level 20 mysterious iron equipment and passed them to Kite. Although they were somewhat incompatible for the level 30 swordsman, they were all Feng had at the moment. After all, Zero Wing had yet to start raiding level 20 team dungeons. They had only raided the level 25-man party dungeons after Kite equipped the level 20 mysterious iron items. He appeared valiant and extraordinary. His attributes also increased significantly. His HP broke through the 18,000 threshold, his attack power increased past 1,400 points, and defense reached 6,000 points. Kite's defense far surpassed even Zero Wing's chief MT, Cola. Kite was practically a boss monster now. Let's go. We still have to recruit some more people. Feng then led everyone to the Mercenary Alliance. The Mercenary Alliance was the best place for players to recruit normal guards. The NPCs of the Mercenary Alliance were all well-trained, and they were far more reliable than the NPCs players recruited randomly from the streets. Normal guards were different from personal guards. Players were required to pay for their services, and the prices varied depending on the strength of the NPC. With Feng's current level, the strongest guards he could recruit were level 50 tier 1 NPCs. A normal level 50 guard cost 5 silver coins per day, and the payment would be due once every 10 days. A level 50 tier guard cost 30 silver coins per day with payment due once every 10 days as well. The difference between a normal guard and a tier 1 guard was like the difference between a common monster and an elite monster. Thus, the price of a tier 1 guard was 6 times higher than a normal guard. Some tier 1 guards that were more powerful would cost even more. After arriving at the Mercenary Alliance, Feng signed a contract with 48 level 50 tier 1 NPCs. Among them, some were melee classes, some were ranged classes, and some were healers. Of the 48 NPCs, there were 6 NPCs in particular that were more powerful than the others. They were tier 1 advanced guards, and they cost 50 silver coins per day. Feng had hired these guards for 1 month, and the fee totaled to 468 gold. Feng's financial power completely eclipsed all the guilds in White River City. Afterward, Feng led the 48 NPCs and walked through the streets, the group of level 50 tier 1 guards looking valiant and mighty. Many players even consciously moved out of the way, not daring to block the path of this small army of powerful NPCs. Crap. Why are there so many tier 1 NPCs? Did something happen in White River City? No, look. Some of them aren't NPCs, but players. Aren't they members of Zero Wing? Where are they heading? The players quickly discovered the problem. This small army of NPCs and the members of Zero Wing were actually together. Moreover, all of these NPCs were level 50 tier 1 NPCs. With such a large NPC army, who, in White River City, would dare make an enemy of Zero Wing? In the face of so many level 50 tier 1 NPCs, even Dark Star's army of tens of thousands of players amounted to nothing. The level suppression alone would leave the players of Dark Star completely helpless. Not to mention, these tier 1 NPCs also possessed many powerful skills in their arsenal. Zero Wing is too amazing. I heard that Zero Wing is going to recruit members again in 3 days. I will definitely have to apply. The number of players gathered on the street continued to increase, and many started recording this majestic scene. This army of 48 NPCs was more imposing than an army of thousands of players. The combat power this small army possessed was no weaker than the total battle power of a starting town. Although nobody knew what relationship this NPC army had with Zero Wing, the fact that Zero Wing could mobilize so many NPCs was already amazing. Meanwhile, the news of this matter spread quickly, creating a sensation on the official forums and increasing Zero Wing's fame once more. The members of Dark Star wore extremely ugly expressions when they discovered about this matter. Deeply afraid that Zero Wing would lead this group of NPCs to attack them, many of Dark Star's members chose to hide in cities or towns. Some chose to remove their guild emblems temporarily and secretly grind monsters at the same time. The members of World Dominators were similarly frightened by this news, and they were also hiding, not daring to explore and level up. Chapter 322, Crusade against Creek Town. Creek Town was one of the border towns within White River City's jurisdiction. The town was nestled in a desert, and it was so desolate that not even birds would come to lay their eggs. However, such a small town was a popular gathering place for red names and those who walked the path of darkness. Unlike towns, cities like White River City were managed strictly. Hence, red names who had often killed other players for equipment during the initial stages of the game could only find a desolate place like Creek Town to receive quests and level up. Near Creek Town, high-leveled monsters dwelled, ranging from level 15 to level 30, which were perfectly suitable for players at this stage of the game. In Creek Town, red names crowded the streets. Most of these players were above level 15, while only a few were below level 15. The Blood Hand Association, a dark force, managed the town. So, naturally, the NPCs here would not kill these red names. On the contrary, the NPCs welcomed these red names. Red names could also receive better quests depending on their crime value, and through completing these quests, they could raise their reputation among the dark forces they served. Guild leader, there are over 1,000 players in this town. In addition to the NPCs guarding this place, I don't think we can conquer it successfully. After spending a long time scouting, Aqua Rose had obtained a general grasp on Creek Town's overall combat power. Setting aside the fact that there were over 1,000 red names in this town, there were more than 500 NPCs guarding the town, the lowest of which was level 50. Among them, there was no lack of elite guards. There was even a few level 70 tier 1 guard captains. If they charged in, the actual number of enemy NPCs might increase further. With only 100 players and 49 guards, they stood no chance at all. Also, if a town were attacked, the NPCs within would not wait for players to close in on them before retaliating. Instead, all of the guards in the town would gather and fight back. Moreover, there was a huge difference between NPCs and monsters. The reason being, unlike monsters, NPCs knew how to coordinate with each other, making them far more difficult to deal with. Furthermore, these red names would definitely try to take advantage of their battle with the NPCs, inconveniencing them at the very least. Moreover, these red names were not easy opponents. The fact that these players that could survive as a red name until now and possessed such a high level indicated that they had strong fighting techniques. Naturally, the equipment they used would be of high quality as well. Killing and plundering was their main occupation in the game, so even if they were not fully equipped with secret silver equipment, at the very least, they would possess bronze equipment or above. If any of these red names were in a guild, they could easily become the elite or even core players of the guild. Moreover, the frequent PKs they took part in allowed them to gain plenty of combat experience, so there was no shortage of experts among these red names. To put it simply, although there were only around 1,000 red names in Creek Town, these 1,000 or so players could easily rival 2,000 elites of Dark Star. Thus, if they wished to conquer Creek Town, the task could only be described with one word: challenging. Of course, we stand no chance against them if we attack normally. However, we have come here with a crusade quest. Feng knew how difficult it was to capture a town. How could a crusade quest possibly be easy? If it were, the system would not reward players with shocking rewards and reputation. These red names were usually the bandits. They were not used to being the victims this time. However, it was their turn to shed some blood. Fire dance. How are the preparations coming on your side? Feng asked through the team chat. The 48 level 50 tier 1 guards Feng had recruited were no pushovers. Although these guards could not be used to kill monsters or raid dungeons, they could defend a town or private residence. More importantly, they could also help players complete large-scale guild quests. If not for this fact, Feng would not have recruited so many tier 1 guards. However, even though all 48 were tier 1, they were insufficient to deal with all of the NPCs in Creek Town. Moreover, Feng had not intended for them to launch a frontal assault on the guards of Creek Town. Among the 48 tier 1 guards Feng had recruited, some were rangers and assassins. Hence, Feng had tasked Fire Dance and the others to take along one of these guards to lure the Blood Hand Association's NPCs out of town. After all, the intelligence the tier 1 guards possessed was much lower than players. If Feng allowed the tier 1 guards to lure the enemy NPCs, they could easily fail. Yet, if players lured the enemy NPCs, due to the great disparity in attributes, the NPCs could catch up and kill the players. Hence, Feng's solution was to have players instructing the tier 1 guards individually. We're all ready. We've grasped most of the basic commands, so we're only waiting for your command now, Fire Dance said with a smile. Good. After I initiate the crusade quest, all of you take action immediately. Remember not to lure the town guards too far. Otherwise, they will run back to town. After Feng gave a few reminders, he then walked towards Creek Town. Feng stopped a few hundred yards before the town, taking out the crusade order. He then pointed the crusade order at the sky. Suddenly, rays of golden light shot from the crusade order, and in the next moment, a golden magic array appeared above Creek Town. In the evening sky, this magic array was extremely conspicuous, and it quickly attracted the attention of many players inside the town. A short moment later, the magic elements of this array burst open, and one after another, golden ripples spread from this magic array, enveloping the entire region of Creek Town. At this moment, if viewed from the outside, a protective, golden dome appeared, covering Creek Town. Creek Town system announcement: Zero Wing has started a crusade against Creek Town. Unrelated parties, please leave immediately. Creek Town System Announcement. Zero Wing has started a crusade against Creek Town. Unrelated parties, please leave immediately. Creek Town System Announcement. Zero Wing has started a crusade against Creek Town. Unrelated parties, please leave immediately. The crusade announcement repeated 3 times, and all of the red names in Creek Town were shocked by this notification. There was actually a guild that dared to capture a red name town shortly after. All of the players belonging to the dark forces in Creek Town received another message. However, the message this time was from the Blood Hand Association. The message stated that, as long as they could successfully defend the town, all players would receive bountiful rewards. Moreover, players would receive achievement points for each enemy they killed. After the battle was over, players could exchange these achievement points for weapons and equipment. Zero Wing sure is kind. They have actually come to gift us money. Do they think they are amazing? Since they dared to come into our territory and make trouble, we'll annihilate every single one of them. The players of Creek Town's blood boiled, their killing intent rose to new heights. Although Zero Wing shone like the sun in mid-sky in White River City, in their eyes, Zero Wing wasn't worth mentioning. After all, they all had impressive techniques and none of them mingled in White River City, so they had no need to fear Zero Wing's vengeance. Even if Zero Wing tried to take revenge on them, they only needed to hide, and Zero Wing could do nothing to them. The barefooted are not afraid of those who wear shoes. They were the hoodlums of God's domain, so why would they fear Zero Wing? Inside one of the bars in Creek Town, an assassin clothed in black currently drowned himself in alcohol. The man felt like a piece of ice to others. He exuded a chilling intent that made others instinctively distance themselves. Shockingly, this man was actually level 20, and all of his equipment was secret silver equipment. In White River City, this man would definitely be considered a first-rate expert. This black-clothed assassin was stunned when he received the system announcement, the beer bottle in his hand falling to the ground. Zero Wing? Doesn't that mean that Feng might show up as well? The black-clothed assassin's lips curled upward, forming a sinister smile. The last time, I lost to him because of equipment quality. This time, I'm going to take back everything that he owes me. If Feng could see this assassin's appearance, he would recognize this person as none other than Absolute Heaven, the assassin that he killed in the past. Chapter 323, Nightmare. To avenge his hatred, Absolute Heaven had worked desperately to improve his techniques and upgrade his equipment. Now, even if Feng were not involved in this sudden assault, he would still give the members of Zero Wing a taste of his new strength. However, just after Absolute Heaven walked out of the bar's entrance, he discovered the golden magic array hovering in the evening sky. This magic array was a result of the Crusade quest's activation, and it would change the NPCs of Creek Town. The guards that had originally been level 50 immediately fell to level 30, while the level 70 Tier 1 guard captains became level 50, the same level as Feng's normal guards. Although Creek Towns had been weakened, none of these guards delayed in taking action. The moment the warning bell rang, a storm of guards rushed out of the many buildings within the town. In moments, over 2,000 guards surrounded the town. These NPCs belonged to the Blood Hand Association. At this moment, they had all removed their disguises, and the normal guards had revealed themselves as Blood Hand Association members, while the guard captains were Blood Hand Association elites. Blood Hand Association members, elite rank. Level 30. HP 100,000/100,000. Blood Hand Association elites, Tier 1 elite rank. Level 50. 300,000/300,000. Why have all the guards become weaker? What's there to fear? Even if they are weaker, can Zero Wing defeat so many NPCs? Besides, we are here as well. If Zero Wing wants to attack, we'll make them suffer the consequences. When the players of Creek Town discovered that the guards beside them had suddenly grown weaker, worry grew in their hearts. However, they soon rid their minds of this worry. Even during its peak, Zero Wing only had around 8,000 members. Moreover, due to the surge of players that had withdrawn from the guild, they now had less than 5,000. Even if Zero Wing had mobilized all 5,000 of its members, in the face of 2,000 NPCs, charging into the town would be nothing more than suicide. At this stage of the game, players had yet to reach level 30. Furthermore, not a single player had managed to upgrade to a Tier 1 class. So, how could they possibly hope to fight against level 30 and level 50 NPCs? In God's domain, such a massive gap between levels was fatal. Begin. Feng commanded in the team chat fire dance, and the others immediately took action, each of them commanding a level 50 Tier 1 guard as they charged towards the Blood Hand Association's army. The guards fired dance and the others controlled were Tier 1 rangers and assassins. Regarding movement speed, they were much faster than the Blood Hand Association members. Rangers also possessed ultra-long ranged attack capabilities, and they could launch their attacks from 100 yards away. Hence, they were perfect for the role of a lure. Within moments, the red names of Creek Town noticed several figures rushing at them with speeds that no players could hope to achieve. In the next moment, these rangers retrieved their longbows, knocking arrows and releasing them. The arrows struck their targets, several level 30 Blood Hand Association members, from roughly 90 yards away. Each arrow dealt over -5,000 damage to these level 30 NPCs. If a player received one of these arrows, they would die with a single hit. The Rangers' attack attracted the attention of the Blood Hand Association NPCs. Without hesitation, over 1,000 Blood Hand Association NPCs unsheathed their weapons and charged. Seeing this, the Rangers turned on their heels and fled. Very quickly, they had drawn these Blood Hand Association NPCs away from the city. Weren't we being attacked by players from Zero Wing? Why are there level 50 Tier 1 NPCs as well? The red names were confused. They simply stood where they were, not following the Blood Hand Association NPCs in pursuit of the Tier 1 Rangers. Level 50 Tier 1 NPCs only needed a single hit to kill them. If they did not possess life-saving skills, fighting such an NPC was suicide. Moreover, they were all red names. If they died, they would pay a severe penalty. At the very minimum, they would lose 2 to 3 levels and a majority of their equipment. Naturally, they had to weigh the costs and benefits before they took action. Not to mention, they had never intended to charge with the NPCs since the very beginning. Instead, they had planned to take advantage of the confusion while the Blood Hand Association NPCs and Zero Wing clashed. Now, however, those NPC guards had lured away all of the Blood Hand Association NPCs. At this moment, even they began to wonder whether they should join in the pursuit or not. Just as these red names contemplated their actions, the Blood Hand Association NPCs had distanced themselves several hundred yards from the town. This is bad. The Blood Hand Association NPCs are gone. One of the red names realized the situation and shouted, "We need to go help them. If Zero Wing manages to kite and kill them, we'll be finished." This player's words shook everyone to attention. Unfortunately, these red names were neither a single group nor of a single heart. Most importantly, they all understood that the first person to charge into battle would also be the first person to leave. Even though they had realized how serious their predicament was, none of them were willing to take action first. Instead, they all chose to stay put and do nothing at all. None of these red names had discovered that, at this time, Feng had already led the remaining 40 level 50 Tier 1 NPCs in a charge from another direction. When capturing a town, the NPCs were not the most troublesome obstacle. Instead, it was the players residing in said town. If the players and NPCs inside the town were allowed to cooperate, without absolute strength, it would be impossible to capture the town successfully. Hence, the most important thing Feng needed to do right now was to get rid of the players. Only then would it be the NPCs' turn to die. After players died, they had to wait half an hour before they could revive at the graveyard. Furthermore, if these red names died, even if they had the determination to continue fighting, they would not have the strength to present a challenge. The penalty they suffered was simply too severe. Although the 40 level 50 Tier 1 guards did not possess as much HP as the Blood Hand Association elites, they still had over 100,000 HP each. Moreover, the opponents they faced right now were not NPCs, but players. It would only take a single attack to kill a player instantly. When all 40 Tier 1 guards charged at the red names of Creek Town, they were like a group of ferocious beasts as they killed everything in their path. Although there were many red names in Creek Town, they were completely unable to defend themselves against these guards. Shield warriors and guardian knights could take 2 hits at most. In the blink of an eye, red names died, one after another, littering the ground with bodies and equipment. In contrast, although the red names attacked continuously, due to the level suppression of over 30 levels, the damage the red names managed to deal was negligible. 1,000 level 20 players were required to take down a single tier 1 guard, let alone 40 guards, with the 40 guards sharing the damage from the enemy players. Their battle recovery alone made up for the HP they lost. Not to mention, among the 40 guards, there were also clerics and other healer classes. A casual heal from one of these NPCs could replenish over 10,000 HP within tens of seconds. Over 200 red names of Creek Town died, while all 40 guards that Feng led still had full HP. The disparity in strength caused the red names to despair. These NPC guards are too strong. We need to retreat and meet up with the Blood Hand Association NPCs. You bastards from Zero Wing are shameless. You actually brought level 50 tier 1 NPCs to capture a town. If you have the strength to face us, don't use those NPC guards and fight us fairly. The red names cursed Feng at the others as they fought the NPCs. Feng could only chuckle at their words. Immediately, he instructed the NPC mages to cast their AoE spell. Suddenly, rain of fire descended from the sky. In the next moment, thunderbolts struck down at the red names. When cast by the tier 1 mages, the tier 1 AoE spells could display their true might. The red names of Creek Town died in batches. After several AoE spells landed, the battlefield fell quiet. Of all the red names that had resided in Creek Town, only 400 or so remained, while everyone else was dead. This scene not only shocked the players of the town, but Aqua Rose and the others were also stunned. A single wave of AoE spells became a nightmare for the red players of Creek Town Run. Nobody knew who shouted, but every surviving red name agreed wholeheartedly as they fled in all directions. Let's start the slaughter. A majority of these red names were mysterious iron equipment. Killing one of them will profit us more than killing a small boss. Such an opportunity will be rare in the future, Feng laughed, following which, with Aqua Rose in the lead, both players and NPCs chased and killed the fleeing red names. When Feng was the last remaining on the high slope, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Now that no one is around, you can come out, right?" Shortly after the battle began, Feng faintly sensed someone spying on them from nearby. Moreover, the gaze that he felt contained a cold, killing intent. However, it was only a feeling, so Feng had not paid too much attention to it after his team left. However, this feeling became much clearer. He then activated the Golden Stigmata's skill, Omniscient Eyes. The skill allowed him to perceive everything within 100 yards, and all stealth effects were useless in the face of this skill. And as expected, Feng discovered an assassin slowly creeping up on him from behind. However, even after Feng spoke, the assassin continued to hide. "Do you think I am playing a trick on you?" Feng unsheathed the abyssal blade and immediately sent a thundering flash behind him. 3 green arcs of lightning streaked across the air. In the next moment, a black figure suddenly appeared and swiftly dodged the attack. It was none other than the assassin that Feng had killed before, Absolute Heaven. At this moment, shock filled Absolute Heaven's chilling gaze. Someone was actually capable of discovering his presence from such a long distance away. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Chapter 324, Times Have Changed. So, it's him. After not seeing him for some time, his techniques and equipment have improved quite a lot. No wonder he could get so close to me before my senses picked up on him. Absolute Heaven had left a deep impression on Feng during the time Feng had searched for the ice blue devil flame. This expert assassin had very nearly killed him. Afterward, Absolute Heaven had ambushed him again when he led Blackie and Lonely Snow to level up. At that time, Feng's life had hung on by a thread since Feng started playing God's Domain in this life. Although he had made plenty of enemies, Absolute Heaven was the only person who had almost taken his life after such a long time. Absolute Heaven would definitely be much stronger now that he had accustomed himself with the combat style of God's Domain. If Absolute Heaven had not been careless and underestimated Black Flame, Feng's alternate identity, by not concealing his killing intent, Absolute Heaven might have successfully ambushed Feng. "Now that I know you're there, you aren't going to escape." Feng revealed a calm smile as he turned to Absolute Heaven. "Escape?" Absolute Heaven revealed a hint of arrogance on his chilling face. "I admit that you're strong. It is as expected of the guild leader of Zero Wing, Black Flame. According to my estimation, your strength should be on par with Yi Feng. Last time, Yi Feng only managed to kill me because of my own impatience. It was my mistake to use all of my skills on Yi Feng so early in the fight. Otherwise, with his strength, he could not even dream of killing me. Now, although I have revealed myself, do you really think that you can kill me while I still possess all of my skills? Indeed, it is as you say. Unless all of your skills are on cooldown, it will not be easy to kill a top-tier assassin like yourself. Feng acknowledged Absolute Heaven's power. However, times had changed. Although Absolute Heaven had improved, Feng had also raised his strength. Since you're so confident, why don't we make a bet? A bet? Do you think that you can fool me? Originally, I intended to kill you today to show Yi Feng that I, Absolute Heaven, have returned. Since I can't kill you, you can tell Yi Feng this. When I, Absolute Heaven, wish to kill someone, that person will definitely die. Absolute Heaven laughed coldly. He then turned around to leave. If you want me to pass your message on, sure. However, the condition is that you need to escape. Feng activated the 7 Luminaries ring, using the Aura of Time skill, Absolute Time. He instantly charged at Absolute Heaven. Absolute Time prevents enemies within a range of 50 by 50 yards from using any skills or tools for 20 seconds. With this skill activated, all of Absolute Heaven's skills were in a similar state as a forced cooldown. Meanwhile, an assassin that could not use skills was like a tiger without claws or fangs. You think I can't escape? Absolute Heaven smiled confidently in reply to Feng's taunt. He then tried to use blind on his opponent. If he could do so, he could escape from this place easily. However, Absolute Heaven immediately discovered that he could not use any of his skills. Suddenly, he started to panic. Nobody understood better than Absolute Heaven just how fragile an assassin was without his skills. However, Absolute Heaven was no ordinary player. He immediately calmed himself, turning around to flee. Absolute Heaven quickly concluded that such a powerful skill had to have a limited duration. It was impossible for the effect to last indefinitely. As long as he could drag the fight out until the duration of this effect was over, he could fly freely like a bird at this moment. However, Feng had already appeared at Absolute Heaven's back after using silent steps, not giving Absolute Heaven an opportunity to run. Soundlessly, Feng slashed the abyssal blade at assassin. Absolute Heaven responded swiftly and used his dagger to meet Feng's sword. When the silvery gray abyssal blade collided with Absolute Heaven's dagger, he felt an immense pressure flowing from his dagger to his hand. That pressure then suppressed his entire body, forcing Absolute Heaven to kneel on the ground involuntarily. Such power, as expected from the person who killed Ming Sha. Absolute Heaven silently clicked his tongue. If he had not personally experienced Black Flame's might, he would never have imagined that Black Flame's strength was actually on par with a boss monster. At this moment, Absolute Heaven finally realized why a great expert like Ming Sha had been forced into a constant retreat and could retaliate against Black Flame. Feng brandished his sword over 10 times repeatedly. Each slash was as abrupt as a thunderbolt and as heavy as a mountain. Faced with this brutal assault, Absolute Heaven had no other choice but to block as many attacks as he could. However, although Absolute Heaven could reduce the damage he received by blocking with his dagger, his HP still decreased, frustrating him greatly. Absolute Heaven inwardly cursed Feng for being a despicable and shameless bastard. Feng actually used force to suppress him. Feng had not used any techniques and simply relied on brute force to brandish his sword. Feng's way of battle, which traded a life for a life, prevented Absolute Heaven from displaying any of his techniques. If Absolute Heaven could use his skills, he could easily escape his current predicament. Unfortunately, none of his skills would work. Despite being a powerhouse, Absolute Heaven felt powerless. Just as Feng was about to send Absolute Heaven to his death with a bombardment of attacks, Absolute Heaven suddenly felt that this situation was extremely familiar. It was just like when he had ambushed Yi Feng. Back then, he had used a magic scroll to seal all of Yi Feng's skills and had even frozen his movement, turning Yi Feng into a fangless tiger. At that time, Yi Feng could only escape and had not dared confront him head-on. Meanwhile, his current situation was almost exactly the same as the last time he encountered Yi Feng. Only, this time, the roles were reversed. If he had known Black Flame possessed such a skill, he would never have closed in on Black Flame. Worse, He had even wasted time by chatting with his enemy, giving Black Flame ample time to set a trap for him. He had practically sought out his own death. It seems that I'm really going to die this time. With only a thread of his HP remaining, Absolute Heaven could already see his demise. He was currently a red name. If he died, he would lose all of his equipment. His level would also plummet. At that time, he would no longer have the ability to exact revenge on Yifeng. However, just as the abyssal blade was about to collide with Absolute Heaven's body, it suddenly froze in midair. What? You're not gonna kill me? If you wait until I can use my skills again, you won't be able to kill me. Absolute Heaven laughed coldly as he watched Feng curiously. As I said before, I want to make a bet with you, but you thought that I only said those words to fool you and kill you. Now that you only have a thread of your HP remaining, it will only take me a casual wave to destroy your weapon, equipment, and level. However, I'll repeat my offer. Are you interested in placing a bet? Feng asked, smiling as he returned the abyssal blade to its sheath. It seems that you're really not trying to cheat me. Then was the fight your way of proving that you wish not to kill me, but to make a bet instead? Absolute Heaven asked, greatly confused by Feng's actions. He could not figure out just what was going through Feng's mind, of course. Otherwise, why do you think I would even bother fighting you? Does it look like I have too much time on my hands? Feng laughed bitterly. Absolute Heaven was suddenly rendered speechless. What? You still don't believe me? Feng's expression turned cold. No. I believe you. Tell me, then. What do you want to bet? At this moment, Absolute Heaven grew interested in the bet Feng proposed. Bet your life. Feng said straightforwardly. Bet my life? Isn't my life already in your hands? Absolute Heaven nearly cursed at Feng. Feng shook his head, then slowly, he said, you previously mentioned that, as long as you can use your skills, you can escape from me easily. Isn't that right? That's right. Absolute Heaven answered without hesitation. Although Absolute Heaven had already witnessed Feng's frightening strength, he was still confident that he could flee from this battle. Simply put, I don't believe you. So, let's make a bet. While you can fully utilize all of your skills, we'll see whether or not you can escape. What do you think? Feng asked with a smile. Chapter 325, Life and Death. Are you toying with me? Absolute Heaven glared at Feng, trying to figure out just what was going through Feng's mind. However, no matter how he examined his opponent, he still could not see through Feng, who had currently disguised himself using the demon mask. Absolute Heaven could only see a middle-aged man with a faint smile in front of him. No matter how hard Absolute Heaven racked his mind, he just could not figure out what Feng was trying to do. After nearly taking his life, Feng suggested gambling his life away. Was there a need for so much trouble? Wouldn't it be easier just to finish him right now? Why would I toy with you? Feng laughed. Fine, I'll make the bet. What will happen if I survive? What if I die? For his own pride and honor, Absolute Heaven refused to die. If you escape safely, I'll do one thing for you. If you die, you'll have to do one thing for me. How about it? At this moment, Feng finally revealed his true intentions. He had done everything so far, all for this single goal. One thing, huh? Absolute Heaven considered it carefully. After giving it some thought, he looked at Feng and said, if I ask you to kill Yifeng, will you do it? Absolute Heaven's request caught Feng off guard, but soon after, he let out a soft chuckle. In White River City, everybody knew that Black Flame and Yifeng were the two symbols of Zero Wing. Never would Feng have imagined that Absolute Heaven's request would be something like this. He had to admit that Absolute Heaven was indeed ruthless. If the public learned that Black Flame had killed Yifeng, it would greatly affect Zero Wing's reputation. At the same time, it would also affect Black Flame and Yifeng's reputations. However, be it Black Flame or Yifeng, only a few core members of Zero Wing knew that both identities belonged to a single person, which was Feng himself. Meanwhile, Absolute Heaven requested that he kill himself. The difficulty of this request was indeed quite high. What? Didn't you say that you'll do one thing for me if I win? Absolute Heaven smiled complacently. He then said, my request is so small, yet, you hesitate? No, I just didn't think that you would make such a simple request. Originally, I thought you would want to kill me once. After all, I am the guild leader of Zero Wing, and Feng Xianyang of Underworld possess a deep hatred of me. As long as you manage to kill me and pass on the recording to the higher-ups of Underworld, you will receive Underworld's attention. Your position in the organization will soar as well. Feng mentioned if Black Flame died, the prestige that Zero Wing had managed to accumulate due to his efforts would crumble at this moment. Absolute Heaven suddenly came to a realization. He had actually forgotten about such a possibility. The loss and humiliation Dark Star had suffered caused Feng Xuanyang's hatred of Zero Wing to soar. The guild he had nurtured with so much effort had actually fallen into such a state. Naturally, he would not let Zero Wing off the hook. Hence, Feng Xianyang put out a bounty to all members of Underworld stating that, as long as anyone from Underworld managed to kill the higher-ups of Zero Wing and cause trouble, the rewards would be bountiful. As long as someone could accomplish this task, they could gain fame, status, and wealth. If one could annihilate Zero Wing, receiving a promotion from outer member to elite member of Underworld would be a simple matter. There were not many elite members in Underworld. They were few and far between, but those who obtained the prestigious title would also become influential in reality. Every day, there were countless outer members in Underworld working as hard as they could to become official members. Only after becoming an official member could one possibly become an elite member. If he, Absolute Heaven, could kill Black Flame, the guild leader of Zero Wing, there might actually have a chance at receiving the promotion to that elite group. Even if it were not possible, at the very least, he could still become an official member. Alright, then. I agree to the bet. Let's start after I have fully recovered. Absolute Heaven directly agreed. After a few moments, Absolute Heaven's HP and stamina recovered completely. Feng then took out a gold coin, suggesting, I'll toss this gold coin into the air. The battle will start the moment the coin reaches maximum altitude and begins to fall. How about it? Okay. Absolute Heaven was momentarily speechless when he saw Feng use a gold coin as a starting signal. Was he not afraid of losing the gold coin? Currently, Absolute Heaven only had around 20 silver coins in his pockets. Even so, he was considered relatively wealthy. Yet, Feng had actually taken out 5 times that amount and treated it like a toy. Comparisons are indeed odious. Let's start, then. Feng tossed the gold coin into the air. The coin soared upward. Only when it was around 4 meters above ground did its speed begin to slow, the coin faintly showing signs of stopping and succumbing to gravity. Absolute Heaven focused his gaze sternly on the coin. The moment it started to fall, he intended to use blind on Feng immediately. He would then activate wind steps and start running towards the town. In such a wide open area, if he attempted to use Vanish to enter stealth mode, Feng would discover him easily. However, it would be a different story in town. Although terrain on the way to town was complex, aside from Vanish, he possessed other life-saving skills and tools to help him get through this distance. As long as he could reach the town and use Vanish, even if Feng possessed excellent senses, it would be impossible to locate him. However, from start to end, Feng had been paying attention to Absolute Heaven. He did not even take a look at the gold coin in mid-air. The moment the gold coin started to descend, just as Absolute Heaven was about to use blind, Feng instantly vanished. Immediately, he appeared at Absolute Heaven's back, sending a chop towards the assassin. The speed of this attack was astonishing, and Absolute Heaven had no way to dodge. Absolute Heaven suddenly felt an icy feeling coming from behind him. Moreover, the blind that Absolute Heaven had used before had lost its target, becoming ineffective. Without giving it a second thought, Absolute Heaven immediately proceeded with the next part of his plan and activated wind steps. When activating this skill, he would become invincible for nearly 1 second. Absolute Heaven took advantage of this short moment of invincibility to block Feng's attack, negating all damage. Moreover, Absolute Heaven also took advantage of the impact of Feng's attack to send himself flying almost 6 yards away, creating a relatively large gap between Feng and himself. Feng inwardly praised his opponent as he watched Absolute Heaven's fleeing figure. If Absolute Heaven had not chosen to use wind steps and used block instead, Feng's sword would have destroyed at least half of his life. Now, as a result of his accurate judgment, not only had Absolute Heaven managed to use wind steps to defend the attack, but he also managed to place quite some distance between them. Moreover, due to the 40% movement speed buff provided by Silent Steps, Absolute Heaven managed to widen the gap even further. Seeing this, Feng used Wind Blade and chased after Absolute Heaven. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two shortened greatly. Feng's agility was very high. Throughout Star Moon Kingdom, nobody that could surpass him in terms of agility. There were also his equipment's passive skills. Nobody could match Feng in terms of speed. At this place, only the level 50 Tier 1 assassin and ranger NPCs had a chance at beating him. Absolute Heaven could not help his shocked. Immediately, he retrieved a magic scroll from his bag. This magic scroll was aqua-colored, and it looked very exquisite. It turned out that it was actually a Tier 1 magic scroll. Absolute Heaven then unrolled the magic scroll and used it on Feng water binding. Immediately, several jets of water shot out from the magic scroll. The water flew towards Feng, intending to wrap around him. Feng revealed a calm smile, not faltering at the slightest as he continued charging at Absolute Heaven. The moment the blue jets of water came into contact with Feng, they lost all effectiveness and disappeared. It didn't work. A stunned expression appeared on Absolute Heaven's face. That was one of the precious Tier 1 magic scrolls that he possessed. The magic scroll could even entrap a boss monster for a short moment. Yet, it was actually ineffective against Feng. Absolute Heaven did not know that before the battle had begun, Feng had already activated the Aura of Space of the Seven Luminaries crystal. The Aura of Space granted Feng immunity to all control effects. Based on the strength of a Tier 1 magic scroll, it was still too weak to break through the effect of the Seven Luminaries ring. Damn, it seems that I have no choice but to use this thing. Absolute Heaven unwillingly took out a shabby-looking magic scroll from his bag. This was an item that he had obtained by coincidence from an underground ruin. Although the magic scroll looked shabby, the magic power it gave off was frightening. Even an NPC appraiser could not identify what tier the magic scroll was. However, that appraiser estimated that the magic scroll should be Tier 2 or higher. Originally, Absolute Heaven had not intended to use this scroll. After all, he only had one. However, if he did not use it now, with his opponent's frightening speed, Feng would definitely catch up to him in no time. If that happened, he would be in big trouble. Chapter 326, Recklessly Wasting Resources. While Feng and Absolute Heaven were occupied with their bet, a bloody storm swept through Creek Town. Originally, over 1,000 red names had resided in Creek Town. However, after being slaughtered by the 40 NPC guards and Zero Wing's 100-man team, less than 200 red names remained. No longer did these red names possess the arrogance they had before. Instead, they all ran and scattered in all directions. Before the start of Zero Wing's crusade, these red names had always been the ones killing and plundering the equipment of other players. Not only could they earn a fortune by doing so, but they could also enjoy watching the frightened and unwilling expressions of the players they killed. Those times were simply blissful, and their continued success only encouraged them to travel further down the path of being a red name now. However, these red names had finally learned what it felt like to be on the other side of the blade and what it felt like to be a powerless weakling. Although many among these red names were experts and elite players, in the end, their techniques were simply insufficient to make up for the huge difference in strength between both sides. After all, no matter how fierce an ant was, it would never be a match against a mighty lion. Since Zero Wing doesn't plan to let us live, we should fight to the bitter end. A Cursemancer appealed to the other red names when he realized that they could no longer escape. Some of the red names considered the Cursemancer's suggestion rational, and many of them decided to cooperate with each other to retaliate against Zero Wing. However, just as they turned around, one of the Tier 1 Elementalist guards launched a flame explosion, instantly killing the Cursemancer who had attempted to rally his allies. Following closely, one Tier 1 Berserker guard used flame charge and arrived before 4 red names. The Berserker then used Whirlwind Slash, killing all 4 in a single attack. After the players died, a pile of equipment littered the ground around the 4 players' lifeless bodies. Seeing this, the red names who had originally thought of staying behind immediately changed their minds. Without hesitation, they all turned and fled towards the Blood Hand Association's NPCs who Zero Wing had previously lured away. Although they had the option of retreating from the town, desert surrounded Creek Town. They would simply become easy targets without any cover. Only by reuniting with the Blood Hand Association's NPCs would they have a chance for survival. If they died right now, they would lose several days' worth of effort. Even if they had already familiarized themselves with the combat style of God's domain, they would still need around 4 days to recover the lost levels. Not to mention, they would also lose a majority of the equipment they owned. These consequences frightened them greatly. Hence, these red names ran desperately towards the Blood Hand Association's NPCs. Unfortunately, the Tier 1 NPC guard Feng had hired had very high movement speeds. Aside from assassins, none of the other red names could outrun these Tier 1 NPCs. Moreover, faced with these level 50 NPCs, the stealth of these level 20 assassins was completely useless. They only had a higher chance of escaping due to their high movement speeds. Big Sis Aqua, we have really hit it big this time. The items these red names have dropped are all bronze rank and above, with a majority being mysterious iron rank. If we sell all of these weapons and equipment for credits, we can buy a large house at the city center. Snow Goose exclaimed as she picked up the items dropped by the red names alongside the NPC guards. You little money grubber. If we sell these items for credits, we'll only suffer a loss. God's domain has only recently begun, so both equipment and coins are currently scarce. The various large guilds also face a shortage of equipment. Zero Wing is only getting by because our current member count is low. By the time the construction of the guild residence is complete, and we start recruiting members again, the stockpile of items we have in the guild warehouse would run out in the blink of an eye. Now that we have obtained so much equipment, it just so happens that we can use it to meet our urgent needs. Aqua Rose chuckled as she flicked a finger on Snow Goose's forehead. At this moment, a change occurred on one of the high slopes outside of Creek Town. A crimson pillar of light shot into the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Not only was the pillar of light extremely eye-catching, but everyone could also feel a great threat coming from it. The source of this pillar was none other than Absolute Heaven's shabby-looking magic scroll. This is not good. This is the Tier 3 magic scroll, Phantom Beast's Descent. Feng recognized the magic scroll instantly. The might of a Tier 3 magic scroll could not be underestimated. Even when Feng was at his prime, he would still have suffered greatly if struck by the skill contained within a Tier 3 magic scroll, let alone the current him who was not even a Tier 1 class. Fortunately, the skill contained within Phantom Beast's Descent magic scroll was not a pure attack type skill. Instead, it was a summoning skill. The Phantom Beast's Descent was capable of summoning a powerful Phantom Beast to fight alongside its summoner. Suddenly, a black magic array in the shape of a 7-pointed star appeared in the sky. Just as Feng was about to kill Absolute Heaven, the magic array fired a black ray of light toward Feng. Feng dared not be careless. Immediately, he activated Defensive Blade. Boom. 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 After 3 consecutive bombardments, a large crater occupied the originally flat slope. If Feng had not activated Defensive Blade, becoming immune to 9 ranged attacks or 4 melee attacks, he might have died in the center of the crater. A giant tiger sat quietly beside Absolute Heaven. This tiger's body resembled a galaxy of stars. The tiger focused its silver eyes on Feng as it gnashed its teeth. It released an aura that was even more powerful than a Lord-ranked monster guild leader. Black Flame, the agreement we had before said that, as long as I can escape from you, you promise to do one thing for me. I wonder, is that agreement still valid if I kill you? Absolute Heaven laughed naturally. However, you sure are willing to part with such a rarity. Do you even know the value of a Tier 3 magic scroll? Feng glanced at the Phantom Beast the assassin had summoned, inwardly pitying the loss of such a precious item. Tier 0 players could not display the true might of a Tier 3 magic scroll. This was especially true for a summoning scroll. If a Tier 1 player used such a scroll, the summoned Phantom Beast could easily decide the outcome of a war involving tens of thousands of players. If used by a Tier 2 player, the Phantom Beast would have no problems eradicating a large-scale town. In Feng's previous life, many guilds had willingly spent thousands of gold coins to purchase such a magic scroll. At this moment, however, Absolute Heaven had used such a precious magic scroll on this small battle. This was simply a reckless waste. Of course, I know. However, you are too fast. I know that I won't reach Creek Town if this continues. Compared to dying, I'd rather use it. Absolute Heaven had mourned the use of the scroll as well. However, He no longer wished to experience the humiliation of dying once again. Since I've already used this magic scroll, you can rest in peace now, Guild Leader Black Flame Go. Get rid of him. Absolute Heaven commanded the Phantom Beast as he pointed at Shifeng Nebula Tiger, High Lord rank. Level 30. HP 1-800-000/1-800-000. The strength of a Phantom Beast summoned from a summoning scroll was determined by the summoner's level and tier. Absolute Heaven was currently level 20, so the summoned beast would be level 30, which was 10 levels higher than himself. If Absolute Heaven were a Tier 1 class, then the Nebula Tiger would not be just a High Lord. At the very least, it would be a Great Lord-ranked monster. A Great Lord-ranked monster could only be described using the word horrifying. Hundreds of players of the same level would be no more than ants in front of a Great Lord. When such a monster was under the control of a player, it would become even more frightening and powerful. This was also why Tier 3 summoning scrolls were so precious. A controllable Great Lord-ranked monster could easily decide the outcome of a war involving tens of thousands of players. Chapter 327, Moment of Brilliance. AO. The Nebula Tiger roared angrily, releasing shockwaves. With the sound the Nebula Tiger's roar echoed throughout Creek Town, causing everyone who heard it to shudder. This was the might of a High Lord-ranked Phantom Beast. A single roar could send tremors through a person's heart. However, the main reason the Nebula Tiger released this roar was not to shock its enemies. Instead, it was meant for its master. In the next moment, a layer of crimson mist surrounded Absolute Heaven's body. This was the effect of Life Ward, a special skill gained by summon monsters. When this skill activated, it would form a protective shield around the summoner, increasing the summoner's defense. When all was said and done, a summoned monster was still a summoned monster. If the summoner of the monster died, the monster would also disappear. Hence, all summoned monsters would possess skills capable of protecting their masters. When Absolute Heaven saw the effects of Life Ward, his lips immediately curled into a smile. When used, Life Ward created a protective shield capable of absorbing 20,000 damage. Even if an enemy managed to close the distance and engage him in melee combat, they would need to expend a significant amount of effort to exhaust the Life Ward. Furthermore, Absolute Heaven possessed high combat power as well. His opponent might die before he could overcome the Life Ward. Absolute Heaven had originally worried that Feng could simply deal with him directly. However, with the Life Ward protecting him, his only fear vanished. Black Flame, your time of death has come. Absolute Heaven started commanding the Nebula Tiger to attack Feng. The greatest difference between a summoned monster and a normal monster was the player's control. While under a player's control, monsters that had originally possessed powerful attributes would become even more formidable. Not to mention, as a High Lord-ranked monster, the Nebula Tiger possessed quite a number of skills. It would only take an instant for the Nebula Tiger to kill a player. The Nebula Tiger, which was over 3 meters in height, lightly tapped its feet on the ground, crossing the distance of over 10 yards between Feng and itself in an instant. So fast. Feng was surprised. The Nebula Tiger swiped its claws at Feng. Although Feng wanted to dodge the attack, his reaction was a step behind, and the attack landed on its target. However, the Nebula Tiger's attack did not manage to deal any damage due to defensive blades. Seeing that its first attack had failed, the Nebula Tiger immediately brandished its claws at Feng again. After swiping its claws at Feng several times, the defensive blade's effect quickly broke. Just as the Nebula Tiger's fatal swipe was about to reach Feng barely managed to activate parry to defend himself. Peng. A level 30 High Lord-ranked monster was simply too powerful. Feng did not even possess a Tier 1 class yet, so it was impossible for him to stop the attack. Like a cannonball, the tiger's attack launched Feng backward. As expected of a great expert like Guild Leader Black Flame, you've even managed to block such an attack. Absolute Heaven could not help but applaud as he watched the exchange between Feng and the Nebula Tiger. Absolute Heaven was not making fun of Feng at all. Rather, he praised his enemy sincerely. Absolute Heaven himself was certain that, if he were the one receiving the Nebula Tiger's attacks right now, he would have no way of defending himself. Most likely, before he could even use block, the tiger would have killed him already. Yet, Feng held it off. However, Feng also paid a heavy price when he blocked the attack. As Feng landed, he was both physically and mentally unstable. He could no longer dodge or defend against another one of the Nebula Tiger's attacks. The huge gap in attributes was not something that could be made up for by solely relying on battle techniques previously. Feng had used overwhelming destructive force to suppress absolute heaven. Now, Feng faced a similar crisis. It was already praiseworthy that he managed to survive for so long. Just as the Nebula Tiger pounced at Feng once more, a figure suddenly dashed over and stood before Feng, blocking the Nebula Tiger's attack and saving Feng's life. Absolute Heaven was greatly stunned by this scene. The figure's speed was simply too fast, and before he could catch a clear glimpse, the figure appeared in front of Feng. More importantly, this figure blocked a full-powered attack from the Nebula Tiger. It was simply unbelievable. At this moment, Feng looked at the tall figure standing proudly before him. Smiling, he muttered, "Just in time." The person that blocked the Nebula Tiger was none other than Kite. Feng's personal guard. Kite was a dark gold ranked personal guard. Moreover, he was even a tier 1 swordsman who had reached level 30. Naturally, no player could compare to his strength originally. Feng had not planned to use Kite so soon. However, now that Absolute Heaven had summoned a High Lord ranked monster, he would meet his own death if he did not deploy Kite. So, it's just an NPC guard. And here I wondered who was so powerful to block the Nebula Tiger's attack. However, do you really believe a level 30 tier 1 swordsman can defeat my High Lord ranked Nebula Tiger? Absolute Heaven asked disdainfully. Of course, since he used a summoned monster, he would not criticize Feng's decision to use an NPC guard. Even so, he was still confident that his Nebula Tiger was stronger than Feng's personal guard. Although both were level 30, the Nebula Tiger was far more powerful than a tier 1 NPC. In his eyes, Feng had done nothing more than delay the inevitable. I admit that Kite is not a match for the Nebula Tiger, but he can hold it back for some time. Now, let's find out which will happen first, your death or Kite's. Feng revealed a faint smile. He then charged towards Absolute Heaven. When all was said and done, Kite was still a tier 1 NPC. Although he could not defeat the High Lord ranked Nebula Tiger, he would have no problems delaying the monster for some time. Otherwise, he would not deserve the rank of Dark Gold. Although the Nebula Tiger tried to chase after Feng, Kite once more stopped the monster in its path, annoying the beast greatly. In just a moment, Feng swiftly arrived before Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven knew that with Kite present, the Nebula Tiger could not do anything to Feng. Hence, he commanded, "Get rid of that guard first." Absolute Heaven still possessed the life ward that would absorb 20,000 damage. He did not believe that Feng could kill him so easily. Moreover, he did not intend to confront Feng directly after giving his command. Absolute Heaven immediately turned and ran, not giving Feng any chance to attack. Absolute Heaven knew that even if the Nebula Tiger failed to kill Feng, as long as he could escape and hide inside the town, Feng would lose the bet. After the Nebula Tiger switched its targets, Kite's HP started to decrease madly. After all, the Nebula Tiger was a High Lord ranked monster. Both its attack power and movement speed were terrifying, and even Kite would sometimes fail to block the beast's attack. Whenever he was struck, he would lose close to 3,000 HP. Meanwhile, Kite only had slightly more than 18,000 HP. However, Kite was not an ordinary guard. With a single cross slash, he managed to deal close to minus 10,000 damage. He then followed up with Frozen Slash, Windwalk, and other skills that either reduced the Nebula Tiger's movement speed or increased his own movement speed, making it harder for the Nebula Tiger to hit him. When the Tiger used Heaven's Splitting Claw, Kite used Triple Spin Attack, a tier 1 swordsman skill. When used, the skill made the user invincible for 1.5 seconds while attacking the enemy 3 times. Moreover, 60% of the damage dealt would even be used to recover the user's HP. Unfortunately, Triple Spin Attack had a long cooldown of 1 minute. Kite landed one slash after another on the Nebula Tiger, and every hit dealt over minus 2,000 damage. In the blink of an eye, Kite had recovered all the HP he had lost. Absolute Heaven was baffled by this scene. He had not expected Kite to be so powerful that he could actually contend with the Nebula Tiger. If the Nebula Tiger had not possessed a frightening 1,800,000 HP, Absolute Heaven suspected that Kite might actually succeed in killing the monster. Absolute Heaven came to the conclusion that the Nebula Tiger could not finish off Kite in a short amount of time. Hence, the only way out for him right now was to escape into Creek Town. However, Feng no longer gave Absolute Heaven any chances. When only a few yards stood between him and Absolute Heaven, he used Abyssal Bind on the assassin. Knowing that the situation had turned out of his favor, Absolute Heaven used Vanish without hesitation, causing Abyssal Bind to lose its target. Moreover, Vanish allowed him to enter a state of forced stealth for 3 seconds. During this period, even if Absolute Heaven received any damage, he would only break stealth temporarily before automatically re-entering stealth once again. Feng simply revealed a smile at his opponent's actions. Feng then used Earth Splitter. A sword aura immediately rushed towards the location where Absolute Heaven had stood, the attack revealing Absolute Heaven momentarily before he disappeared again. Although it was only an instant, Feng had enough time to lock onto Absolute Heaven's position. Feng then used space movement, appearing directly above the assassin. Thunder Flame Explosion. Lighting and fire descended from the skies, landing directly on Absolute Heaven's head. Absolute Heaven responded quickly to the incoming attack and threw himself forward. Simultaneously, Absolute Heaven used Shadow Cloak to negate the damage from Thunder Flame Explosion and resist the faint effect. Feng was slightly astonished when he saw the skill Absolute Heaven used. He never expected for Absolute Heaven to have learned even Shadow Cloak. It was no wonder why Absolute Heaven was so confident of escaping. Shadow Cloak allowed the user to become immune to all magic damage and control effects for 5 seconds. It was the perfect skill for escaping. However, Feng immediately switched the aura of space to the aura of fire, increasing his damage by 30% and decreasing his target's defense by 30%. He then cast Firestorm at the location where Absolute Heaven had disappeared from. Again, Firestorm inflicts 500% damage within a range of 10 by 10 yards for 5 seconds. Although Firestorm would not deal any damage to Absolute Heaven, it could still expose Absolute Heaven. Sure enough, Absolute Heaven's figure appeared once again after the attack landed. Moreover, while Absolute Heaven remained within the effective range of Firestorm, it was impossible for him to re-enter stealth. Feng advanced and charged at Absolute Heaven. Simultaneously, he had activated Purgatory Power, greatly increasing his attack speed and damage. He then used Flame Burst at the escaping Absolute Heaven. Covered in flames, the abyssal blade in Feng's hand was like a miniature sun. Feng brandished his sword 6 times at Absolute Heaven, striking the protective shield repeatedly. Every strike dealt over -4,000 damage. His critical hits dealt close to -9,000 damage. Even though the life ward protecting Absolute Heaven could absorb up to 20,000 damage, in the face of Flame Burst, Feng sliced the protective shield apart like paper. His subsequent attack after breaking the shield struck Absolute Heaven's back. The secret silver equipment Absolute Heaven wore also lost more than half of its durability from the attack. To Absolute Heaven's disbelief, his HP, which had been over 2,000, plummeted to 0. The assassin's body fell to the ground, his weapons and equipment scattered around his body. Although everything seemed to have happened slowly, in reality, it only lasted an instant. The battle stunned the Zero Wing members who watched from a distance. At this moment, no words could describe their feelings. It turned out that a battle between players in God's domain could also be so frightening. It was a battle that shook them to their core. From the appearance of the red pillar of light to the end of the battle, less than 20 seconds had passed. First, there was the confrontation between the High Lord ranked monster and the Tier 1 NPC swordsman, and then, there was the chasing battle. The spectating members of Zero Wing had only managed to catch the afterimages of 2 figures running towards town, with one escaping while the other pursued. As the battle continued, the appearance of lightning and fire dazzled the eyes. Finally, after the momentary appearance of a miniature sun, one person lay flat on the ground with items strewn around his lifeless body. On the other side, the battle between the Nebula Tiger and Kite also came to an end. Now that its master was dead, the Nebula Tiger transformed into light particles and disappeared. Only Kite remained, standing there quietly and covered in numerous wounds. Meanwhile, the land surrounding Kite was in a miserable state. Pits and cracks surrounded him. One could just imagine how fierce the battle had been. Chapter 328, Harvest. After the battle. After the battle with Absolute Heaven came to an end, Feng sighed in relief. If not for the 7 luminaries ring, he might really have let the cunning Absolute Heaven get away. This was how God's domain worked. When players attempted to gain some achievements and make a name for themselves, they were like a boat traveling against the current, either they advanced forward or were forced backward. Today's glory might very well become tomorrow's laughingstock. Although Absolute Heaven's growth was impressive, there was still a considerable gap between him and Feng. Soon after Feng looted the items the assassin had dropped, Feng was inwardly astonished when he examined Absolute Heaven's items. The equipment Absolute Heaven dropped was top tier even among secret silver equipment. Meanwhile, the daggers he dropped were fine gold rank. With these items, even among the core members of Zero Wing, Absolute Heaven could still reach the middle ranks. Among the assassins, only Fire Dance and Flying Shadow surpassed Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven was a lone wolf. Yet, even without relying on the support of a guild or an organization, he still obtained such quality items for himself. He was already an expert standing at the peak of White River City. If Absolute Heaven were not a solo player, the equipment he had possessed might not have been secret silver, but fine gold rank. If Absolute Heaven had been fully geared with fine gold equipment today, Feng's victory would not have been so easily secured. Big Sis Aqua, is that really our guild leader? Snow Goose asked hesitantly, her big, round eyes focused on the figure standing proudly within the sea of fire. He looks so much more powerful than when he appeared in the video. Guild leader is usually a very ordinary, approachable, and gentle person. But now, even when looking at him from such a distance, I still feel overwhelmed. Naturally. Aqua Rose giggled. This is our guild leader, ordinary yet reliable. Snow Goose had been raiding dungeons all this time, so she had only ever heard and not personally seen any of Feng's battles. Now that she had personally witnessed Feng fight for the first time, it was only natural that shock filled her heart. After all, a video could only portray so much. Only by personally experiencing something could one truly understand it. All right, stop daydreaming. Clean up these remaining red players quickly. Over 2,000 NPCs are still chasing Fire Dance and the others, and they could obliterate our team at any moment. The red names of Creek Town had despaired when faced with Feng and his NPC entourage. Now that Feng had also extinguished the hope presented by Absolute Heaven and the High Lord ranked monster, these red names completely lost their heart to resist escape. How were they supposed to escape? With Feng's gale-like speed, even if they grew a few more legs, it still would not be enough for them to get away. After these red names lost their fighting spirit, Aqua Rose and the others took little effort to clean up. They took less than a minute to deal with the remaining red names of Creek Town. Meanwhile, the harvest they obtained was sufficient to arm a team of 1,000 players throughout this battle. Although a few of their members had died and lost a level, when compared to the harvest they obtained, such loss was practically negligible. The items they obtained had easily made up for the total losses Zero Wing had suffered with surplus. Aqua Rose was overjoyed when she examined their harvest. As the manager of Zero Wing's daily affairs, she was very clear about what these items represented. With the addition of this batch of items, after Zero Wing finished recruiting new members, they could arm a large batch of elite players, pushing Zero Wing's combat power to a whole other level. At that time, even if Dark Star declared another war on Zero Wing, they could still deal with it without needing Ouroboros's assistance. Guild leader, we've dealt with all the red names. We can start cooperating with Fire Dance and the others to kill the Blood Hand Association NPCs now, Aqua Rose happily reported through the team chat. Okay. Follow the plan and kill those Blood Hand Association NPCs. Be careful not to lure too many at once. Those NPCs are more sensitive than field monsters, Feng said. Oh, right. Send me a healer. I need someone revived. I'm a cleric. I'll go. Snow Goose hurriedly shouted in the team chat, excitedly waving her hand. Seeing the girl's reaction, Aqua Rose indulgently said, fine, off you go then. In any case, the Tier 1 guards will be responsible for killing those NPCs. Our role is to supply support. The Blood Hand Association NPCs were all level 30 and above, while the members of Zero Wing were only around level 20. Among those present, only Feng and Blackie possessed 10 ignore levels. Everyone else could only deal minute amounts of damage to these NPCs. The most they could do was use some control skills on these Blood Hand Association NPCs. Although these Blood Hand Association NPCs possessed a certain degree of intelligence, it was only slightly higher than normal field monsters. Otherwise, Fire Dance's group could not have lured them away. What Aqua Rose's group needed to do was to lure the Blood Hand Association NPCs away in small batches and kill them separately. With the strength of 40 level 50 tier 1 guards, they could easily take care of up to 300 level 30 Blood Hand Association NPCs each time. With a massive difference of 20 levels, the attacks of the Blood Hand Association NPCs would only deal damage in the double digits to a tier 1 shield warrior guard. Meanwhile, a level 50 tier 1 shield warrior possessed over 200,000 HP. Even if dozens of Blood Hand Association NPCs attacked simultaneously, the total damage would only be a tickle to a level 50 tier 1 shield warrior. The shield warrior's battle recovery alone could restore most of the HP lost. Not to mention, there were still the tier 1 healers waiting in the wings. However, NPCs were different from monsters. The NPCs of the Blood Hand Association were very organized when they fought. The warriors that served as meat shields would stand in front, and the mages would attack from behind, coordinating their attacks with the melee fighters. The healers standing at the rear would also spam heals on the tanks. There was even one time where an assassin from the Blood Hand Association had circled and ambushed Aqua Rose's group. If Cola had not reacted quickly and immediately aggroed the NPC assassin, the team would have lost at least one member to the NPC compared to everyone else who the NPC suppressed. Blackie was free and unfettered as he sent spell after spell at the Blood Hand Association. The Mavis's guard Blackie wielded allowed him to ignore the massive level difference completely, and each one of Blackie's attacks could deal around -700 to -800 damage to these level 30 elite NPCs. When Blackie used Stars of Light, the result was simply earth-shaking. A damage of over -1000 appeared above every enemy NPC caught within the skill's range. Moreover, with each successive bombardment, the damage of the Stars of Light increased by 10%. The skill had a duration of 15 seconds, and by the time the 15th bombardment landed, the enemy NPCs were already receiving over -6000 damage each. Some of the attacks even achieved critical hits, dealing over -10,000 damage to the enemy NPCs. These level 30 elite NPCs only had 100,000 HP. They stood no chance against Blackie's Stars of Light. After Stars of Light ended, over 200 level 30 elite NPCs fell to the ground lifelessly. Suddenly, everyone's experience bars started increasing madly. Some even leveled from level 19 to level 20. Even Blackie, who was currently level 23, saw a huge increase in his experience bar. Even though the EXP was shared with over 100 players, each person still obtained a frightening amount. Originally, everyone had only come here to kill these NPCs for the purpose of completing the Crusade quest. Now that they had discovered the wealth of EXP in front of them, everyone started working even more enthusiastically. After killing several waves of NPCs, everyone managed to level up to level 20 or above. Blackie even reached level 24. Everyone's leveling speed was simply frightening. Ha ha ha. Sister Aqua, at the rate we're leveling, Zero Wing will fully occupy the top 100 spots on the White River City ranking list. Blackie laughed. That's a nice idea. All this time, that leveling madman Lone Tyrant had held the 9th position on the ranking list. Although guild leader had killed him once back in the Silverleaf Forest, he had only fallen to 10th place. Seeing that Dark Star is so adamant in challenging us, if we kick Lone Tyrant out of the top 100 of the ranking list, it would be a massive blow to both Lone Tyrant's and Dark Star's reputation. Moreover, we would also elevate Zero Wing's fame and prestige, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Aqua Rose revealed a playful smile when she considered this interesting idea. Okay. Let's kick Lone Tyrant out of the ranking list. Chapter 329, You Don't Have a Choice. Feng could not stop his smile when he heard Aqua Rose's words. In actuality, it would be a simple task for Feng to let Zero Wing fully occupy the top 100 spots on the White River City ranking list. The only reason he had not done so yet was that he was afraid of attracting too much attention and the public's enmity. After all, Zero Wing was currently only a small guild. If a small guild like theirs overstepped their bounds, every guild in White River City would most likely team up and retaliate against them. However, Zero Wing was no longer a weak guild. Even if Zero Wing pulled such a huge stunt, it would only shock the other guilds. They would not feel insulted or humiliated. Hence, Feng made no attempt to stop his guild members' actions. The ranking list was the only glory for Lone Tyrant. Even if he had to exceed the level 20 limit for the first clear of the 3 great dungeons, he still had to maintain his position within the top 10 of the ranking list. Lone Tyrant's obsession with the ranking list was apparent. Gentle Snow, on the other hand, was different. To secure the first clear of the 3 great dungeons, Gentle Snow had frozen her experience bar at 99% of level 20. She paid absolutely no attention to the ranking list at all. After all, her title of Snow Goddess had originated not from her high level, but her strength instead. However, Lone Tyrant was not like Gentle Snow. He had relied solely on the ranking list to gain the fame he currently possessed. It was why he worked desperately hard to maintain his spot within the top 10 of the ranking list. Although Feng had killed Lone Tyrant once already, robbing him of a level, he had managed to recover the lost EXP quickly. After all, he had large groups of players to help him level up. Currently, he had once again reached level 21, though he still required large amounts of EXP to reach level 22. While Aqua Rose and the others swiftly leveled from killing the NPCs of the Blood Hand Association, the cleric, Snow Goose resurrected Absolute Heaven. At this moment, Absolute Heaven was overcome with disappointment. Not only had he lost most of the items he had on him, but he had also fallen to level 16. He no longer possessed the high spirits he had before. I've won this bet of ours. Do you have anything to say? Feng asked lightly as he looked at the crestfallen Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven glared at Feng, clearly irritated, before turning his head away, tacitly agreeing to Feng's words. It seems that someone is pouting after losing. What an unmanly person, Snow Goose softly muttered contemptuously after discerning the general situation. Absolute Heaven was suddenly livid upon hearing her comment. When all was said and done, he was still a top-tier assassin. Although he was not a well-known expert, he was still a man of his word. Now that a female player ridiculed him, how could he possibly be happy? Reluctantly, Absolute Heaven muttered in a low tone, I lost. Say it, then. What do you want me to do? What is up with your attitude? You've clearly lost, yet you still sound like an aggrieved woman. You're making it seem as if our guild leader is a bully, Snow Goose added. You. Absolute Heaven's complexion alternated between flushed red and pale white, his blood boiling. He very nearly vomited blood out of anger. Never in his life had he been so greatly humiliated before. However, with Feng standing beside her, Absolute Heaven simply could not do anything to this infuriating girl. Before he died, he had not been a match for Feng. Now that he had fallen to level 16 and lost most of his items, it was impossible for him to escape Feng's grasp at this moment. Feng spoke, "All right, Snow Goose. Absolute Heaven is a top-tier expert assassin. If you continue speaking of him this way, his little heart might not handle it. No matter what, you should at least show him some respect." "Oh." Snow Goose smiled and nodded. Absolute Heaven nearly fainted from anger seeing Absolute Heaven's ashen complexion. Feng smiled faintly and said, "Since you've acknowledged your loss, I'll make it simple. I don't need you to do anything difficult. Just help me collect all the information relating to Underworld in God's domain." "You're insane. That's Underworld you're talking about. If they find out that I leaked important information, they will hunt me down." Absolute Heaven never thought that Feng would actually aim for such a thing. "Oh? I didn't think you would really have such information." The assassin's reaction surprised Feng. His demand had only been casual. After all, Absolute Heaven was only an outer member of Underworld. How could he possibly possess all the important information relating to the organization? Logically, only those belonging to Underworld's middle management or above should possess the information he was looking for. Absolute Heaven was momentarily stunned. Immediately after, he bellowed, "Black Flame, you deceived me." Absolute Heaven had always thought of joining Underworld's core upper management. Hence, he had collected plenty of information regarding Underworld so that he would have an easier time climbing the ranks of the organization. After becoming an outer member, he had met with Feng Xianyang through South Wolf's introduction. Feng Xianyang even gave him one of the reserved spots for becoming an Underworld guard after learning of his skill. With his new status as an Underworld guard reservist, Absolute Heaven managed to obtain even more information about Underworld in God's domain. Yet, Feng had played him so easily. "Since you have the information, hand it over to me." Feng was extremely interested in discovering Underworld's situation in God's domain. After all, he had provoked Feng Xianyang. Who knew what Underworld would try in the future? Without knowing anything about his enemy, Feng could not take appropriate measures. However, if he possessed inside information about the organization, the situation would be greatly different. One who knows his own strength and that of the enemy is invincible in battle. If Feng had not possessed his advantage of being a reincarnated person, Dark Star, the guild controlled by Underworld, would have long since eliminated both him and his guild. Hence, Feng had to take preventive measures against Underworld only. Feng had not expected this boon to arrive so quickly originally. Feng had only intended to toy with Absolute Heaven for a little bit before changing his condition. His actual goal was to have Absolute Heaven report Underworld's movements within the White River City region. Now, however, things had become far simpler. He could obtain all information regarding Underworld in God's domain directly. No. I absolutely will not agree to this. Underworld far surpasses your imagination. You have no idea what you are going up against. I urge you to change your request. This is not just about me. You, too, would be better off without knowing anything. Why create trouble for yourself? Absolute Heaven said resolutely. It turns out that even a top-tier expert will renege on his word. It seems that I have misjudged you, Feng sighed. Guild leader. I could tell that he was a scoundrel that would break his promises with a single glance. What's the point of wasting your time arguing with him? Let's just do away with him. Kill him every time he revives. After we kill him to level 0, let's see how he can survive in Underworld, Snow Goose suggested, sporting a cheeky grin. Snow Goose's suggestion left the assassin utterly speechless. Kill him every time he revived. Was this girl really a cleric? Could she be a demon disguised as a human instead? Snow Goose, how could you speak like that? As a girl, you should act gently and reserved. Kill him every time he revives? That's simply too cruel. What will you do if you terrify him? Feng could not help but reprimand the cheeky little girl. At most, we'll upload the video recording the previous fight and our dialogue to the forums. It will be fine as long as we reveal this to everyone. You're right, guild leader. Snow Goose applauded cheerfully. As long as the video of the battle went viral, not only would everyone know that Absolute Heaven was a man who broke his promises, but the hidden organization named Underworld would also be exposed to the public eye. Even if Absolute Heaven did not reveal any secrets, Underworld would hunt him down for what little he had already said. Black flame. Raging flames burned in Absolute Heaven's eyes as he looked at Feng. He only wished that he could murder the smiling demon before him right now. Chapter 330, Shock. Feng's words left Absolute Heaven speechless at this moment. Absolute Heaven finally understood why Feng would insist on making a bet with him. Feng was clearly capable of killing him with a single hit. Yet, Feng had given him hope of retaliation for this very moment. A terrible thought suddenly emerged in Absolute Heaven's mind. Had Feng planned to deal with Underworld all this time? Before joining Underworld, Absolute Heaven had known that Underworld's background was unfathomably deep. It was an existence that he could not afford to provoke. After joining the organization, that thought had only strengthened. He absolutely could not make an enemy of Underworld yet. Now, Feng dared to consider challenging Underworld. He simply did not know how to differentiate between life and death. It would have been fine if only Feng did not know how to differentiate between life and death. Yet, Feng intended to drag him down as well. Moreover, the swordsman left him with no other options. Feng was eviler than a demon. When Absolute Heaven saw that Feng's finger was about to click the upload video button, he lowered his head and helplessly said, "Fine. However, I have a condition. No one can know that I gave you this information. You can rest assured on this point. Since I have asked you to do such a thing for me, I will not make things difficult for you. I won't let anyone but myself look at the information relating to Underworld," Feng assured and nodded. Absolute Heaven's worries were unfounded. After all, Feng was also worried about this situation becoming public, which would, in turn, allow Underworld to take precautionary actions. "I'll send you the files tomorrow after I have compiled them," Absolute Heaven said before turning to leave. However, Feng was a step ahead and blocked his retreat. "What? Worried that I'll deceive you? You currently have information to use against me. What tricks could I possibly play on you? Absolute Heaven laughed bitterly. Yuri, overthinking things. I'm just returning the items you dropped when you died. As for your levels, with your strength, you should recover quickly. Feng then took out the items he had looted from Absolute Heaven and returned them to their original owner. After some hesitation, Absolute Heaven finally decided to receive the items before leaving. Guild leader, are we really going to start a war with that mysterious organization named Underworld? Snow Goose asked. Based on Absolute Heaven's words, Snow Goose could discern just how terrifying Underworld was. Even a top-tier expert like Absolute Heaven was afraid when talking about it. Furthermore, a powerful guild like Dark Star was just a puppet of Underworld. With Zero Wing's current strength, wouldn't acting against Underworld be akin to smashing an egg against a rock? What? Afraid? Feng chuckled. Of course not. Our Zero Wing is invincible. How could we possibly lose to Underworld? Snow Goose's eyes glowed as her fighting spirit soared. She had left Twilight Echo with Aqua Rose to create their own legacy in God's domain. How could they give up so easily because of a single Underworld? Time passed, little by little. At this moment, Aqua Rose and the others were still battling against the Blood Hand Association NPCs. Even though it was night in God's domain, spells of war illuminated the sky around Creek Town so brilliantly that it appeared to be day. Although these NPCs provided no loot, the EXP they gave was bountiful. The members of Zero Wing were only able to kill these Blood Hand Association NPCs with such ease due to the assistance of the level 50 Tier 1 guards. In the future, it would not be so easy for them to come across such a valuable opportunity. As more Blood Hand Association NPCs died, the Zero Wing Guild members watched their levels soar. The ranking list of White River City also underwent dramatic changes. Players from Zero Wing continuously appeared within the top 100 of the ranking list. The change had not been obvious at the beginning, as only a few members had entered the 90s. However, as time passed, the EXP growth of Zero Wing never stopped. The guild members who originally ranked within the 90s jumped into the 80s, then jumped again from the 80s to the 70s, their positions ever rising. However, this was still not the most shocking incident. What really shocked people was the fact that the Zero Wing members occupied every rank between 70 and 100. They had forced all others out of the top 100 ranks. Is this real or fake? Aren't the members of Zero Wing too impressive? It was already amazing that they managed to occupy the top 8 positions before. Now, they fully occupy the 70th to the 100th positions. What did these people eat to become so fierce? As expected of the guild that I fancy. If this continues, Zero Wing will sooner or later occupy all 100 spots on the White River City ranking list. That shouldn't be possible, right? After all, there is still Lone Tyrant who ranks 10th. Although Black Flame had killed him once, he has already managed to recover to level 21. It shouldn't be possible to kick him out of the top 100. Lone Tyrant? So what? Hadn't he been the top player on the White River City ranking list before? In the end, 8 experts from Zero Wing still shoved him aside. Even now, he is still stuck at 9th place. Now that Zero Wing is showing its might, he might not keep his rank for long. Serves him right. Who told Lone Tyrant to behave so arrogantly before? He had dared to ambush and made an enemy of Zero Wing. Now, Zero Wing is merely teaching Lone Tyrant a lesson, letting him know that his pride is worth nothing to Zero Wing. They can surpass him anytime they want to. Everyone was very concerned about the sudden emergence of the Zero Wing members on the ranking list, and they all began to voice their suggestions and opinions. Many felt that this was Zero Wing's retaliation towards Dark Star. The timing of this situation was simply too coincidental, being only a few hours after Dark Star's war with Zero Wing had ended. Moreover, Zero Wing also declared that Dark Star would pay for their actions. However, nobody ever thought that Zero Wing would take action so quickly. If Zero Wing really succeeds, this will become a true legend in God's domain. Not even first-rate guilds have managed to occupy the ranking list of a city. Zero Wing rocks. Go, Zero Wing. Kick Lone Tyrant out of the ranking list. Everyone in White River City highly anticipated the arrival of a legend, creating a huge commotion over this matter. The thought of a single guild monopolizing the entire ranking list had sent shivers down their spines. At that time, if they joined such a guild and wore the six-winged emblem on their chests, they would definitely become the targets of everyone's admiration. On the other hand, while the casual players in White River City were very excited over this matter, the many guilds were not happy at all. It had been an earth-shaking matter when Zero Wing had occupied the top 8 positions on the ranking list. Yet, now, Zero Wing was actually trying to occupy the top 100 positions of the ranking list. Just how were they, the other guilds, supposed to continue competing in White River City? Inside the Silverleaf Forest, leading a team of several hundred players, Lone Tyrant was desperately leveling up. Can someone tell me just what is going on? Lone Tyrant demanded, irritated. He had spared no effort to raise his own level. Yet, now, as if on steroids, the members of Zero Wing leveled at a rate many times faster than himself. Based on the Zero Wing members' current leveling speed, it was only a matter of time before they surpassed him. Unfortunately, nobody could answer Lone Tyrant's question. You're a bunch of trash. Go, investigate immediately. They must have found a good grinding spot. Once you find them, send someone to eliminate them. I will never allow these people to surpass me. Lone Tyrant commanded the guild members of Dark Star. The only reason he had managed to lead Dark Star to its current status in White River City was that of his previous occupancy of the White River City ranking list's number 1 position. However, due to Blackie and the others, he was no longer the top player in the region. Even so, he still occupied the top 10 in the eyes of the public. If he fell out of the top 100, what else would he have? Aside from his identity as the guild leader of Dark Star, there was nothing special about him. Although Lone Tyrant was quite powerful, he knew that he could not compare with top-tier experts. If not for the massive support from Underworld, Dark Star would not have developed to its present state. Lone Tyrant knew that, after the siege on Zero Wing had failed, Underworld started to look down on him. If he lost his only merit as well, based on how Underworld conducted business, he would not keep his position as guild leader for long. Chapter 331, Hidden Warehouse. Considering the events up to this point, Lone Tyrant grew worried. Hurry, lure more monsters. Those bastards from Zero Wing are dreaming if they think they can surpass me and kick me out of the ranking list. I won't give this position away. Lone Tyrant commanded once more, a bloody glow flashing in his eyes. Soon after, a group of rangers and assassins left to carry out his orders and lure more monsters. The mages of Dark Star also promptly increased their attack rate, using more AoE skills than before. As for Lone Tyrant, who was not in a team with his guild members, he began methodically kill-stealing the low HP monsters, taking the majority of the monsters' EXP for himself rather than sharing with his comrades. This leveling method was extremely extravagant. Even a party of experts continuously grinding monsters could not compare to Lone Tyrant's current leveling speed. Unfortunately, Lone Tyrant did not know that the monsters he and the members of Zero Wing grinded were on entirely different levels. Lone Tyrant only grinded level 20 common monsters at the moment, so he received no bonus EXP for killing them. On the other hand, Zero Wing's 100-man team was killing level 30 elite NPCs. Originally, these elite NPCs had provided an abundance of EXP. They also gained the bonus EXP rewarded for killing a monster that was 10 levels higher. After splitting the EXP for each NPC killed across 100 players evenly, everyone leveled up far faster than Lone Tyrant. Time flew by quickly. White River City was bustling at that night. As a Saturday, even though it was already daytime in the real world, many players had not logged out and were still having fun in God's domain. However, as it was dangerous to leave the city at night, many players had chosen to visit bars in the city with nothing better to do. Players had started focusing their attention to Zero Wing's ranks. Many also began guessing on whether or not Zero Wing would kick Lone Tyrant out of the ranking list. It had been over an hour since the commotion had begun. Now, instead of occupying up to just the 70th position, Zero Wing occupied up to the 40th position of the ranking list. Bystanders fell speechless when witnessing the leveling speed of this new guild. Originally, many players had simply guessed and joked around. None of them actually thought that Zero Wing could accomplish such a feat. Watching this momentum, however, Zero Wing might really intend to monopolize the top 100 spots on the ranking list. Everyone could not help but grow excited in anticipation. If Zero Wing truly managed to achieve such a feat, then they, as players who preferred to play solo, might have a few things to consider carefully. Should they or should they not join Zero Wing? Inside one of the bars in White River City, the members of the Holy Grail Knights were currently drinking in celebration today. They had managed to raid a level 15, 20-man hard mode dungeon, the Bloodfang Fort. They also obtained quite a load of equipment and materials from the raid brother War Wolf. That Zero Wing sure is godly, huh? First, they defeated world dominators. After that, they managed to kill Darkstar's Lone Tyrant. Now, they are even planning to kick Lone Tyrant out of the top 10 and monopolize the ranking list. Soon, they might even rule White River City. In reply, War Wolf, the leader of the Holy Grail Knights, shook his head and said, "It's still too early to say. Moreover, the other top 6 guilds aren't here just for show. They won't allow Zero Wing to develop freely. Although, it is true that I have underestimated Zero Wing before." Moments after War Wolf started speaking, a few cloaked players walked into the bar. The equipment these players wore immediately attracted the attention of the others inside the bar. These newcomers were fully geared with secret silver equipment. Moreover, none of them possessed a guild emblem on their chests, signifying that they were all independent players. Meanwhile, the leader of this group was a beautiful female summoner. If Feng were here right now, he would definitely notice that this female summoner was none other than Yulan of Underworld, Big Brother War Wolf. Long time no see. Yulan walked up to War Wolf and greeted him with a bright smile. It's been a long time indeed. The pure and sweet little girl from the past has grown into a beautiful tigress. Time really is amazing. War Wolf sighed ruefully as he looked at the noble and graceful girl in front of him. Big Brother War Wolf, you jest. Everything I have today is all thanks to you. Yulan smiled faintly. Looking around, she said, "We haven't seen each other for so many years now, and I really wish to have a nice conversation with you. There are too many bystanders here. Why don't we find a room upstairs to catch up? Indeed, it has been many years since we last met. We should really have a nice chat." War Wolf immediately spent 5 silvers to rent a guest room on the 2nd floor. He then walked towards the stairs leading to the bar's 2nd floor. Yulan promptly followed after War Wolf. The other cloaked players that had entered the bar with Yulan also moved to guard the staircase, preventing anyone from going upstairs. At this moment, the entire bar was silent. The other members of the Holy Grail Knights, as well as the other guests in the bar, were still stunned by what they just saw. Their minds were unable to process what had just happened. The leader of an independent team actually knew such a noble and elegant beauty. Moreover, they even rented a private room to have a conversation. The other players' minds went wild with fantasy. A short distance away from Creek Town, Aqua Rose and the other members of Zero Wing still grinded the Blood Hand Association's NPCs relentlessly, their experience bars continuously rising. There were over 2,000 NPCs in Creek Town, and it would not be an easy task to kill every one of them. Although Blackie's Stars of Light skill was very effective against the enemy NPCs, the skill had a long cooldown. As for everyone else, the damage they dealt to the enemy NPCs was practically negligible. In the end, the main source of damage was the level 50 Tier 1 guards. However, there were healers among the Blood Hand Association NPCs, as well as some powerful level 50 Blood Hand Association elites. It was not possible to eliminate all of them within a short time. Seeing that the situation had mostly stabilized, Feng said in the team chat, "Cola and Violet, you two come with me. We're going to make a trip to the Blood Hand Association's stronghold. Everyone else, remain here and continue grinding. Guild leader, you're too biased. I helped you revive that bastard from before. Why are you taking Violet but not me?" Snow Goose pouted. "We'll be going to the Blood Hand Association's stronghold, and nothing good is waiting for us there. Why would you even want to go?" Feng laughed bitterly. Feng had his own reasons for not bringing anyone else along. How could a crusade quest possibly be so easy? Previously, Fire Dance and the others had merely lured away the NPCs guarding the town. There were still plenty of enemy NPCs waiting for them inside the Blood Hand Association's stronghold. Right now, they were merely going to scout ahead. Is it very dangerous? Snow Goose asked, tilting her head slightly. Of course, Feng said seriously with a nod. Forget it. I can't compare to Violet in terms of survivability, and it would be a pity if I lost my fine gold-ranked staff, Snow Goose said after giving it some thought. Soon after, Feng led Cola and Violet Cloud to the Blood Hand Association's stronghold in Creek Town. As the Blood Hand Association's stronghold, the security around the construct was usually very strict. However, now that all of the NPCs had been drawn away, Feng's group managed to enter the stronghold without any trouble. The inside of the tower was a resplendent sight. Such a luxurious building in a barren place like Creek Town was unimaginable. Careful. This is the Blood Hand Association's stronghold. There are definitely a lot of traps here, Feng reminded his team. In the past, world dominators had suffered heavy losses to conquer Creek Town. They had dispatched over 6,000 Tier 1 players and returned with less than 1,000. Meanwhile, close to half of those deaths had been because of the hidden traps inside the Blood Hand Association's stronghold. One could just imagine how deadly the traps inside the Blood Hand Association's stronghold were. Although world dominators had paid a steep price, their harvest was equally shocking. It was especially true for the hidden warehouse inside the Blood Hand Association's stronghold. One of the main reasons that many large guilds preferred to capture towns ruled by dark forces was because of the treasures they possessed. Of course, different towns gave varying amounts of treasure. In this case, the Blood Hand Association possessed a significantly large treasury. Even though the loot available was limited due to Crusade quest, the final sum was still sufficient to move even Feng's heart. Otherwise, who would be so foolish as to spend 30 gold coins to take on a Crusade quest? Moreover, only a Viscount or someone of higher status could accept such a quest. Chapter 332, Encountering a Magic Weapon once again. Inside of the Blood Hand Association's stronghold, it was like a maze. There were also many level 30 Blood Hand Association knights patrolling the construct. These NPCs wore red leather armor and wielded spears. They also had 200,000 HP. Moreover, these NPCs always moved in groups of 10, and their coordination made them extremely difficult to deal with. If Feng and the others recklessly charged into a group of these NPCs, even with a Tier 1 swordsman like Kite protecting them, the result would be the same. These knights would eliminate them in an instant. In fact, even if Feng's group were strong enough to fight these Blood Hand Association knights, they would still meet their deaths if they chose to confront these NPCs. This was due to the many hidden traps and mechanisms throughout the stronghold. In the past, world dominators had paid a steep price because of these traps. Naturally, Feng would not behave as recklessly as world dominators had in the past. Hence, he would always detour and bypass any knights they met, avoiding a confrontation with the NPCs at all costs. In any case, the paths in this stronghold all connected in one way or another. As long as one was careful, it was possible to find the Blood Hand Association's hidden warehouse without engaging in combat. Finally, after a long time, Feng's group arrived before a pair of tightly sealed stone doors. 2 words were etched into the wall next to the doors: Control Room. This was where all of the traps within the Blood Hand Association's stronghold were controlled. As long as they disabled these traps, they would have nothing to worry about as they traveled through the construct. Just after Cola forced open the heavy stone doors, the group immediately discovered an old, one-eyed man dressed in black robes inside the control room. The old man held a redwood staff as he manipulated a magic array. Richter, Tier 1 Elementalist. Level 30. HP 1000000/1000000. Thank God it is as I speculated. He's only level 30 and not a level 50 Tier 2 mage. Feng could not help but sigh in relief when he saw Richter's information. If not for the Crusade quest, the old man before them would be near impossible to deal with. Although Richter would only be level 50, as a Tier 2 mage, he could kill a level 50 Tier 1 player as easily as squishing a bug guild leader. It's a level 30 Tier 1 Elementalist. I'm afraid that he might be somewhat difficult to deal with. Should we call for reinforcements? Cola had a clear understanding of his own abilities. Currently, he was only level 22. If it were a level 20 Tier 1 Elementalist, he could tank it. However, it was impossible for him to endure the attacks of a level 30 Tier 1 Elementalist. The tier suppression alone would greatly increase the damage he received, not to mention the level suppression. With the two combined, even as the chief MT of Zero Wing, he would be cannon fodder at best. Relax, you don't need to tank. Feng smiled. He then looked at his personal guard, Kite, who stood beside him, saying, Kite will be our MT. Cola, you'll act as support. You just need to activate your magic resistance aura and use protection blessing on Kite during crucial moments. Cola suddenly remembered that Feng had a personal guard like Kite beside him. Kite had over 18,000 HP, compared to Cola. Kite was far more durable as an MT, although Kite was far inferior to Inca Richter regarding HP. As a level 30 Tier 1 swordsman, Kite's close combat capabilities far surpassed a Tier 1 elementalist. Kite, you'll tank Inca Richter. Violet, you'll heal Kite. Cola, focus on using protection blessing on Kite when needed, Feng commanded without hesitation. Kite charged Inca Richter, slashing his sword at the old man. A damage of over -4,000 appeared above Inca Richter's head. Compared to the High Lord-ranked Nebula Tiger, Inca Richter's defense was much lower. Despicable intruders, I'll turn all of you into my lab rats. Inca Richter used instantaneous movement, dodging Kite's sword techniques. The old man then waved his staff, summoning an aqua-blue magic shield that covered his body. The magic shield was one of the most frequently used defensive spells that elementalists possessed, and it could protect the caster against a considerable amount of damage, following which, Inca Richter waved his free hand, summoning an ice wall to prevent Kite from advancing. However, Kite was no ordinary guard. Immediately, Kite activated Wind Blade and jumped. Kite effortlessly leaped across the ice wall in his path and arrived before Inca Richter. He then brandished his sword at the elementalist multiple times in quick succession. After taking a few hits from Kite's sword, the magic shield surrounding Inca Richter's body shattered into particles of light, leaving the caster's feeble body vulnerable to Kite's attacks. Fortunately for the old man, the magic shield had earned him enough time to cast Frozen Circle. White, bone-chilling mist spread out from Inca Richter and assaulted Kite. In response to the spell, Kite abruptly jumped into the air and dodged the Frozen Circle. Inca Richter cursed when he saw the swordsman avoid another spell with such a simple action. In a fit of rage, Inca Richter pointed a finger at Kite, sending multiple fireballs flying at the swordsman, who was still suspended in midair. As the fireballs approached him, Kite calmly twisted his body and brandished his sword so fast that only bright afterimages were visible. He sliced the incoming fireballs in half, one after another. The speed of Kite and Inca Richter's exchange was stunning, and any ordinary player would have difficulty following the fight. Standing at a distance, both Cola and Violet Cloud were dumbfounded by the scene before them. This was the first time they had witnessed a fight between NPCs. Never would they have expected that a fight between NPCs could actually be more exciting than a fight between experts. The longer they watched, the more felt ashamed of themselves. Inwardly, they also began to estimate how they would fare if they fought Inca Richter if they were the same level and tier. However, as they continued watching the exchange between Kite and Inca Richter, they soon reached a shocking conclusion: they were not even opponents for Inca Richter. The reason they came to such a conclusion, however, was not because of the great disparity between their HPs. Instead, it was because of the difference in combat techniques. This conclusion left them both speechless. What are you two daydreaming about? They are both high-level NPCs, ordinary monsters cannot compare to them. It's no big deal if your current combat techniques are not a match for theirs. As long as you participate in more battles and accumulate experience, you will surpass Inca Richter sooner or later. Feng could not help but console the two. Naturally, he could discern their thoughts. Inca Richter was different from the Blood Hand Association elites battling outside the town. Before the Crusade quest had weakened him, Inca Richter had originally been a Tier 2 NPC. Thus, his combat proficiency was superior to those ordinary NPCs. As for Kite, not only was he a Dark Gold ranked personal guard, but he had also been a Tier 2 sword master in the past. His combat techniques were excellent. In truth, Feng had also been shocked when he had first witnessed a battle between high-level NPCs. It was especially true for battles involving Tier 3 NPCs or above. Regarding control over personal combat power, these NPCs could actually exhibit more than 70% of their strength. According to the evaluation criteria of God's domain, those capable of exhibiting more than 70% of their personal combat power were considered first-rate experts. These NPCs were far superior to the current top-tier experts. Moreover, even an NPC like Inca Richter was only capable of exhibiting 60% of his personal combat power. Hence, it was natural for Cola and Violet Cloud to be inferior to NPCs like Kite and Inca Richter, following which, Violet Cloud began healing the Tier 1 swordsman while Feng supported Kite from the sides. From time to time, Feng would use control skills such as Thunder Flame Explosion and Abyssal Bind to restrain Encirclement. Feng also used the 7 Luminaries ring, swapping between Aura of Time and Aura of Fire. While Aura of Time was activated, Feng would cast Absolute Time. While Aura of Fire was activated, Feng would use Firestorm. Whenever Encirclement was about to cast a powerful spell, Feng would deftly activate Absolute Time, interrupting Encirclement's spell and forcing the old man to defend against Kite's sword techniques using his staff. A mage that could not cast spells was like a tiger that without its fangs and claws. In such circumstances, Encirclement could only endure Feng and everyone else's attacks helplessly very quickly. Encirclement's 1 million HP fell rapidly 90%. 70%. 30%. After more than 10 minutes, Encirclement's body finally dropped to the floor, transforming into an abundance of EXP. Feng reached level 24 with the sudden influx of EXP, following which, Feng turned off all of the traps within the Blood Hand Association's stronghold. Now that there were no more traps, it would be much easier to deal with the enemy NPCs. Suddenly, Cola excitedly ran toward Feng's side and asked, "Guild leader, I found a key beside this old man's body. What do you think this is?" "A key?" Feng was slightly puzzled. Logically, none of the Blood Hand Association NPCs should drop any item. Feng received the purple gold key from Cola and examined it. There were complex runes carved onto the body of this key. To Feng's surprise, he could not obtain any information about the key. Everything displayed as unknown. What a strange key. In Feng's memory, there were no records mentioning this key. However, since Encirclement had dropped it, it should be extraordinary. It seems that we will have to look for an appraiser after we return to White River City. When considering unknown items, Feng suddenly remembered the additional skill of his golden stigmata, Omniscient Eyes. The Omniscient Eyes could obtain all information on any items. This skill was far more amazing than the appraising eyes of appraisers. Let's have a look, then. Feng activated Omniscient Eyes and took a look at the key in his hand once more. This time, the information displayed was no longer unknown. All secrets about the key unveiled before Feng's eyes. It's actually a magic weapon. Shock filled Feng's heart as he investigated the purple gold key in his hand. Chapter 333, Hidden Class. Magic weapon? Cola did not quite understand Feng's words. Violet Cloud was confused as well. Shifting her gaze to Feng, she hoped to find out from Feng what a magic weapon was. It was their first time hearing the term magic weapon. A magic weapon isn't an orthodox weapon. You can think of it as a double-edged sword of tremendous power. It can either raise a player's combat power to frightening heights, or completely ruin them, Feng explained, smiling. He had naturally noticed the two's interest. Feng had never revealed the secret of the abyssal blade to others. Aside from Blackie and Lonely Snow, nobody else in the guild knew about it. Matters regarding magic weapons were of utmost importance. Compared to Blackie's epic-ranked staff, magic weapons were much more precious. After all, they were weapons capable of rivaling legendary weapons. Had it been possible, Feng would have wished that the abyssal blade in his hands could become an epic weapon instead of a magic weapon. Although his combat power would have decreased significantly, he would not have to worry about the abyssal blade's backlash. Although Feng had never personally witnessed the result of a backlash, he had still heard rumors about it. In the past, many first-rate experts had been devoured by their own magic weapons. After suffering the backlash, these first-rate experts had no choice but to delete their accounts and start all over again. Such a heavy price frightened even Feng. Currently, he had no other choice but to continuously improve himself, in both combat techniques and combat power, in order to face the future backlash. So it turns out that magic weapons are so amazing. But, guild leader, is there even a class that uses a key as a weapon? None of the 12 main classes in God's domain that I know of uses a key as a weapon, Cola asked. There is. However, it is a hidden class, Feng answered. Hidden class? So there really are hidden classes in God's domain? Then, aren't hidden classes very amazing? Guild leader, is it possible for us to switch to a hidden class? Cola's trust in Feng had long since reached the level of blind faith. He did not have a shred of doubt about Feng's words. If Feng said hidden classes existed in God's domain, then, to Cola, these definitely existed in God's domain. Even if there weren't any hidden classes, Cola would still believe that there were. Big brother Cola, what are you getting so anxious for? You should let guild leader finish speaking first. Violet Cloud was also very interested in regard to hidden classes. Seeing his two party members looking at him with such fervent eyes, Feng could not help but laugh, saying, this hidden class is called Astromancer and it can be considered a branch of the mage classes. Any mage or healer class can convert to an Astromancer. The minimum requirement is that you must first reach level 20. More importantly, you must also receive and complete the class change quest for the hidden class. Meanwhile, this key is very special. Not only is it a weapon, it is also a tool meant for triggering the class change quest for the hidden class. You just need to bring this key to White River City and you'll automatically receive the hidden class change quest. Guild leader, is an Astromancer strong? Can I still continue healing after I become an Astromancer? Violet Cloud was suddenly excited. As Zero Wing developed, the number of battles the guild would be involved in would increase. Although she loved being a cleric, the things she could do were clearly limited. After all, when all was said and done, a cleric was not a combat-oriented class. Violet Cloud dearly wanted to fight as well. She did not wish to always stand in the rear and receive the protection of others. Although it is called a hidden class, you're not exactly going to be changing to an entirely different class. It is more like having extra unique class skills. You will simply be gaining an additional skill set that does not belong to your original class. The downside to this is that you will take several times longer to level up, compared to normal classes. Moreover, it won't be an easy task to learn the system skills of a hidden class. Simply put, your life will become much harder after converting to a hidden class, Feng explained. In addition, Astromancer isn't a class suitable for the average player. The controls involved are very complicated, and the control difficulty is at least 2 to 3 times that of a normal mage class. If an ordinary player were to convert into an Astromancer, they might find themselves losing fights to opponents that they had managed to defeat in the past. On the other hand, if you successfully master the class, even if you meet someone who had become much more powerful than they were in the past, you can still beat them up until their mothers no longer recognize them. Overall, Astromancer could be considered a very extreme hidden class. Seeing Violet Cloud's passionate gaze, Feng asked, do you wish to convert to this hidden class? I don't want to always stay at the back and heal. I want to be the same as Big Sis Fire Dance and Big Sis Aqua. I want to be able to fight enemies at the front lines as well. Violet Cloud nodded. She then looked at Feng and asked timidly, Guild leader, can you please let me have this hidden class? Violet Cloud knew that she was being selfish. After all, she did not obtain this key by herself. Moreover, countless others in the guild would be willing to fight over a hidden class. There were also powerful mage experts such as Aqua Rose, Ice Queen Su Qianlu, Blackie, and many others in the guild. If they were to change classes into an Astromancer, they could greatly increase the guild's strength. There was simply no place for a healer like her. However, she wished to contribute more to the guild. Cola's mouth widened in shock when he heard Violet Cloud speak. He had not expected the usually quiet and lovely Violet Cloud to make such a bold move. This. Feng wrinkled his sharp brows, entering a deep contemplation. Looking at Feng's grave expression, Violet Cloud could not help but start panicking. Guild leader, Violet's control and techniques are definitely first-rate. Even I am no match for her. Won't you consider giving her a chance? Cola voiced his opinion after thinking it over for a while. Feng seriously looked at Violet Cloud, saying, I'm not forbidding you to convert your class into an Astromancer. Only, this key is slightly troublesome. If you use this key to convert your class into an Astromancer, your path will be fraught with an endless amount of trouble in the future. You might even ruin your account. All your efforts would go down the drain. At that time, while everyone is over level 100, you will have to start from scratch. Do you really have the courage and determination to do so? In fact, Feng had no doubts in regard to Violet Cloud's control and techniques. If Feng did not possess 10 years' worth of experience playing God's Domain, Violet Cloud might have already surpassed him by now. Based on Violet Cloud's standards, she might immediately become one of Zero Wing's top combatants once she was an astromancer. Feng would naturally feel happy over this matter, yet what he had in his hand right now was a magic weapon. If the weapon were a legendary weapon and not a magic weapon, he would willingly give it to Violet Cloud without hesitation as long as she wanted it. A magic weapon, on the other hand, had pros and cons that Feng was very clear about. As long as a player unsealed a magic weapon and became its controller, then they would inevitably have to face the backlash of the magic weapon one day. Based on the current situation, the disadvantages of giving Violet Cloud the magic weapon greatly outweighed the advantages. Most importantly, not every player could handle the pressure of having to start all over again. Guild leader, I'm not afraid of trouble. I only hope that I can do more for the guild. Even if I end up back in square one because of this item, I will have no regrets. At the very least, I would have contributed greatly towards the guild's current development. Violet Cloud looked at Feng, her eyes shining with conviction. Faced with Violet Cloud's gaze, Feng abruptly recalled how he had been back then, and burst out in sudden laughter. That's right. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a restart at worst. The worry that filled Feng's heart disappeared. He then handed the key to Violet Cloud. This key is still sealed. After returning to White River City, go look for someone who can unseal it. After it is unsealed, you will automatically receive the Tier 1 Hidden Class Change quest. Thank you, Guild Leader. I definitely won't let you down. Violet Cloud sincerely thanked Feng as she excitedly received the purple gold key. Chapter 334, Occupying the Ranking List. After Violet Cloud received the key, her heart could not help but pound in anticipation. She wished that she could quickly return to the city, undo the seal on this key, and become an important combat power for Zero Wing as soon as possible. Although the guilds in White River City currently appeared to be at peace on the surface, beneath that surface were surging undercurrents. Nobody knew what kind of plans these guilds were concocting. This was especially true for Dark Star and World Dominators. No matter how one looked at it, they were not guilds that would give up after suffering only 1 or 2 defeats. Yet, despite Zero Wing maintaining such a high profile, these 2 guilds had actually done nothing at all. How could their lack of a response not give rise to suspicions? Although Violet Cloud did not know what these 2 guilds were planning, she was sure of one thing: as long as Zero Wing became sufficiently strong, no matter what sort of tricks or means those 2 guilds used, all would be rendered useless. Star's reminiscence. Violet Cloud softly muttered after checking the information of the key in her hand. Star's reminiscence, magic weapon. A key belonging to the ancient and great Star Sage, Reigns. Inside this key remains a fragment of Star Sage Reigns' power. Currently, Reigns' power has been sealed by a mysterious power, and information about the key can only be unveiled after the seal has been undone. This seal requires a Tier 3 Great Mage to undo. After Feng had used omniscient eyes on this star's reminiscence, a portion of the information that had displayed as unknown became available. Star Sage Reigns was one of the many legendary characters of God's Domain. Even among legendary characters, Star Sage Reigns was one of the more dazzling figures. The reason being, the Astromancer class had managed to become powerful and prosperous only due to the efforts of Star Sage Reigns. Unfortunately, along with the demise of Star Sage Reigns, the entire Astromancer class had slowly vanished through time. As of today, most people had already forgotten about the existence of Astromancer. Feng took a look at his surroundings, saying, "Now that the traps have been removed, we should return as well." With the magic array of the control room deactivated, what they needed to do next was to wipe out all the Blood Hand Association NPCs outside Creek Town, as well as all the NPCs inside the Blood Hand Association stronghold. After that was done, the Crusade quest would be officially completed. While Feng's group of 4 was leaving the Blood Hand Association's stronghold, a major incident occurred at White River City. Originally, the members of Zero Wing had occupied only up to the 40th position on the White River City ranking list. However, after another 2 hours had passed, Zero Wing now occupied every rank up to the 20th position of the ranking list. Currently, Zero Wing was only 11 ranks away from obtaining full monopoly over the ranking list at present. Not a single guild in Starmoon Kingdom had managed to achieve the feat of completely monopolizing the ranking list of a single city. To be precise, nobody had even dared to think of achieving such a feat after all. There were plenty of experts in every city. There were bound to be a few leveling madmen. It was practically impossible for a single guild to surpass every other player in a city, not to mention, White River City wasn't just a small city. On the contrary, it was the most important city in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region. It was also the 5th largest city in Star Moon Kingdom. Needless to say, there were plenty of guilds and experts gathered here, making it very difficult to fully monopolize the city's ranking list yet. Now, Zero Wing was actually about to accomplish such a feat. How could the players of White River City not grow excited about it? However, the players most excited over this situation were still the members of Zero Wing. At this moment, many members of Zero Wing started cheering loudly on the streets as they tracked the ranking list, showing their fervent support for Aqua Rose and the others, of course. While some were rejoicing over Zero Wing's inevitable monopoly over the ranking list, others grew anxious at this situation. When Lone Tyrant saw that Zero Wing members were quickly catching up to him, he started using every means available to him to level up. Lone Tyrant sent for another 600 players from Dark Star to assist him in leveling up. He then split these 600 players into 30 teams of 20 players. These teams were then tasked with gathering and killing monsters around Lone Tyrant. As long as a team was about to kill the monsters they had herded, they would immediately invite Lone Tyrant into their teams before killing said monsters. That way Lone Tyrant could still receive a portion of the EXP without needing to personally land the killing blow. After the monsters were killed, Lone Tyrant would then leave the team and go on to join other teams. Including the several hundred players that were originally helping him, Lone Tyrant now had over 30 teams of players assisting him in leveling up. Lone Tyrant continued to leave and join teams this way, accumulating large amounts of EXP for himself. Naturally, the effect on his leveling speed was self-evident. However, such an extravagant way of leveling was only possible because Lone Tyrant was the guild leader of Dark Star. Other people could only look on and envy. Not even tycoons dared to level up in such a way. In truth, Lone Tyrant himself was reluctant to waste so much manpower. However, he simply had no other choice. Despite sending out a horde of people to search for Zero Wing's whereabouts, no one returned with positive results. Lone Tyrant could not stop Zero Wing's progress even if he wanted to. No matter how hard Lone Tyrant racked his brain, he simply could not figure out how the members of Zero Wing were leveling up so quickly. Even when he was using such an extravagant way of leveling, his leveling speed was still far inferior to theirs. It would be fine if this situation was only limited to 1 or 2 individuals in Zero Wing. However, such a large group of players was actually leveling up so quickly. Just what kind of method were they using to accomplish such a feat? If Zero Wing were to really kick him out of the ranking list, then he, as the guild leader of Dark Star and also someone who was famed for his high level, would really become the laughingstock of White River City. Hence, Lone Tyrant had no choice but to carry out such an unwise move. However, with the passage of time, Lone Tyrant grew increasingly frightened. Everyone in White River City was greatly surprised as well. The reason being, not only did Zero Wing's leveling speed not slow down, it somehow was even accelerating. The rankings changed practically every few minutes. The positions Zero Wing occupied rapidly went from the 20th to the 15th, before increasing to 12th, and finally stopping at 10th. Now, Lone Tyrant was the only player on the ranking list who was not part of Zero Wing. Lone Tyrant became even more frantic at this sight. Lure more monsters. The more the better. Everyone else, give me all the magic scrolls you have. Lone Tyrant's eyes were glowing red at this moment. He looked just like a gambler who had lost all his bets and was planning to stake everything on one final throw. Black Flame, you're 100 years too early if you think you can kick me out of the ranking list. Shortly after, Lone Tyrant started hysterically using all sorts of AoE attack magic scrolls, killing the hundreds of monsters his subordinates had lured over. Each and every one of these AoE attack magic scrolls were very precious, and they were normally treated as the guild's strategic material. At this moment, however, Lone Tyrant treated these magic scrolls as if they were toys, using them with wild abandon. Lone Tyrant's experience bar also soared within a short period of time. However, compared to the rise in experience, Lone Tyrant's behavior was simply throwing good money after bad. Everyone from Dark Star felt their hearts ache at this sight. They had managed to obtain these magic scrolls only after going through many difficulties. Now, however, all their efforts had gone to waste in order to allow Lone Tyrant to quickly level up. Despite their heartache, the members of Dark Star could do nothing about the situation. After all, the person holding the position of guild leader was not them but Lone Tyrant. Many people started regretting their decision to join Dark Star instead of Zero Wing. With such a selfish guild leader, would Dark Star even possess a future? In contrast, Black Flame, the guild leader of Zero Wing, had not hesitated to charge to the rescue in order to save his brothers and sisters in arms from being bullied. Back when the core members of Zero Wing had been surrounded inside the Silverleaf Forest, Black Flame had ventured into enemy territory all by himself. Moreover, after the war, he had even spent huge sums of money in order to compensate his own guild members. From Black Flame's actions, one could tell that he was a person who would rather bear the suffering himself than to let his brothers and sisters be wronged. If they could have such a guild leader, so what if they had to suffer? However, just as Lone Tyrant was hysterically using magic scrolls, Zero Wing's 100-man team were also in the midst of killing the remaining level 50 Tier 1 Blood Hand Association elites. In order to deal with these level 50 NPCs, Blackie used Stars of Light, while Feng used Firestorm. Feng's normal guards also used all their AoE skills. The scene of the battle was like Armageddon. Even the level 50 Tier 1 NPCs could not endure this relentless bombardment. Soon after, these Blood Hand Association elites started dying one after another. Simultaneously, the experience bars of everyone from Zero Wing soared like a rocket. The reason for such rapid leveling was simple. First of all, Tier 1 NPCs gave much more EXP than ordinary NPCs when killed. Second, most of the members of Zero Wing were only level 20, while the rest were only a few levels higher, so the bonus EXP they could obtain from killing a level 50 NPC was munificent. When both of these factors were combined, the levels of Zero Wing's 100-man team naturally increased by leaps and bounds. After several tens of Blood Hand Association elites died, everyone from Zero Wing had risen to level 21 or above, instantly monopolizing all 100 spots on the White River City ranking list. At this moment, every player in White River City fell silent. Zero Wing had done it. Zero Wing had actually fully occupied the top 100 spots of the White River City ranking list. The sight stunned Lone Tyrant. He even forgot to use the magic scroll in his hands at the same time. A series of system notifications sounded throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom. Chapter 335, Experts Gathering at White River City. Starmoon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild to exclusively monopolize the top 10 of a city's ranking list. Rewarding 100 gold coins, 5,000 guild popularity, and 1,000 guild reputation. Starmoon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild to exclusively monopolize the top 30 of a city's ranking list. Rewarding 200 gold coins, 10,000 guild popularity, and 3,000 guild reputation. Starmoon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild to exclusively monopolize the top 100 of a city's ranking list. Rewarding Honored Guild Title, 500 gold coins, 30,000 guild popularity, and 7,000 guild reputation. Originally, Zero Wing's attempt at monopolizing the ranking list was a matter limited to only White River City. Hence, aside from the players based in White River City, nobody else in Starmoon Kingdom paid any particular attention to this incident. However, the appearance of these three system notifications dumbfounded every player in Starmoon Kingdom. Players who were currently inside a dungeon were no exception. At this moment, everyone was shocked when they saw these system notifications. Just the amount of gold coins rewarded was enough to cause the large guilds of many cities to feel envy and hatred from the three rewards. Zero Wing had obtained a total of 800 gold coins at this stage of the game. A large guild would have only around a dozen gold coins in fluid funds. After all, it was not easy to earn in-game currency in God's domain. Although players were reaching higher levels with each passing day and they were making more money than before, their daily expenditures had also increased inadvertently. Simply put, there were too many aspects where one was required to spend money in God's domain. For example, repairing equipment. For example, learning skills. For example, purchasing potions, whetstones, and other necessities for adventuring. Most importantly, hotels and daily meals. Originally, before the first evolution of God's domain, players had no need to rest at a hotel. They also had no need to have meals. However, after God's domain evolved, if players did not rest for long periods of time, their mental state would start to deteriorate. If players did not consume food for long periods of time, although no changes would occur to their characters' attributes, their body's physical state would be affected. This, in turn, would reduce a player's efficiency when grinding monsters and leveling. Because of these aspects, players rarely had a lot of money sitting in their pockets. In fact, they had even less money than before the first evolution of God's domain. However, it was also due to this reason that many inconspicuous lifestyle classes had started receiving attention from players and begun to develop rapidly. After all, mainstream lifestyle classes weren't the only lifestyle classes that could make a lot of money. Even non-mainstream lifestyle classes could achieve similar results. As for guilds, they could barely make ends meet. If the various large guilds did not possess big money farming teams of their own, their development would have long since stagnated. To any guild in Star Moon Kingdom, 800 gold was an astronomical sum of money. If others had thought that Zero Wing was a considerably good guild in Star Moon Kingdom before, then from now on, Zero Wing would be very well known as an excellent guild in Star Moon Kingdom. At this moment, posts relating to Zero Wing were flooding the official forums for Star Moon Kingdom. And none of them was not astounded by Zero Wing's achievement. It's Zero Wing again. First, it was the guild residence. Now, they've fully occupied the White River City ranking list. That's a feat that not even first-rate guilds have managed to accomplish. Yet, a recently established guild like Zero Wing actually did it. At this rate, won't Zero Wing become the overlord of Star Moon Kingdom? Why can't Zero Wing start recruitment in our city? If they start recruiting, I'll definitely be the first one to sign up. I hear that Zero Wing is about to start another recruitment session again. I think I'll just migrate to White River City. Although I'll have to spend some money, if I can join such a good guild, so what if I have to spend some money? Indeed. I hear that the benefits offered by Zero Wing are excellent. Members even have the opportunity to rent out the private rooms inside the guild residence and accumulate double EXP buff. If I can join Zero Wing, even spending 20 silver coins would be worth it. Many players throughout Star Moon Kingdom started entertaining thoughts of joining Zero Wing. Previously, many players had lamented the fact that Zero Wing only recruited members in White River City, and not in other cities. However, as Zero Wing grew increasingly dazzling, the number of players wanting to join the guild would definitely increase as well. If players did not take this chance to join now, the competition in the future might become even more intense. At that time, they might not be able to join Zero Wing even if they wanted to. Moreover, if they joined Zero Wing ahead of time, they could also accumulate guild contribution points quicker and enjoy the various benefits of the guild earlier. Big Brother Shadow Sword, we don't have enough funds for a single person's teleportation fee even if we add both of our assets together. Why don't we skip Zero Wing's recruitment this time and wait for the next one? A tall and slender female guardian knight suggested. The woman was geared in an assortment of common and bronze-ranked equipment. With big, bright eyes, she looked at the stalwart-looking berserker in front of her, adding, "There are also a few first-rate and second-rate guilds recruiting in Greenstone City right now. With our strength, we should have no problems joining those guilds. So, why bother spending so much money to go to White River City?" Turtledove, you don't understand. I'm not rushing to join Zero Wing because of their fame. Instead, I plan to join them in order to improve my strength. All these years, I have been stuck at a bottleneck and never managed to break through. When I watched Black Flame's and Yifeng's battle videos, I learned a lot from them. However, the things one can learn from watching a video will always be limited. If I wish to further improve myself, I need to go and personally experience such battles. Meanwhile, joining Zero Wing would be the fastest way to do so, the berserker named Shadow Sword explained as he shook his head. If we lack money, then I'll just use all the credits I've previously saved up to buy some silver coins. We should have enough by then. Big Brother Shadow Sword, you can't. You saved that money in order to join the city fighting competition, the female guardian knight named Turtledove argued anxiously. Shadow Sword waved his hand, softly saying, "You don't need to worry about this. If I can't raise my current strength, I would only become a joke by joining the fighting competition." I understand, Turtledove nodded helplessly. At the same time, many players throughout Star Moon Kingdom started planning a trip to White River City. Every one of these players had reached a certain standard. After all, the teleportation fees required to go to White River City were not cheap. Being able to gather so much money was also proof of one's own abilities. While everyone in Star Moon Kingdom were discussing Zero Wing Creek Town, Blood Hand Association's stronghold under Feng's lead, Zero Wing's 100-man team and the 48 level 50 tier 1 guards had cleared out all the Blood Hand Association knights inside the stronghold and arrived before the doors leading to the hidden warehouse. The doors to the Blood Hand Association's hidden warehouse were made of extremely tough steel. The pair of thick doors was not something that could be pushed apart by only a handful of players. The result would be the same even if Feng, someone who possessed staggering amounts of strength, was included. Let's open it together. Following Feng's command, everyone started pushing against this pair of large doors. After combining the strength of all the players and level 50 tier 1 guards, the team only barely managed to push apart the large doors. Moreover, the speed at which the doors were opened was extremely slow. After spending over a dozen minutes pushing, the team finally succeeded in pushing these large doors apart completely. Simultaneously, the space inside the hidden warehouse also appeared before everyone. The space inside the hidden warehouse was extremely large and commodious, just like a gymnasium. Tens of metal pillars lined the walls of the building. At this moment, however, nobody paid attention to the appearance of the hidden warehouse. Instead, all eyes were focused at the center of the open space. That area had a small mountain of treasures piled up there. With a single glance, one could immediately discover many treasure chests sitting in the mountain of gold. Just the treasure chests that could be seen on the surface already numbered in the tens. Moreover, a majority of these treasure chests were of mysterious iron rank. There were even some secret silver treasure chests. Guild leader, we're rich. Blackie drooled as he looked at all those treasure chests, as well as the gold coins and various other items scattered around the hidden warehouse. Is this the reward for completing the Crusade quest? Although Aqua Rose was a wealthy princess herself, she was still shocked at the sight of the mountain of treasures before her. Only now did she truly understand why Feng had said the Crusade quest's deposit of 30 gold coins was a very cheap price to pay compared to the mountain of gold before her. 30 gold coins was not worth mentioning at all at this moment. Snow Goose's eyes were practically shining. She could not help but wish she could immediately charge up and dive into this mountain of gold. However, Snow Goose did not rush forward. As the location the Blood Hand Association used to store its treasures, this hidden warehouse would naturally have guards. A total of 8 mechanical watchers and 1 mechanical slayer was standing at the periphery of the mountain of treasure. Moreover, there was also a magic barrier layered over the mountain of treasure. Unless one removed this magic barrier, nobody could even think of getting the treasure. It seems we can only obtain the treasure after defeating these mechanical guards. Feng's gaze slowly shifted towards the 9 gigantic mechanical guards. Chapter 336, Mutant. The hidden warehouse was the most important location of the Blood Hand Association. After all, the warehouse stored all of the treasures the Blood Hand Association had collected over the many years. Naturally, the security of this hidden warehouse would also be the most intense. The NPCs outside of this hidden warehouse would, at most, comprise 40% of the Blood Hand Association's combat power. Meanwhile, the remaining 60% would be the 9 giant mechanical guards guarding inside the hidden warehouse. The combat power of these 9 mechanical guards alone surpassed that of thousands of NPCs. One could just imagine how powerful these robots were. Mechanical Watcher, Lord rank. Level 30. HP 1 500 000/1 500 000. Mechanical Slayer, High Lord rank. Level 50. HP 9 000/9 000/000. Everyone felt their hearts grow cold when they saw the shining pitch-black bodies of the mechanical watchers. In team dungeons, Lord-ranked monsters were all categorized as bosses. As field bosses, although these mechanical watchers had less HP than team dungeon bosses of the same level, their attack power and defense was far superior. Field bosses were much stronger than dungeon bosses of the same level, and a dozen players were no match for Themas. For the high Lord-ranked mechanical slayer, a boss of such rank would only appear in 20-man Hell mode team dungeons or 50-man hard mode team dungeons. Moreover, the mechanical slayer before them was a level 50 high Lord-ranked boss. It was simply impossible for a group of level 20 players to kill it. The level suppression alone would render the players utterly helpless. To put it simply, even if the mechanical slayer stood still without taking action, Feng's 100-man team still could not kill it. I'm afraid that our combat power might be a little lacking. Aqua Rose concluded helplessly after observing the 9 mechanical guards. They would need around 50 level 30 players to deal with a single mechanical watcher. In other words, they would need around 400 players to deal with the 8 mechanical watchers before them. Moreover, all 400 players needed to be level 30. As for the mechanical slayer, under normal circumstances, they would need at least 300 level 50 tier 1 players to raid it. Their current lineup had no hope against such a monster. Moreover, these 9 mechanical guards would definitely work together to repel intruders. At that time, Feng's team would not even amount to dust in the face of these guards. Feng examined his surroundings. There were many iron pillars situated around the hidden warehouse. Moreover, they were incredibly dense and almost indestructible. Meanwhile, mechanical-type monsters all shared a single weakness. Although mechanical-type monsters possessed extremely high magic resistance, defense, and attack power, these monsters usually had very slow movement speeds. Their attack speeds were also very slow. Moreover, the 9 mechanical guards were large, so they could not maneuver between the large iron pillars easily. Suddenly, an idea popped into Feng's mind. Fire dance. Take these intermediate frost grenades. At the start of the raid, I want each of you to lure one of these mechanical watchers away. As for the mechanical slayer, leave it to me. Everyone else, attack the mechanical watchers with the NPC guards. Remember, don't let any of these monsters close in on you. Also, remember to dodge these mechanical monsters' skills. Although they move slowly, the skills they possess will make up for their speed. As he instructed his team, Feng took out a bunch of intermediate frost grenades and passed them to Fire Dance and 7 other Zero-Wing members with the highest movement speeds. By now, everyone was fully aware of how powerful the frost grenades were. It was especially true when they were used in a team battle. After the war between world dominators, Feng had sent Aqua Rose to Blackwing City to buy more of them. However, they had not purchased many intermediate frost grenades. Intermediate frost grenades could deal 800 frost damage to targets that were level 70 or below, freezing them for 5 seconds and reducing their movement speeds by 60% for 12 seconds. However, each intermediate frost grenade cost 10 silver coins. They certainly weren't cheap. Aqua Rose had only purchased 200 intermediate frost grenades. Even so, the total had reached 20 gold coins. The price concerned and distressed her. However, she knew just how powerful these items were. So, even if they were more expensive, they still needed to buy some as a reserve at this moment. Feng couldn't care less about the expense of the intermediate frost grenades. After all, relying on the movement speed reduction and control skills of the NPC guards would not be enough to pin down these mechanical monsters, following which, Feng assigned everyone on the team their tasks. Their main goal was to circumnavigate around the iron pillars and take the chance to kill these slow mechanical monsters, though the main damage dealers would be Feng's guards. Begin. The moment Feng commanded, everyone took action. To start things off, Fire Dance and the others lured the 8 mechanical watchers away. Feng then charged towards the mechanical slayer. When he was only 40 yards away, he threw the blazing meteor at the High Lord-ranked monster. A streak of flame instantly struck the mechanical slayer's forehead. Dang. -2. Feng smiled bitterly when he saw the damage that appeared above the mechanical slayer's head. What was a futile action? This was faced with the mechanical slayer's 9 million HP, -2 points of damage wasn't even a mosquito bite. When in battle, the mechanical slayer recovered 1% of its HP every 5 seconds. In other words, the mechanical slayer could recover 90,000 HP every 5 seconds. However, Feng had already achieved his goal. The mechanical slayer's gloomy eyes suddenly illuminated and flashed red. Immediately, it retrieved the serrated greatsword from its back and slowly advanced toward Feng. Although the mechanical slayer's pace seemed slow, due to its gigantic body, each step covered more than a dozen yards. It was not one bit slower than ordinary players. When approaching Feng, the mechanical slayer revealed a human-like sneer. Feng felt slightly astonished, as he had not expected a mechanical-type monster to possess such high intelligence. In the past, he had never encountered a monster like this. Normally, only high-level NPCs would display such behavior. Come, follow me. Let's see if you can get rid of me. Feng revealed a calm smile. He then tossed the blazing meteor at the mechanical slayer once more. He activated Windwalk and ran towards a corner of the hidden warehouse, luring the mechanical slayer away from the mechanical watchers. After activating Windwalk, Feng's movement speed reached frightening heights. Moreover, Feng had also used the aura of wind from the 7 luminaries ring, increasing his movement speed by an additional 20%. However, even with both effects stacked, the mechanical slayer was still faster than Feng. The distance that took Feng several steps to cross only took the mechanical slayer a single step. When the distance between them shortened to 20 yards, the mechanical slayer abruptly swung its greatsword at Feng, wielding it single-handedly. Clearly, there was still a distance of 20 yards between the mechanical slayer and Feng. Although the mechanical slayer's serrated greatsword was very large and long, it could not hit Feng. Yet, the mechanical slayer still chose to swing its greatsword. When the serrated greatsword descended, it created a loud boom. Even the air surrounding the greatsword compressed and became extremely heavy. Suddenly, tens of air blades shot towards Feng. The blades resembled a wall of air pressing down on Feng. The gaps between air blades simply did not allow Feng any space to evade. Moreover, they covered a frightening range. Feng could not dodge them even if he wanted to. Yet, if Feng took the attack head-on, the blades would end his life. Defensive blade would not change the outcome. At most, the skill could help Feng block 9 air blades. It's using a skill already? As expected, a High Lord won't give players any chances. It would be simply impossible for an ordinary player to escape alive. Feng was utterly astonished. He had not expected the mechanical slayer to use such a powerful skill so soon. However, it would be wishful thinking on the mechanical slayer's part if it thought it could kill Feng so easily. In the next moment, Feng suddenly flew. In the nick of time, Feng flew out of the range of the air blades, leaving behind afterimages as he charged towards the closest iron pillar. This was none other than the effect of Wind Rider, the activatable skill of the aura of Wind Rider. Enables temporary flight and movement speed increase of 100% for 15 seconds cooldown, 2 minutes. The mechanical slayer bellowed angrily. It actually failed to kill an ant like Feng with a single attack. This was simply humiliating. Immediately after, the mechanical slayer no longer wielded its serrated greatsword single-handedly. Instead, it swung the greatsword with both hands. Now boom. The serrated greatsword plunged into the sturdy ground. Suddenly, the entire warehouse started trembling. With the mechanical slayer as the epicenter, the ground began to crack. Covering a radius of around 70 yards, streams of air blasted up from the ground, decimating everything in their path. The attack caught one unfortunate level 50 tier 1 guard, killing him instantly. The skill's power dumbfounded everyone. It was simply unbelievable. The level 50 tier 1 guard had over 100,000 HP. Yet, he was gone in an instant. This was not Feng's first time meeting a High Lord. However, Feng could say for sure that a High Lord was definitely not capable of instant killing a tier 1 NPC of the same level. At this moment, several thousand level 50 tier 1 players would not be enough to kill the mechanical slayer. Fortunately, Feng had Wind Rider activated, so he barely managed to escape the mechanical slayer's skill. At this moment, when Feng looked at the mechanical slayer again, Feng was shocked to discover a cruel smile on its face. Seeing this, Feng thought of an unlikely possibility. Suddenly, Feng's body shivered as it was overcome with a terrifying chill. This is not good, it's a mutant. Everyone, leave the warehouse immediately. Run as far as you can. Feng shouted. At this moment, various emotions passed through Feng's heart. Originally, Feng had everything under his control. However, he never would have expected that such a thing would occur. To begin with, it was simply impossible for this kind of thing to exist at this stage of the game. Yet, it had actually happened. Although Feng's command confused his guildmates, they carried it out without hesitation. Following Feng's command, everyone ran from the hidden warehouse. At the same time, Feng also tasked his normal guards to stay behind and pin down the mechanical slayer, allowing everyone the chance to escape in the face of the mechanical slayer. However, the level 50 tier 1 guards, which had been insurmountable existences to players, could not last a single hit. Guild leader, what is going on? Aqua Rose dared not believe her own eyes right now. The level 50 tier 1 guards were actually dying with a single hit. At this moment, Aqua Rose wasn't the only person present who had questions. Everyone in the team was dazed and confused. Such a powerful monster no longer belonged to the category of a High Lord. However, at this moment, nobody had the time to ask their questions. Over a dozen guards sent to hold back the mechanical slayer had already fallen. Moreover, from beginning to end, only a few short seconds had passed. On ask. Just run. Run as far as you can. Absolutely do not turn back. Feng shouted as he tossed an intermediate frost grenade. Currently, Wind Rider was still in effect. So, Feng took advantage of his speed to delay the mechanical slayer as much as he could. Originally, an intermediate frost grenade could deal 800 frost damage to monsters level 70 or below and freeze them for 5 seconds. However, when used on the mechanical slayer, the intermediate frost grenade had only dealt -100 damage. The freezing effect only lasted for 1 second. Although it was only 1 second, it was effective enough for Feng. Fortunately, the cooldown between uses for the frost grenades was also 1 second, allowing Feng to freeze the mechanical slayer perpetually. Feng tossed one frost grenade after another, delaying the mechanical slayer for over 20 seconds. At this time, his team had finally left the hidden warehouse. Guild leader, we've left the warehouse, Fire Dance said in the team chat. No. I told you to run as far as you can. Leave Creek Town immediately. Feng said. Presently, nobody but Feng knew what the appearance of a mutant signified. However, Feng did not have the time to explain at the moment. If they did not run fast or far enough, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 337, Unfathomably Deep. Listening to Feng's anxious tone, everyone from Zero Wing knew that the situation was not as simple as it appeared. Since Feng had issued his command, none of them would tarry. One after another, they quickly ran for the entrance of the Blood Hand Association's stronghold. The mechanical slayer's strength was simply too terrifying. Not only did it possess region-scale destruction skills, but it could also kill level 50 tier 1 NPCs with a single hit. If it had only been a region-scale destruction skill, they could have dealt with it. The key thing was that even the mechanical slayer's basic attacks could instantly kill an NPC guard with over 100,000 HP. At this stage of the game, players had no hope of defeating the mechanical slayer. Guild leader, be careful. Fire Dance could not help but tighten her fists, reluctance filling her heart. Yeah, Feng gave a simple reply. At the moment, he could not relax as he had before. His current enemies were not limited to just the mechanical slayer. They also included the 8 other mechanical watchers. Previously, these mechanical watches had run out of the hidden warehouse in pursuit of the other members of Zero Wing. However, after everyone escaped from the hidden warehouse, these mechanical watchers rushed back to deal with Feng. It was extremely challenging for Feng to slow the mechanical slayer's movements while simultaneously dodging the attacks of the 8 mechanical watchers. When all was said and done, Feng was only a level 24 tier 0 swordsman. Only by activating all the life-saving skills he possessed could he barely avoid death. However, he was about to run out of gas. Damn you fools. I'm clearly helping you right now, yet you idiots are trying to kill me. Since you all wish for death so badly, I'll grant you your wish. Feng looked at the 8 mechanical watchers that only focused their attacks on him in anger. Then, instead of throwing the intermediate frost grenade in his hand at the mechanical slayer, Feng aimed it at the mechanical watchers charging at him. Have fun with each other. Damn you bastards. After freezing the 8 mechanical watchers, Feng retrieved a speed scroll from his bag and used it. His movement speed soared once more. He then charged directly towards the hidden warehouse's entrance. You will all die. The mechanical slayer let out a mechanical roar after escaping its icy imprisonment. The entire warehouse trembled at its mighty roar. Instantly, the mechanical slayer strode forward and charged at the escaping swordsman. While moving forward, however, the mechanical slayer found itself blocked by the 8 frozen mechanical watchers. Without a shred of hesitation, the slayer swung its greatsword at one of its supposed allies. The strike sent one of the heavy, over 6 feet tall watchers flying. Making 8 quick successive swings, the mechanical slayer sent all 8 mechanical watchers into the warehouse's wall. Such horrifying damage, it is as expected of a mutant. At this moment, Feng finally managed to glimpse of the Mechanical Slayer's real damage. A basic swing from its greatsword devoured more than 300,000 HP from each of the Mechanical Watchers. In other words, the Mechanical Slayer could easily kill a level 30 Lord-ranked Mechanical Watcher with only 5 basic attacks. With such strength, the Mechanical Slayer could effortlessly massacre a starter town. It seems that fleeing to a town is out of the question. Feng frowned as he gauged the Mechanical Slayer's combat power. Mutants were a special existence in God's domain. They were not bound by the logic of the game. Normally, mutants were born from mutated monsters. However, a mutant spawn rate was as low as that of obtaining a lucky stone in God's domain. The system's laws had no effect on these mutants, and they were completely independent creatures. They could wander about to any region, and they would attack and destroy any living being they come across. In Feng's previous life, every time a mutant appeared in God's domain, a disaster would follow. Mutants were like the various natural disasters in the real world, and they were not something that a single player could deal with. Mutants possessed an intellect several times higher than normal monsters, and they were practically on the same level as a high-level NPC. In addition, when a monster mutated, their combat power would increase by several-fold. Feng had met with a mutant in the past. The mutant had originally been a level 80 common monster. However, after it mutated, it had instant-killed the level 75 Tier 2 player who had been its opponent at the time. If a level 75 Tier 2 player possessed incredible techniques, soloing a level 80 Lord-ranked monster was only a matter of time. Naturally, if such a player wished to escape, they would have no problems doing so. Yet, faced with a level 80 common monster, the level 75 Tier 2 player had no chance to flee. Of course, one of the reasons for that player's demise was negligence. However, the fact that a level 80 common monster was capable of instant killing a level 75 Tier 2 player clearly displayed how much more powerful it became after becoming a mutant, following which, that mutated common monster had become the nightmare of players. By the time everyone was aware of the mutant's existence, over 10,000 players had died at its hands. More importantly, the mutant monster grew stronger the more it killed. This incident had attracted the attention of many large guilds. Based on everyone's knowledge, the more powerful a monster was, the better was the quality of the items it dropped. This was an iron law of God's domain, and even mutants should have been no exception to this law. Since this mutated monster was so powerful, being even stronger than a high lord of the same level, its loot would be magnificent. Hence, the various guilds at the time had sent their own armies to hunt this mutant. At that time, over 100,000 players had been dispatched, and all of them were above level 70. There were even Tier 2 professional experts among them. The battle between the mutant and the player army had shaken the heaven and earth. A starter town had even been decimated as a result of that war. Although the player army had successfully killed the mutant in the end, the losses they suffered were tremendous. Out of the 100,000 players sent out, less than 3,000 survived. Meanwhile, the mutant before Feng right now had mutated from a high lord monster. Currently, the Mechanical Slayer was just a newborn. Its strength was at its weakest right now. Feng did not dare imagine how powerful it would become once it matured. In the past, a level 80 common mutant had grown to be able to wipe out over 90,000 players from a 100,000 strong army. Moreover, some of those players had been Tier 2 experts, and everyone's levels at that time were not much different than the mutants. Meanwhile, although the Mechanical Slayer before Feng was only level 50, not a single player had reached level 40 yet. To put it simply, the Mechanical Slayer was invincible against players. During the time Feng took to escape the hidden warehouse, the Mechanical Slayer had taken care of all 8 Mechanical Watchers. Finished with the nuisances, the Mechanical Slayer renewed its charge at Feng so fast. Feng hurriedly threw a frost grenade at it this time. However, the Mechanical Slayer had not fallen for the same trick. With nimble steps, it easily avoided the intermediate frost grenade Feng had thrown down. It's those Mechanical Watchers' fault. Feng's anger grew. In the beginning, when the Mechanical Slayer had just awoken, its intellect had still been considerably low. Hence, it failed to dodge the first frost grenade. Moreover, as long as Feng's stock of intermediate frost grenades did not run out, he could freeze the Mechanical Slayer for an indefinite amount of time. Now, however, this strategy was no longer viable. Almost immediately, the Mechanical Slayer caught up to Feng, its serrated greatsword coursing its way towards him. Currently, the hallway Feng was in only had one path. There was nowhere to dodge, and death was all but inevitable. Feng had no choice but to bet everything he had, pointing the abyssal blade at the mechanical slayer abyssal bind. 9 pitch-black chains suddenly sprouted from the ground, binding the mechanical slayer. The mechanical slayer struggled madly, and in the blink of an eye, it shattered one of the chains. Soon, the second and third chain broke apart as well. At this moment, the chains of abyssal bind that had never failed Feng until now seemed as fragile as strips of paper. Chapter 338, Hunted. After easily snapping the chains that bound it, the mechanical slayer swung down its serrated greatsword. Unlike the downward slash it had used at the very beginning of the raid, this swing had sliced apart the air, the greatsword meeting no resistance whatsoever. The air blades that the slash produced had also become much finer, sharper, and quicker. Its improvement rate is too fast. Feng had not imagined that the abyssal bind, which could restrain even the high lord-ranked Nebula Tiger, would not affect the mechanical slayer. However, the mechanical slayer's improvement was far more frightening. It seems that I can only fool around here. Feng watched the air blades that filled the hall. There was simply nowhere to take cover. He had also used up all of his life-saving skills to deal with the 8 mechanical watchers. However, even if he had his life-saving skills, he still couldn't defend against the mechanical slayer's attack. Not delaying any further, Feng switched out the 7 luminaries' rings aura of wind to the aura of space. Suddenly, a spatial crack formed in front of Feng. Through this crack, one could see a completely different view from that of the Blood Hand Association's stronghold. In the blink of an eye, the spatial crack widened large enough to allow a single person to pass through. Feng jumped through the spatial crack without hesitation. Soon after, the air blades entered the spatial crack as well, following their target. However, the moment these blades of air entered the spatial crack, they immediately disappeared without a trace, like a rock sinking into a bottomless ocean. This spatial crack was formed by none other than the aura of space's activatable skill, space movement. Although the skill was not as convenient as an elementalist's instantaneous movement, the distance one could cross using space movement far surpassed that of instantaneous movement. Mutants were different from other monsters. If a monster or NPC killed a player, they would only suffer the standard system penalty. However, if a mutant killed a player, not only would the penalty for death double, but players would also need to wait 1 natural day before they could revive in the game. Healers' resurrection skills would also not work on players mutants had killed. Hence, players were required to wait 1 natural day before they could resume playing God's Domain. Moreover, after reviving, players would enter a weakened state, having all their attributes reduced by 30% and EXP received by 50% for 2 natural days in God's Domain. Time was money. A guild would suffer tremendous losses if its members became useless for 3 days. Even first-rate guilds could not afford to suffer such a loss. When the mechanical slayer saw Feng disappear into the spatial crack, a hint of suspicion appeared on its icy face. The mechanical slayer had only recently gained its own consciousness, and there were simply too many things in this world that it did not know. Feng was but an ant in its eyes, something that it could easily crush. However, not only had this ant damaged it, freezing it for a long time, but this ant also managed to escape right before its eyes. Moreover, the method this ant used to escape was something it had never encountered before. Damned ant, do you think you can escape me? The mechanical slayer laughed coldly, almost human-like. No matter how far you run, you won't escape my grasp. Following which, the mechanical slayer swung its greatsword upwards, piercing a large hole through the ceiling and creating a path out of the Blood Hand Association's stronghold. Focusing its strength in its legs, the mechanical slayer jumped out of the stronghold. So, this is how flying works, the mechanical slayer chuckled as it hovered in midair. If Feng could hear the mechanical slayer's words or witness the flying ability it displayed, cold sweat would drench his back. Not only did the intelligence of this mechanical slayer undergo a tremendous transformation, but its learning capability also reached frightening levels. The mechanical slayer had only seen Feng use Wind Rider once, yet, it actually learned the skill so quickly. I see that you've managed to run quite far away. Hovering above the Blood Hand Association's stronghold, the mechanical slayer's lips curled up with a trace of playfulness as it looked towards the northwest. Immediately, it flew in that direction, hunting its prey. At this moment, Aqua rose, Fire Dance, and everyone else from Zero Wing had just left the Blood Hand Association's stronghold, confusion still occupying their minds before anyone could react. The roof of the Blood Hand Association's stronghold suddenly collapsed, creating a hole that led towards the stronghold's underground space. In the next moment, the Mechanical Slayer appeared from the hole and hovered above the stronghold. Soon after, the Mechanical Slayer transformed into a streak of light and departed from Creek Town after a period of silence. Snow Goose rubbed her eyes, asking uncertainly, "Big Sis Aqua, my eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? That thing that flew away just now was the Mechanical Slayer, right?" Yes. Aqua Rose nodded her head blankly. The Mechanical Slayer looked like a flying fortress as it soared through the sky. Not only had it possessed frightening, destructive force, but it also possessed speed that completely surpassed players. Faced with an enemy like this, any player would be left speechless, let alone those who had personally witnessed the power of this creature. Although the Mechanical Slayer had already departed from Creek Town, fear lingered in everyone's hearts. Was it really possible for players to contend with such a monster? This question echoed in everyone's minds. Crap. Since the Mechanical Slayer has left, doesn't that mean that guild leader died inside the hidden warehouse? Fire Dance suddenly realized, her expression undergoing an abrupt change. Filled with worry, Fire Dance immediately activated Wind Steps and rushed back into the stronghold, charging towards the collapsed warehouse in God's domain. There were only two possibilities for a monster to leave battle. The first was when players had run beyond the monster's range predetermined by the system. The other scenario was when the monster successfully killed its target. Now that the Mechanical Slayer had departed from Creek Town, it was obvious that the second scenario had occurred. I'll go with you. Violet Cloud also reacted quickly and chased after Fire Dance, following which, everyone finally understood the situation. Shame overcame them as they followed the two girls. They were the elite members of Zero Wing, yet, they had allowed their guild leader to sacrifice himself to protect them. What kind of elite members were they? However, as everyone arrived before the hidden warehouse, they were all dumbfounded by what they saw. Unbelievably, the corpses of the 8 mechanical watchers were embedded into the steel walls of the hidden warehouse. In addition, items littered the floor around the dead watchers. However, to everyone's surprise, Feng's body was nowhere to be found. Just what was going on here? They were left with even more questions. Now Fire Dance immediately checked the team member list, discovering that Feng's name was still illuminated. The fact that Feng's name had not turned gray showed that Feng was still alive. Just what is happening? Fire Dance sighed in relief. Though she was visibly more at ease now, the questions plaguing her had only increased. Just as everyone was at a loss, Feng suddenly spoke through the team chat, asking, "What's the situation in Creek Town? Is the Mechanical Slayer still there? Guild leader, where did you run off to? We thought that the Slayer had done away with you." Snow Goose giggled. She then added, "Big Sis Fire Dance even went into a flurry and wanted to take revenge. We couldn't stop her, even working together." Hearing these words, Fire Dance shot Snow Goose a glare, a faint blush appearing on her delicate white cheeks. Snow Goose stuck her little tongue out playfully at Fire Dance. She then hid behind Aqua Rose, only revealing her head to glance at Fire Dance with her hands on her hips. "Snow Goose, stop being naughty. We need to get down to business." Aqua Rose flicked a finger at Snow Goose's forehead, pretending to be angry. "Big Sis Aqua, I was wrong. However, you shouldn't always flick my forehead. I'll get brain damage at this rate." Snow Goose clutched her forehead, her eyes tearing. Completely ignoring Snow Goose's spoiled act, Aqua Rose spoke through the team chat, "Guild leader, the Blood Hand Association's stronghold has been destroyed. Moreover, the Mechanical Slayer departed from Creek Town and flew towards the northwest. As I expected, it's still chasing after me." Feng pondered. He then smiled, saying, "I guess it's good that it is coming after me. Since the Mechanical Slayer is no longer in Creek Town, I'll leave collecting the treasures inside the warehouse to you. Do not let others take advantage of us." To undo the magic barrier protecting the treasures, they needed to get rid of the 8 mechanical watchers and the Mechanical Slayer. Now that all 8 mechanical watchers were dead, only the Mechanical Slayer remained. As long as the Mechanical Slayer died, the magic barrier would vanish. Meanwhile, now that the Blood Hand Association's stronghold had been destroyed, the treasures had also been revealed. Sooner or later, the red names that had just revived or escaped previously would discover the treasure. As long as the magic barrier vanished, those bandits would not sit quietly and watch as their team looted the stronghold. They would take the opportunity to snatch some for themselves. Guild leader, please rest assured. How could anything belonging to our Zero Wing be that easy to steal? Aqua Rose said, a chilling glow flashing in her eyes, following which, Feng began to flee once more. Space movement had a maximum range of 300,000 yards, which was only around 1 or 2 leveling zones. However, Creek Town was located at the borders of the White River City region. There were no other towns in its vicinity. Even if there were, though, the forces there would not be enough to stop the Mechanical Slayer right now. White River City was the only location that could fend off the Mechanical Slayer. Thus, Feng used space movement to arrive at the closest teleportation point, teleporting to White River City. After arriving at White River City, before Feng even stepped out of the teleportation magic array, he discovered a commotion going on at the entrance of the teleportation hall. At this moment, there were many guild players surrounding the entrance of the teleportation hall, and every one of them acted overbearingly. Chapter 339, Making an Enemy Out of Everyone. What's going on in White River City? Feng thought as he looked at the overbearing crowd blockading the entrance of the teleportation hall. Do they recognize me somehow? However, Feng quickly rejected this idea, realizing that he should not be this crowd's target. In order to avoid attracting attention, Feng donned the black cloak before he teleported to White River City, hiding both his appearance and ID. Moreover, he had not told anyone of his whereabouts, so why would anyone expect him? Furthermore, this was the teleportation hall of White River City. What reason was there to blockading this place? The White River City guards were not just for show. Hence, Feng was sure that these guilds occupied the teleportation hall for some other purpose. Interesting. I wonder what sort of evil plan these guilds have this time. Feng revealed a faint smile as he walked towards the entrance of the teleportation hall. Currently, Zero Wing was like the sun at noon. Naturally, many guilds would feel insecure about losing their position, so it was normal for them to take action at this moment. The entrance of the teleportation hall was filled with noise. Several guilds had gathered, many of which were third-rate guilds. Even the members of Dark Star and World Dominators, 2 of the top 6 guilds of White River City, were present. What are you guilds trying to do here? Didn't we tell you already that we're not interested in joining you? A female guardian knight growled in annoyance. The woman was an extraordinary beauty with bright eyes. Lady, don't say that. Interest is something that can be nurtured. Your disinterest is simply because you don't fully understand us right now. I believe that as long as we spend some time together, your enthusiasm in joining us will grow, a level 18 male assassin insisted, laughing. The assassin was fully geared with mysterious iron equipment. After the male assassin spoke, the tens of players behind him tightened their blockade of the entrance with no intentions of letting anyone get past them. Are all guilds in White River City like you guys? The female guardian knight said as she wrinkled her brows. Ha ha ha. Don't misunderstand us. We aren't forcing you to join any of the guilds present. If you aren't interested in joining any of us, you only need to pay a 5 silver coin service fee. After all, you can't expect us to make a trip here for nothing. The male assassin chuckled coldly. You all are going too far. In a fit of rage, the female guardian knight unsheathed her saber and shield. Although her equipment was a mix of common and bronze rank, her level of 17 was not to be underestimated. Currently, the majority of players were only level 13, and few among the average players had reached level 14. Those who managed to reach level 15 were all veteran players. As for those who were level 16 or above, such players were usually the elite members of guilds. The fact that an independent player like the female guardian knight had managed to reach level 17 showed that she possessed definite abilities. What? You want to challenge me? Come at me, then. I'll even stand here and let you hit me. Hit me if you can. The male assassin laughed arrogantly. He even took the initiative to move closer towards the female guardian knight. Saber, you shameless bastard. Although the female guardian knight was furious, she did not take action. They were in White River City. If she attacked first, the guards would capture or kill her. Yet, with so many people blocking the entrance, there was simply no way to leave the building. However, she was also unwilling to pay these bastards to teleport to White River City. They had spent a lot of money. Now, these guilds wanted to charge them a passage fee of 5 silver coins per person. That was practically everything an average player would have. Turtledove, don't let them get to you, a tall and sturdy male berserker said, pulling back the female guardian knight Big Brother's shadow sword. They are simply too much. I need to teach them a lesson. At worst, the guards will just lock me up, the female guardian knight named Turtledove persisted, the expression on her face showing that she was not afraid of death. Even if you take action, you might not necessarily be able to deal with the problem at hand. We've just arrived at White River City, and we don't have any reputation here. However, they are different. They have already accumulated a certain amount of reputation in White River City. Even if they aren't nobles, they will still be citizens of White River City. If we attack them, they can retaliate without suffering any consequences, the berserker named Shadow Sword warned. Oh? It seems that you still possess some insight. The male assassin sneered. That's right. We have earned enough reputation to become White River City citizens. Some of us here are even first-class citizens, which is only a rank behind nobles. I believe you should know what a first-class citizen signifies, right? In God's domain, citizens of any particular city would receive a special treatment. When a confrontation occurred between players inside a city, as long as no damage occurred, the guards of the city would not pay any attention. Meanwhile, when attacking a first-class citizen inside a city, if one were not a citizen of that particular city, then the punishment they received would double. If Turtledove dared to attack a first-class citizen of White River City, a very severe punishment would await her. Even if said first-class citizen killed her, she would still be arrested and jailed once she respawned. She would also have to pay a fine. If she did not possess sufficient funds to pay the fine, she would have to pawn the items she had on her to make up for it. At this moment, Turtledove came to a realization. She was inwardly relieved that she had not acted rashly just now. Otherwise, she would have truly played into those bastards' hands. Did you think that you could leave just because you didn't make a move? The male assassin laughed, glaring at Turtledove contemptuously. If first-class citizens strike, I wonder how you will respond. You shameless bastards. Turtledove understood what these guild players were trying to do. Suddenly, she said in a frosty tone, we have come to White River City to join Zero Wing. Are you guys not afraid that Zero Wing will retaliate because of this despicable display? Ha ha ha. Zero Wing? So what? This daddy here is a member of Dark Star. Even if Zero Wing has great potential, it is still not a match for Dark Star right now. Those bastards from Zero Wing don't even dare to fight us out in the open, the male assassin said in disdain. Moreover, haven't you noticed that there are other guilds present here as well? You guys are really foolish. You actually fell for the crap that some newly established guild like Zero Wing spews. Did you guys really think that White River City belongs entirely to Zero Wing? Just Dark Star alone is enough to send Zero Wing trembling in fear. Right now, there are 7 third-rate guilds and more than 10 unrated guilds with over 3,000 members present. Even if Zero Wing grew a spine, do you think they would dare to provoke all of us? Do you really think Zero Wing is willing to make an enemy out of everyone present? Turtledove's composure wavered at the male assassin's word. Zero Wing was indeed a newly established guild. Moreover, although there were over 1 million guild players in White River City, only a fraction belonged to the top 6 guilds of White River City, whereas the majority belonged to normal unrated guilds. Although these unrated guilds only possessed 3,000 to 5,000 members on average, there was a large number of unrated guilds in White River City. If their numbers combined, the total members that these unrated guilds possessed far surpassed the top 6 guilds of White River City. If these unrated guilds allied with each other, not even the top 6 guilds of White River City would be a match for them. With so many guilds working together, how could Zero Wing possibly oppose them? Thinking up to this point, Turtledove started growing anxious. Turtledove, my inconsideration has implicated you in this matter. In a moment, I'll hold them off while you take the chance to escape. As long as you leave the teleportation hall, none of these guilds can do anything to you, Shadow Sword whispered to Turtledove. No. At worst, we'll die together. Isn't it just losing some levels and equipment? It's not my first time suffering such a setback. Turtledove shook her head, tightening her grip on her saber. I applaud you for your bravery. Unfortunately, you guys came at the wrong time. Brothers, go. Show these folks our passion. The male assassin's lips curled up into a mocking sneer. He then motioned with his hand. Immediately, 3 players possessing the status of first-class citizens moved. However, before the 3 first-class citizen players arrived in front of Shadow Sword and Turtledove, a black figure suddenly appeared, blocking them. This person hidden under a black cloak was none other than Feng, making an enemy of everyone? Such a bold claim. Is Dark Star not afraid of biting its own tongue? Do you really think Dark Star is the overlord of White River City? Chapter 340, Major Noble. Feng's appearance stunned the guild players blocking the entrance to think there was actually someone so foolish. Brat, you must be a newcomer, right? In White River City, we are the sky. Even Zero Wing, which is in its heyday right now, has to bow before us. Since you are also new, I'll give you a piece of advice. Join us. Why bother with a guild that has no future like Zero Wing? Of course, it's also fine if you don't wish to join us. Just pay 5 silver coins, and we'll let you be on your way. The various guild players laughed maniacally. Feng paid no mind to the ridicule and laughter. Instead, he said, so, it turns out that your guilds are such good-for-nothings. Instead of growing the courage to confront Zero Wing, you came here to target the players intending to join them. Don't you think you're ridiculous? Brat, you trying to challenge us? The male assassin from Dark Star sneered disdainfully. As the male assassin spoke, the other guilds sent forward a few of their own first-class citizens as first-class citizens, as long as they did not damage any players without reputation. Even if they manhandled the other party, they would not face any consequences. Hence, they could simply drag Feng and the other 2 newcomers out of White River City. Kill them? Cut them? They could do whatever they wanted. It would be even better if the newcomers retaliated. As long as the newcomers retaliated, they could kill them. In other words, regardless of whether Feng and the other 2 retaliated or not, they would not have a happy ending at this moment. Shadow Sword whispered to Feng, saying, fellow brother, thank you for standing up for us. In a moment, I'll charge ahead, so take the chance to escape. As long as you leave the teleportation hall, you should be able to avoid them. If you hide in the high-class area of the city, they can't use force against you. There were differences between the areas in a city. In the common areas of the city, as long as no actual damage occurred, the NPC guards would not pay any attention to the friction between players. However, it was a different story if such a situation occurred in the high-class areas or trade area. The same applied to the restaurants and shops inside the city. Even first-class citizens would be arrested and jailed if they tried to create trouble in this area. Feng smiled in reply to Shadow Sword's words. However, he did not take them to heart as he continued advancing, walking step by step towards Drunken Maniac, the male assassin from Dark Star. What's wrong with this person? Originally, Turtledove had some goodwill towards Feng. However, seeing that Feng ignored Shadow Sword's words, her impression of him worsened slightly. Turtledove. Shadow Sword chided in a low tone. I want to see what he's going to do next. Turtledove snorted as she frowned. Feng's frail back. Shadow Sword remained silent, quietly watching Feng. Shadow Sword felt that Feng was not as simple as he appeared. Although the black cloak that Feng wore hid his appearance, level, and name, it could not hide the air of an expert his body exuded. Moreover, looking at Feng's unperturbed appearance, Shadow Sword's certainty that Feng was a powerful expert grew. Hence, he hindered Turtledove's actions. However, Shadow Sword had not expected anything to actually happen. After all, they were still within White River City. Even experts were not allowed to take action. Hero? Since you want to die, we'll play with you. 6 players with statuses of first-class citizens immediately surrounded and grabbed at Feng, intending to drag him away and out of the city. What's going on? One of the 6 first-class citizen players asked, astonished. Despite the 6 of them working together, no matter how much strength they used, Feng did not even budge a single inch. What happened to you all? Isn't he just a newcomer? Why haven't you dragged him away yet? Drunken Maniac demanded, his brows wrinkling. Lone Tyrant had sent him to deal with players that came from other cities to join Zero Wing. Due to Zero Wing's growing popularity, many players on the forums had expressed their intentions to migrate to White River City to join the up-and-coming guild. Faced with such a situation, the various guilds in White River City were unable to sit still. It was especially true for Dark Star and World Dominators. Currently, Zero Wing was a huge headache for them. If they allowed experts from other cities to bolster Zero Wing's ranks, the guild would soon grow to become an unstoppable force in White River City. Hence, many guilds decided to cooperate with each other and send a few of their members with high reputation to occupy the teleportation hall. With so many guilds working together, even Zero Wing would not dare create conflict casually. By doing so, not only could they reduce the numbers joining Zero Wing, but they could also reduce some of Zero Wing's prestige, killing two birds with one stone. However, the only reply Drunken Maniac received was the flash of a sword earth splitter. The players surrounding Feng were only level 16. Their HP was only slightly over 2000. They could not endure Feng's sword at all. With a single attack, all 6 players surrounding Feng fell like puppets who had their strings cut. You actually attacked us. Drunken Maniac gaped Feng in disbelief. He could not understand why Feng dared to attack them. They were still inside White River City. They also had so many players on their side. So, shouldn't Feng be on his knees, begging for mercy and allowing them to trample him? Meanwhile, Turtledove, who stood behind Feng, had her mouth open wide in shock. With her eyes fixed on Feng's back, she couldn't help but mutter in a low tone, "Who? Just who is he?" At this moment, Shadow Sword's expression turned solemn. He was not surprised by the fact that Feng had made a move. However, being able to kill 6 elite guild members with a single hit was simply unbelievable. Feng's attack power was practically on the same level as a boss monster. After killing the 6 players who had surrounded him, Feng turned to Drunken Maniac. With a faint smile, he asked, "So, what if I attacked you?" Feng was a Viscount of White River City. He was a bona fide major noble. Yet, these players had dared to flaunt their slight skill before him. These players simply did not know their own place. First-class citizen was just a nice-sounding title. In reality, they were commoners in White River City. Meanwhile, a commoner that dared to make a move against a major noble was a commoner that did not know the meaning of the word death. Drunken Maniac felt a chill crawl down his body when Feng had glanced at him. It was as if Feng were a towering giant that could easily stomp him to death. Involuntarily, Drunken Maniac retreated a few steps. However, when he thought of the many allies behind him, courage filled his heart. He then pointed at Feng with unflattering rage. "Brat, you're courting death. Since you dared to kill us within White River City, nobody in the entire city can save you now. It would be the same even if Black Flame were here right now. Brothers, kill him." Tens of Dark Star members charged at Feng. In the distance, over a dozen mages had also begun to chant their spells. In the next moment, however, everyone discovered that they were actually unable to use any of their skills immediately. Feng swung the abyssal blade and sent 3 arcs of lightning at the group charging at him, causing damages of over -1000 points to appear 3 times over everyone's head. Under the lightning's might, none survived at this moment. Even a fool could tell that Feng was not a simple character originally. The members of the various guilds present had laughed at Feng for his foolishness. Now, however, no one laughed. Feng's first strike had killed 6 players, while his second had killed tens of players. At this moment, nobody dared to make even the slightest movement, deeply afraid that the next person to die would be themselves. The only thing they could do right now was to wait for the arrival of the city guards. Only the city guards could deal with a monster like Feng. "You. Just who are you?" Drunken Maniac retreated, his body trembling uncontrollably. Feng was simply too powerful. This was the first time Drunken Maniac had felt such an invisible power. Although there was nothing surrounding his body, Drunken Maniac felt as if his body were made of lead. Even his breath became extremely heavy. "You said that it would be useless even if Black Flame were here. Well, I'm standing here right now. What you are going to do about it?" Feng removed the black cloak. He then smiled at Drunken Maniac once more, slowly advancing towards the assassin. Step by step. Without the black cloak, everyone recognized him as Black Flame.